In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this glorious Saturday morning. It's like yesterday, isn't it? Absolutely glorious out there. Hope you've got a great weekend planned. But before that, you need to stay with me this morning. We have got the launch of the brand new, so exciting, Liberty fabric, but Liberty quilting weight fabric. It is absolutely stunning. It's called the Riviera and it's beautiful, and I've got Suzie Duncan with me in the studio who knows everything that ever was to know about it. Is going to be demonstrating it, talking us through the fabrics, and we've got some amazing bundles as well. So this is brand new launch Liberty quilting weight fabric, a whole collection of 45 different prints. It is beautiful. Anyway, I will show you that in a minute. Shall we start off with a little early bird? So I find that quite often when you're working with particularly Liberty prints, it's quite nice to mix them with some plain prints because it makes it go a little bit further. So having had a good look through all the tones and the prints and the fabrics in the Liberty bundle, we've decided that our plain cotton vanilla fabric is the best to go with it. Obviously you don't have to use it with Liberty, but it is ideal to go with it, so that we thought we'd give you a little special deal first thing. So if you've got your eye on the Liberty, then this is ideal to go with it. Now, it's a 2.5 metre cut piece. It's our beautiful quality quilting weight cotton. It is lovely. It's the Rose and Hubble fabric. There is, so it's metre and a half. No, 2.5 metres, 44 inches width, so that's the width of it, and then in total you get 2.5 metres. Now obviously you can use this to go with your Liberty, you can use it to go with your other fabrics, you can keep it in your stash, brilliant for things like linings, good for cushion backs, because it's a beautiful quality weight, and it's vanilla. It's not a super overly yellowy vanilla, it's a nice subtle vanilla. So it will go with a lot of things. So in our fabric range we do white, in our neutrals, white and ivory, and this is the next one, vanilla. So it's not overly yellow, but it's just a really soft, it makes other colours sing, and it's just a little bit warmer. Now the normal price for this would be $18.95, which I think is a great price for 2.5 metres of beautiful quilting weight 100% cotton. But as it's the early bird, obviously we'll give you a special price. Yes, I'm ready, we're crashing the price. So today to you, $14.95. So we're taking £4 off that. $14.95 for 2.5 metres of quilting weight cotton. It is lovely quality. Now, that price will only be available today until midnight if we've got any left. These are pre-cut bundles, by the way, so if you bought 2 of them, you would get 2.5 metres. You wouldn't get one whole piece. They're being pre-cut for you, but that price will, if we've got any left. So we have got more people. They've got them in baskets than we've got in stock. So if you want that, you need to check out. Now, the way it works, if you haven't shopped with us before, is, wow, we have got loads in baskets, is you need to check out. But you can check out as many times. Don't wait and think, oh, I'll see what else I'm going to buy so I cover the postage. You can check out several times today, any time up until midnight. The basket will then close, and at midnight you will have the $3.95 P&P applied to it. So don't miss out. It is just one P&P all day. Don't miss out by not checking out. So we've got 40 in baskets, we've sold 20 already, they are going. And what we find is a lot of you will put it in your basket and think, oh, I'll think about that, and then somebody else comes along, they check out, and it comes out of your basket. It's like walking around the supermarket. Until you've checked out, it's not yours. We have got loads and loads of you with these in baskets. So if you want your 2.5 metres, only 10 left. 2.5 metres, vanilla, cotton, beautiful quilting weight cotton. Comes cut off the bolt for you as a 2.5 metre piece. Only 8 left now, only 8 left. It's a £4 saving, which is amazing, isn't it? Because basically, that's more than the cost of half a metre. Half a metre is 370? 370. So you'll say basically you're getting over half a metre of this for free. So please do keep checking out. £14.95. That price will go up, although I don't think have we got any left, Nikki? Ah, right, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Well done to all of you, got it. What a bargain. We'll see, I'll have a word, see if we can bring any of those back. Anyway, coming up today, I did mention it, is our very special Liberty today. We've got Suzie Duncan with us in the house, who is our Liberty expert. She knows everything about this collection and she loves it. So now at 8 o'clock, we are going to launch the collection. We're going to go through every single fabric. We've put them together in one mighty mega bundle with a fantastic saving. We've put them into colourway bundles, but you can also buy them on their own by the half metre. Suzie will be on with me in a bit to talk about that. At 9 o'clock, she's back and using the fabrics. Obviously, she's making this beautiful Liberty Riviera bag. Full instructions are in the kits. There are 3 different colourways available and you can buy the instructions on their own. So there's a little sneak peek of some of the collection. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you want your own Liberty bag, which is something in itself, your own Liberty bag that you've made, even better, stay with me for 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, it's all about quilting rulers and tools. Now, a lot of these rulers and tools are things that Suzie will be using to make her bag at 9 o'clock. So we'll be showing a lot of them at 9 o'clock as well, so you can see them in action and see what they do. But we'll be going through them again at 10 o'clock. There are a lot of tools that will make your sewing and quilting life easier, quicker and more precise. That's at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Suzie will be back with a beautiful quilt. It's called Into the Woods by using fabrics designed by Rachel Hauer. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's such a big quilt, that's just half of it. The fabrics are gorgeous. They feature raccoons and owls, and there's even one with little ants all over it. I'm thinking, you know, it's beautiful. It's a lot of our quilts are quite light. This is a really sort of subtle, earthy, woodland tone quilt. Be perfect for a picnic blanket. Put it in, keep it in the boot of your car, or lovely to snuggle under on a warm winter's night. Either would be great. That will be on at 11 o'clock. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got books, threads and pre-cuts. The Machine Needle bundle is back in stock, and we've also got some brand new modern monochrome fabrics for you, which is brilliant. So if you haven't shopped with us before, but let's get all of this covered before we do Liberty. The best way and easiest way to do that is on the website. You just need to go on to www.sewingstreet.com. There it is. If you go onto it, you'll see me there in the window. And you click on Watch Live. Now that's on the top bar, quite easy to find. If you then scroll down from there, you will see 2 columns. There's the things that I've already talked about and shown you, and then there's the things that are pre-order. Now, we've put everything from the whole morning, all 5 hours are on there already, so that you can get ahead and buy and don't miss out. So if you're watching now and think, well, I'm going to be popping out at 10 or 11, I really want to buy that quilt, you can get ahead. So if you scroll down, you can see all of the items there, and then you can click on them and buy them now. You don't have to wait till I've shown them. Obviously, when I have shown them, they'll be on the other section because it's split into 2 halves, but it just helps you to get ahead. And also, I think sometimes when you're thinking, well, I've seen 3 fabrics and I can't remember which one I like, because there's a little picture of everything you can easily see, so you can go through there. So that's everything that's in the 8 o'clock hour. There's all the Liberty there's the 4 amazing bundles. Then we move down to all the tools. There's the Suzie's bag kits. That's the all the quilting tools. We've got really good. We've got the add a quarter tools back in stock. Love them. They're really, really useful. Quilter's tape, specialist quilting pins. We've got the quilt kit. If you want to buy the Rachel Hauer quilt kit, that is there. We're limited in stock and we won't be getting that back in again. So if you want that, do get ahead. There's those nice monochrome Moda bundles and all the other items, books and tools that will be in the 12 o'clock show. So that's all there. Alternatively, if you've rather order on the phone and you can pay with your card, or if you want to speak to somebody because you've got a few questions about your order, you can phone the phone line. And the number for that is on the screen now, on the bottom left-hand side there. 0800 001 4433. If you call them, it's a UK call centre. In fact, they're just upstairs. Really, really helpful. So if you'd rather order by phone, or if you've got any questions, if you're not sure which item you're buying, or you've messed anything up, or you need to sort something out, do that. If you've got any questions for me or for Suzie, she is a real patchwork and quilting expert. Just message the studio@sewingstreet.com, or you can message us on Facebook. We'll ask and then we'll answer the questions. Or if you want me to show you any of the fabrics again, there's the studio email. It's lovely to hear from you. I love having your questions. I like your feedback. Lovely to see what you think of the show, but also lovely to see photos. So if you've made some items from Liberty Fabric that you'd like to share with the whole of our Sewing Street community, please do send them in and we will show them. So that'll be fab. Lovely to see you all this morning. Right, and it's time to move over to see the Liberty. Oh, look, I'm back. Now look at this beautiful quilt behind me. Now I just need to say before anyone asks, we are not doing a kit or the pattern of the quilt. This quilt has been made by Liberty to showcase their new fabric range. We have had a little chat with Suzie and she's going to see if she can speak to Liberty and sort out getting a pattern. In fact, she even offered to write it. But this is just to showcase what the Liberty fabrics can do. They are absolutely stunning. Now I'm going to be going through the story and the history behind them all in a minute with Suzie, because she's the expert, but I just want to introduce the bundles to you first so you can see what we can buy. Now I have all 45 fabrics with me here, the whole lot. Let me move those. So there we go. There are 45 fabrics in this range and they are stunning. I'm going to talk you through why they're called the Riviera collection. What we wanted to do for you today is, because I know it's really hard to choose which fabrics, but also I know there's a lot of you out there who absolutely love Liberty. And if you want to get your hands on 1/2 metre of the whole collection, we've done a special deal for you. By buying them all, what happens normally is that there's a couple that you like, they go out of stock, you can't find them somewhere else. If you buy them all today, you know that you've got 1/2 metre each of all of them. But as a special deal to you, we're going to give you 2 of them for free, so you'll only be paying for the 43, and we will also be giving you 1/2 metre of these 2 Wiltshire Shadows. These are Liberty prints, the blue one and the peachy one. They will be in your bundle for free. So basically you're getting 4 fabrics for free. You get these 2 and then 2 of the fabrics in here we will be giving you. So you're getting 2 metres of Liberty fabric for free. Then you will have the whole collection. So you're saving £29.96, and you're getting every one of the 45 fabrics that are in the new Riviera collection. Now the price for that is £322.07, which I know is a considered purchase. However, we are offering it on split pay. Now you don't have to do that. The way that split pay works is we split it over 4 equal payments, but that's interest free. We do it to help you to spread the cost. We don't do it to charge you any more money. So if you want to do that, you pay £80.51 today. They're sent straight off to you. And then the next month, the month after that, the £80.51 is taken out of your account. But it's just a way of you spreading the cost. When you come to checkout, you can choose. You can pay for it all up front. It's entirely up to you. But it is limited. We have only put together a few of these. Very popular. We've only got 10 left. So if you want to get your hands on 1/2 metre of every single one of the 45 fabrics from this beautiful collection, you get 2 of them for free, plus we'll give you 2 from the Wiltshire Shadows collection, so you're saving £29.96. It can be yours today. So we are limited now, less than 10. If you want it, you need to check out. Don't just put it in your basket, because it is, wow, somebody's bought 2. Fantastic. Oh, that's gorgeous. Can you imagine what you can make with all of these, or all the things that you can make? So we've got less than 10 left, £322.07. You can split the payment if you like. They are absolutely stunning. So what also, put this in your basket. Don't forget, there's a lot of you with it in baskets you need to check out. Now, the other thing before I go to Suzie, we are also selling them in individual bundles as well. So the way that the fabric range has been designed, it's been split into 3 colourways. They're all 15 prints that are all in 3 colourways. So we're selling you the colourway. Now, this is this one. What's this? Brights. See, I knew Suzie would know. This is the Brights collection. Don't worry, I will be going through them in a minute. The Brights collection has got 15 half meters. So they're all the prints, but in the Brights colourway. So for that one, that is £112.35. So you are getting 7.5 metres of fabric, and it is all the fabrics in the Brights colourway. So we've got bright yellows and vivid greens and florals and gorgeous like deck chair stripes. And we've got the feature prints, which I'll show you in a moment, but that's the Brights colourway, £112.35. All message. Good morning, Rebecca. I'm looking forward to the Liberty collection. Can't decide on which one for a dress. I've got my early bird from Mandy. Well, Mandy, we will be going through them in a minute. Which one do you recommend, Suzie?
Parasols.
The parasols, yes. We are also, I'm just going to go through the bundles. We are going to be selling the fabrics by the half metre as well. This is the one that Suzie personally recommends for a dress, parasols. It's gorgeous. So we're going to be selling them by the half metre as well, but we've put them together in bundles. So that's the Brights bundle, £112.35. You can split it into 2 equal interest-free payments of £56.17. If you want to, you can choose that at the checkout. That's the Brights one. The next one is vintage.
Yes.
Oh, yay. Got it right. This is the vintage. So now you can see really well the prints. You've got stripes, you've got the feature beach print, you've got little parasols and beach huts, you've got the parasols, you've got florals and shells. So that's the vintage colourway. Remember, we will be going through these in a moment. For the vintage colourway, you're getting 15 half metres. It's all Liberty, it's all quilting weight cotton, it's printed in Italy, it's absolutely beautiful quality, it's really soft and smooth, it's gorgeous. 44-inch width. That's 7.5 metres in total, £112.35, or 2 equal payments of £56.17. So that's the vintage. And finally, the final bundle. Look at this, it's managed to stay together. Anyone think it was stuck together?
You wait.
Look at that, it stayed together. We're going to mess it up in a minute. This is the Coastal Blues. So exactly the same prints, but just in the Coastal Blues range. So if you're thinking, I really would like to make a blue quilt, you've got you've got so many splashes of colour in here as well. Look at the parasol, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I'll show you my favourite. Actually, that's my favourite one, but we'll look at that in a minute. £112.35, £56.17 if you want to do it in 2 equal payments. You decide that at the checkout. So that's the Coastal Blues. So all you need to decide is whether you're going to buy the mega bundle of all 45 fabrics plus 4 half metres for free, or whether you want to split it and buy the vintage collection, the Coastal Blues collection, or the Brights. We are also selling the fabrics individually by the half metre. So those are all of the fabrics. Let's find out about them. Why, when, how, where. So come on in, Suzie.
Hello.
Lovely to see you this
Yes,
morning.
and you.
So
Morning.
Exciting, isn't it?
I know, this is an absolutely stunning range.
It's
Beautiful.
amazing, isn't
and
it?
And it really embarks summer, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. It does,
really
absolutely.
does.
It's so we were chatting earlier about
Yes.
Riviera, because I said, isn't that like Nice?
Yeah, but no.
But no, Riviera means a coastal region.
It does, and this is a coastline walk through the sunshine of the British Isles.
Right, so nothing to do with France.
No,
Well,
absolutely
Torquay
nothing.
is the English
It
Riviera,
is, yes,
isn't
and
it?
the Isle of Wight was always, Ventnor on the Isle of Wight was said to be another Riviera. And I'm sure everyone round the coast, if you live on the coast, you think your bit is the Riviera
Yes,
as well.
well, it just
But
means coastline.
It's that quintessential British, what I would say was the 1930s. If you're am I allowed to say Poirot watcher?
Oh, yeah, yes.
If you remember those sort of coastal
Yes,
things,
yes.
this is the sort of iconic images you'll see. And a lot of the collection has has evolved from the 1930s archives.
Okay, so some of these are real vintage prints.
Absolutely, yes, they are. Yes, there's some more modern ones, like the deck chair stripes, which was originally a household fabric.
Okay.
Created by that Liberty made, and what they've done is reduced it in size,
so it fits
scale
with the fabric
to fit with the theme. But yeah, absolutely stunning. I mean, you can just see summer.
It is just summer. I mean, in the quilts, that is just summer, isn't it?
Isn't it? Really fresh.
Particularly with the striped border.
Yeah, I love the deck chair.
I love it. Shall we go through, should we do my favourite one first?
Yeah,
which is kind of the feature print.
It is, yes.
So,
yeah, and actually it is one of my favourites.
It feels like
so much detail in it.
It feels like it is the main print.
It is. Shall I find it in this one?
Take it in brights then. So there are 15 fabric designs in the range, and each of them is available in the 3 different colourways: vintage, blues, or brights. Just so we will, and what we'll do is we'll go through each print in the 3 colourways. So this is. Hang on, let's have a look at the overhead. So this is. Oh, I'm going to turn it over so you can see the skew. You don't see the skew. This is, what's this one called then?
So this is Adventure Coast.
Adventure Coast.
And so
now, I love this one. Let's get a close-up on it.
I love the quirky.
Oh, sorry.
It's AMY.
I just had
it in the middle somewhere.
Oh yeah, there we go. AMYY23. Yeah. So remember, all of these are available by the half metre as well. So the brights, that's AM and white. So this is in the brights collection, or if you want to buy it just by the half metre, there it is.
Yep.
Let's just put up the blues one.
So that's SHYV53.
Yeah. So that's the blues one, and we'll put those on so that you can see them. Remember, they're all on the website, because I know we're going to be running through 45 fabrics, so it's going to be a bit confusing. You can see them on the website. So look at this one. We've got like a little hill.
It's almost like a little island, isn't it?
It is, with a lighthouse.
Yeah, you've got a quay here in the harbour with all the little boats, and you've got sailboats. I love the parasols.
Gorgeous.
Really love that. The more you look into this, the more you see detail. And you've got the little palm trees that you see on the Riviera coastlines.
Yes, yeah.
You've got all the little shop fronts that are multicoloured and
oh yes,
just so much detail in those as well.
I'm just trying to, there's all the little shop fronts.
So cute. And the more you delve into it, it's a bit like one of those picture books that the more you look at it, the more you see. You've got a lighthouse in there.
SHYV53.
Yeah. It's just stunning, and you've got those really bright pinks, the fuchsia pinks.
It's beautiful,
the emerald
isn't
green,
it?
just make the whole thing pop.
This is what I would use for a dress.
Yeah, the only thing with it is because it's directional, it makes it a bit more tricky. So I would use this as a feature on a dress. So I would do like a panel of it.
So depending on your pattern.
Yeah, or if you did a kimono or a top, just have it as the back.
Because it really is a feature print, isn't it?
Because it is a real feature, yeah.
So this is the blues. This is the same print, but in blues.
Stunning.
I love that. I think actually, I don't know which is my favourite colourway.
This just looks more nautical to me.
It does,
really
doesn't it?
Nautical, fresh, but almost like the coastline in the early morning. Or in the moonlight.
Yeah, there it is, isn't it? It's that sort of,
the beginning and the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's just got that wispy, ethereal tone to it.
Yes.
Really love these. But the same detail, exactly the same print. So you've got all the detail you had in the brights. You've just got it in the tonal blues and this beautiful seagrass colour blue, green for the coastline and the foliage.
Okay.
Love it.
Then we have the same print. Shall I give you the code for the next one?
So this is in the vintage.
This is in vintage. So this is ZAYV12.
So these are what I would call your ice cream colours.
They are, aren't they? Yes, because it's vintage. So it does make you feel like sort of old postcards.
Yeah, Neapolitans, doesn't it? So you've got...
This one's really popular. I love...
This is I think this is the colourway I love
Right.
the most in this.
So
in
if you
this
want
one.
to buy this one by the half metre,
Yeah.
that's nearly sold out. The code is on the screen, but it is also in the vintage bundle of the 715 different ones, and it's also in the mega bundle. If you want it on its own by the half metre, if you want more than half metre, remember you can buy it in cut to order. So say you want a metre and a half, just put 3 units in your basket. Remember, this one is nearly sold out. Still available in one of the bundles, but out on its own.
I mean, when you see it on the screen as a whole like that, it looks like a collection of little islands, doesn't it? Interconnecting islands. It just looks amazing. Really, I love this, and it's the detail, the little deck chairs.
I know, when you really go
all
to
of
it,
a
so it'd
sudden,
be great
and then
for
the tiny seagulls.
if you wanted
It's
to
just
use
brilliant.
it for fussy cutting for EPP.
Absolutely, or for a log cabin.
Oh, yes.
Fussy cut one of the areas
Absolutely
for a log
gorgeous
cabin
with the
would
little.
be amazing.
Well, if you're using it for something, you've got a little bit left over, or it just works beautifully for a little tote bag, doesn't it?
Yeah,
half
absolutely.
a metre.
Yep.
It's a gorgeous tote bag.
Beautiful shopping bag.
Right. So
Do you want me to fold these up?
which one shall we do next?
Who's next on our list?
Should we do parasols?
Yes.
Because we love parasols. Let's start with brights.
Okay, doke. So you've got this one with all. So the
Oh, so that's
parasols.
blues.
This is the blues. Sorry, there's the brights.
Okay.
You've got that's. Do you want the code?
Yes.
CLYV95. So you've
CLYV95. So this is the parasols.
So
Let me give you that
all
one
the
back.
parasols are a nod. They've got like an Asian feel to them, but also a retro feel. So
Yes,
you've got they're multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry. So that's why I think it's great for dresses.
Good point.
Because
Yes.
you don't have to worry about your cutting element. In fact, it makes it good for anything really. But it's the detail within it as well. You've got the veining on the parasol as well. There are jaunty
it's
angles, and let's face it, whoever has a parasol at the right angle
Yes.
on a beach?
Well, it looks like a really packed British
Does.
beach from above.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah,
It's like Bournemouth Beach on a bank holiday, isn't it?
it is. Yeah, and then, but in between, you've got this beautiful deep.
Oh yes, here.
Almost like a mulberry red.
Yes,
With
if you look here, look, you have
little
to get my
V
finger.
details.
Here, look, there's.
That just break up.
Yeah, it
those
makes it not so
parasols.
solid, doesn't
But
it?
again, for EPP, you could do some amazing work, and you've got
Yes.
lots of colours to pick out from it as well. Which
So
is
this one is in
awesome.
the brights bundle,
Yeah.
or you can buy it by the half metre. Right, we've got the same one, but in blues.
blues. So this is JEYV05.
Okay, let me take that one out.
Do you want me to?
So
that
this one is in blues.
So you've got that mustard yellow, the poppy red.
And a lovely,
And the-
like a ocean blue
It
background.
is,
It's
yes.
not quite navy.
But you've got tones of the denims. You've got your faded jeans, your normal jeans.
Yes, yeah.
But also like a purpley blue in there as well.
gorgeous.
So the colours in this really rich, and the red is the thing that pops out to me. It almost looks like a whelk as well.
Yeah, it does actually quite seashelly,
So if
doesn't
you
it?
Ignore the
Yeah,
the
it is-
parasol
yeah,
base,
it is sort of seashelly.
you could almost see whelk shells.
But remember,
in there.
this is in the blues
whelks.
bundle, and all the colours in the blues bundle all go together as
Yep.
well. So you can buy it by the half metre, which means you can buy it cut as one whole piece if you wanted, say, 2 metres. But it's also in the blues bundle. Now, obviously, we also have it in the vintage. So I think it's really hard to choose which colourway.
It is.
So the code for this one is NTYV87. And then I'm going to turn that over. So again, you've got, it's just like a vintage green, isn't it?
It is. It's not an oregano. It's not a basil, but it's not a grass green either. It's a
No.
very muted green, beautiful green. I love this one. I think this would make an amazing tea dress.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it?
Really
and then you've got
pretty
lovely
tea dress.
shades of
Yeah,
mauves.
team it
and-
up with red shoes.
It
Would just look
gorgeous.
amazing, and you've got that beautiful blush pink running through it. The
So
ice
is this
vanilla.
a new print?
This was from the
Oh,
archives.
was it?
Yeah, so they've reconfigured the detail in it. It's a nod to that Asian element that Liberty
Yes,
always
yeah.
brings in through the whole store, really. And they've just sort of revamped and giving it that retro vibe as well. And
So we've got a question about the dress. Just bought the
Yes.
Bright Coast Liberty for a dress. What other Liberty would you put with it? Thanks from Mandy.
the Bright Coast, so that's this one. So I would put, if you want one of the other prints from here to put with it, I would go for something like the Summer Sketch or the Seashells would be nice.
Yeah,
But then you've got blues and blues. If you wanted the changed and to pick out your pinks, I would go with that.
We'll be going through those in a minute, so you'll be able to see them. Or if you look on the website, you'll be able to see the pictures of them. But the pinks are nice.
If you really wanted to have an impact, you could go in with some of the Shell Garden.
Okay.
But there's lots.
But we'll be going through them all anyway. But those are the suggested ones. But thanks for your question.
Yeah.
So those are we've done the vintage parasols. Which,
yes, we've done all the parasols now.
Okay. So what should we do? Let's do a floral.
A floral. So shall we go for? Let's go for coastal flowers.
That's perfect.
So this first one from the Brights, the code is QIYV20.
That's gorgeous.
It is absolutely stunning, this one. So multi-directional again, so great minimal use, minimal wastage, great for minimal use, you don't use this. Do not use that.
Minimal wastage.
As you know, I'm always on here with Liberty saying, don't put it in the cupboard, use it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely to stroke, but use it. That's what they're for. So this, if you imagine walking along past gardens along the coastline, you see a plethora of colours, don't you?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
But you always have those big saucer-sized poppy flowers somewhere.
The peonies.
Yeah, peonies at this time of year.
Yes, that's true.
But you've got that element, and they're the biggest feature in here and the brightest. And then in the background, when you start looking, you've got this mix of foliage and daisies coming through, running in the background. And it is just like a coastal garden. It's absolutely stunning.
So that's the one on the code on the screen. That's it in the brights.
Yeah.
If we do it in the blues, remember
Now
this fabric you can buy by the half metre, or it's in the brights bundle,
if you
or
want
in the mega
a
bundle.
statement dress, another statement dress. So this is YXYV31.
Oh, that is beautiful, isn't it?
Jubilee dress.
It
I'm
is.
just saying,
It's absolutely
Jubilee dress.
It really is, isn't it? It's red, it's mustard, it's blue, it's green. I love that one.
I think
that's shouts
gorgeous.
Liberty.
Yeah. I mean, I would love this.
Charlie loves this one.
As a skirt, then you could team it with any of those colour t-shirts or tops. Pair of trousers.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? We're just waiting for the code.
Really love it.
Here we go. Coming up. There we go. That's that one. Liberty Riviera Coastal Blues. Yeah, maybe that one's not going to be my favourite anymore.
No, you see, it's so difficult.
I know.
Every time you look at them, I was really struggling to choose.
Love that one. Right, let's do it in the
pastels.
vintage.
Yeah, this is the vintage.
Vintage coastal flowers.
This is definitely.
Hang on a minute, let me
this
just get the code.
goes really well. You know, in your mega bundle.
OEYV26.
You know, in the mega bundle, you've got that shell Wiltshire shadow.
Yes.
This would be divine matched
So that's
with
the free.
that.
That's one of the free ones you get
So
if you
that
buy
would
the
be-
mega bundle of all 45
That is an amazing
fabrics.
colour match.
It is, isn't
and
it?
Shell is one of the colours that is recommended with this collection.
Okay.
And the other one that we've got, the Arctic, again is recommended.
Right.
So
that if you've bought the mega bundle,
you're getting that.
perfect.
And can you imagine?
Yeah, you need to go to a tea
Yeah.
party.
Yeah, you can have a dress in that do your edgings, pipings,
that's just
panels, sleeves.
But I think,
in the
even if you
things.
made yourself a little beach bag, just to
absolutely.
take down with your sunglasses.
Sunglasses, Kate.
Yeah, it's perfect,
Which,
isn't
I
it?
have
Your
made
book.
actually on the show.
It's just gorgeous, isn't it? But even if you just want to make a couple of cushions to put in the guest room or on your bed, lovely.
Yeah.
Right, so
Stunning.
that's floral.
So that's floral. What do you want to go for now?
Should we go beach huts? Because I like them.
I love the sunny days, So we go to Cornwall a lot. We love
Let me
Cornwall.
pop that on your pile.
I love all the coast, I have to say. But the place where we go have these type beach huts, and they are painted bright as well. So this one...
Where's that then?
That's beautiful.
Sorry, this is...
Oh, you've got it.
LJYV68. So Bude Beach Huts.
Yeah. In parts of it, they are multicoloured. But what I love about this, when someone says to you, draw a beach hut, we all draw one of these, don't we?
We do,
And it always has stripes.
It
so
has
you've got
to
your
have
stripes,
stripes.
you've got your waves, you've got parasols, you've got the beach ball popping up every so often, because there's always one of those bouncing around, isn't there?
it's gorgeous,
and the
isn't
other
it?
thing I love is the fact that the sun appears every so often.
Yes, because it's always sunny.
Well, what I love is that it's not everywhere.
No, okay,
because we don't get sun all the time.
So there's a hint of realism in
yes,
this.
every so often we get the sun pop up, but it's just a fab mix. So if you are EPPing or fussy cutting, or you're only using a tiny amount, you can get an amazing amount of detail.
Yes, because when you look at, look at the size
Yeah.
of that, just those little beach
A
huts.
1 inch square will give you 3 beach huts.
Absolutely gorgeous. So if you think, right, well, I'm going to buy it because I'm going to make a tote bag, keep a little strip off the edge.
Yeah.
And use that for other
Be
things.
amazing.
So that's
Yeah.
the beach huts in the
Brights.
what's called Seaside.
It's called Sunny
Days.
Sunny Days.
But if you
Yep.
want blue days,
Yep.
sunny days in blue.
If you want it in the early morning, you've got IMYV82, and this is it.
I tell you what, if you
It's
had
so
a little
fresh.
stall at a fete,
Yeah.
imagine tote bags just in these,
Yeah,
they'd
I'll
sell
tell you
so
what I
well.
want to make out of this. A pair of dungarees for my grandson.
Oh, yes.
Sorry,
Absolutely.
Georgia.
Absolutely gorgeous, and I think you have to.
Yes.
You will look divine in them.
He will love them. He will love them. But then Nana will have to go and take him to the beach all
Yes,
the time.
and not let him play.
Oh no, we'll
Because
let
he
him
has
play.
his dungarees on, he must not get
Absolutely.
dirty.
No. He
But
can
they
have
would look
dungarees.
great.
And then I would make him a t-shirt top.
Are we, sorry
with this
Nikki,
one.
what did you say?
Sorry.
This one's very, very popular.
I'm not surprised.
Not much of this one
Not
left. It's
surprised.
so lovely, isn't it? You really, really need to check out. Lots of you got this in baskets. Some of you are going to miss out. Check out.
If you've got one of those coastal themed bathrooms.
Oh yes, let's do vintage.
The coastal blues.
Yeah.
Would look amazing.
If you can't decide,
in
just
there.
buy the whole collection
Yeah.
or choose one of the colourway ones, because if you've
So-
decided by now what colourway you like, then if you buy the 7.5 metre, you get one each of the prints in that colourway. Go onto the website, you'll see all the codes there.
Okay, so this is ZIYV69. Why can't I read today? What is going
They're
on?
very small letters, and they're well, because they make no sense, do they? And they all begin with Z and Q.
Exactly. So these, you've got your ice cream tones again. So for me, this is the afternoon on the beach, because the sun's sort of toned down a bit.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's just so pretty.
And look how beautifully it goes with
It
these.
does,
So if I
yeah.
start putting in the ones that we've already had.
See, parasols and this together
So
just
if you've
look
bought,
amazing.
if you're thinking about buying the vintage collection, you can now see. Look how it's all going together.
It's just so cool.
I love them. I think this is my favourite colourway. I think
The vintage?
I think
Is
so.
it?
I think I'm coming
See,
to that.
I change my mind every time I pick one
But
up.
then I like watching things like Grantchester and
Yes, you see, I'm
that.
a 1930s person.
Yeah, I love all
I
of
am
that.
not that old, I hasten
No,
to
but
add.
I love
I'm getting there.
that.
But
Heartbeat. Do you remember
Yeah.
Heartbeat?
We watch it every day.
I absolutely love
We get really
Heartbeat.
upset if we miss it.
Is it still? What do you watch it all on repeat then?
It's on every night
Is
for
it?
2 hours.
Heartbeat?
Yes, I know.
No way.
It is.
Oh, I used to
And then
love
the
that.
following day, you can watch it at lunchtime for 2 hours.
No.
I know.
But that's it. That's
Right.
it. And well, that's all
Welcome
of that
to the
era,
sad
isn't
world of
it?
Susie.
No, I absolutely love
I
Heartbeat.
love it.
Absolutely love
but
it.
yeah, I just the 1930s, the 40s, the 50s. I just love that, and that's where most of this collection has come from.
So this
is really
I mean,
is.
it's just gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Should we do deck chair stripes? Just
Deck chair
because.
stripes. I just love
Just because.
the vibrancy of this.
so we can give
Our family always had a joke about deck chair stripes.
So this is
like
bright
going
deck
over the
chair
top.
stripes. We are going in. We're doing well.
So
We're
this
getting in
is
order.
NJYV47.
Oh, this is
Let's do
This
them.
is British deck chair.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think we need to be that
You want
way.
to go that way? Okay.
Yeah. I'm running down my deck chair.
You're running down your deck chair. Yeah. I mean, these are just so.
Oh,
fab.
they're like fuchsia and mustard, and I don't
Yeah.
even know what that blue is called.
Well, I would call it a teal.
Yes,
Yeah.
because it's a greeny blue, isn't
Yeah.
it? But they're not straight stripes.
They're not straight stripes, which means It doesn't matter as you cut if there's a slight wiggle, but it gives you such great, I mean, you could do some amazing decorative stitch detail in the wider stripes with
but it's
coordinating
a beautiful
threads.
Binding as well.
Absolutely stunning for a binding, as you can see behind us with the blue version.
Mega popular, this one.
I love this.
If you've bought one of the others, buy half a metre of this just for the straps.
Yeah, straps.
We've got more of this in baskets than we've actually got in stock.
Check out. My summer shopping bag.
Oh, yes.
Going to be one of these.
Right, let's do the blues.
The blues, for me, just shout summer pyjamas.
Pyjamas, yes, definitely. Even if you have long pyjama bottoms in this. So, and that's used to bind the edge of this quilt.
So you can see how well it works as a binding. So you've got SMYV40.
So you can see how it works if you cut it that way.
I love this. So again, Jubilee.
It is Jubilee.
Jubilee bunting
it's red, white and
in
blue.
This would look awesome.
Oh, let me move it over.
Sorry.
Oh, let me give you that one.
Getting too excited.
I want all the fabrics in, all the colours, and I want to make 1930s dresses on my 1930s sewing machine and sit pins in the garden, gorgeous fabrics from Jojo and the Isle of Mine. I'm with you, Jojo.
I want to join you, Jojo.
And we will be there. What time are you starting? We'll finish at 1.
Isn't it always Pims o'clock?
Yes. Isle of Man sounds nice. I want.
You've never been there. It's on my bucket list.
We'll bring all the fabrics in all the colours. Don't tell anyone. You provide the pins. Sounds perfect, doesn't it? We'll be there.
Yeah, too right. Yeah.
They are gorgeous. We'll buy the mega bundle because you get 2 meters for free, and then you'll have all the fabrics and all the colours.
But with this, so we've got this would be lovely if you've got an outdoor patio area that you sit. If you just make a couple of cushions with this, that would really brighten it up and give you that sort of real beachy feel, wouldn't it?
Gorgeous bit of red piping.
It'd be really lovely, wouldn't it?
Right, let's see
in vintage.
What they do in the vintage. Oh. I'm with you, Jo. I want all the fabrics and all the colours, but I'm sort of feeling like this one is GSYV12. I sort of feel I need to choose one colourway. I don't know why. There's no pressure.
No,
I know. I'm struggling.
I think you need them all.
But I love this.
Yeah, I do. That's really cool.
Look at it with the beach
See, this,
huts.
I remember sitting on deck chairs like this.
I mean, imagine if you bought the beach hut, this one, and you made your summer bag with that, and then you had that as like a board across the top and the straps.
But if you owned a beach hut,
oh yes,
you'd have to make curtains.
You would.
And bunting.
This is like, or if you've got a camper van.
Absolutely.
Yes,
or a tent, Mr. Duncan.
We've got 30 left to do.
You know we're going away.
Yeah, a tent. Right, so that's that one. We've
got
30 left to do. Right.
Oh, is that all? Right. What are we going to do now? Should we do another floral?
Yes, start with the brights.
Start with the brights. Shall we do?
I'm going to put.
Let's do this one, Summer Sketch.
Yeah, we've got to go a bit quicker.
Okay,
right,
so we can go quick with these ones. So Summer Sketch. The code for this glorious pink is EGYV37. So you've got the outlines of all the flowers in here. You've got bellflowers, daisies, all those summery flowers scattered.
So that's a lovely one to mix with other things.
It's really beautiful. So this is with the brights, so you get it in this gorgeous pink.
Right, if we were going to do it in the blues,
you get it in this lovely sky blue, which is XZYV02. Which is so fresh and clean. Again, little girl's dress in this, a pinafore dress would look absolutely stunning.
Oh, I love that. That's really, really clean and bright and fresh,
really fresh,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
and then in the vintage, that yellowy one.
I'm going to start putting them over here.
So you've got
I think we're going to get
GFYV80, which again is really, really lovely. The flowers don't pop as much on this because you've got that cream background rather than a white background,
but
it still looks really pretty, really lovely for dresses and everything else. Goes really well with it. Would be really good for bindings and borders, sashing, because it's got a lot of details. Great for your EPP.
Gorgeous.
So that's Summer Sketch.
Right, next.
What are we going now?
You can choose.
Or I can choose.
Let me have the ones that we've
done already.
In that one.
Right, we've done all of those. There you go.
good job we don't run a market stall, isn't it?
It is. Oh no, I'd be perfect
Would
for a
you?
market stall.
Right, market stall.
I just wouldn't turn up because I'd buy it all. Seaside Blossom this is. So this is HSY V70. Look at all those gorgeous flowers. So you've
that's
got
pretty, isn't it?
And this really is all the little flowers that you see dotted, you know, those not alpines, but the ones that you sit in the beds, because the flowers on the coast tend to be dainty.
Your annuals.
Yeah, they're dainty, aren't they? And
these
they
are your bedding
sit
plants.
low so that they don't get blown in the breeze.
So pretty.
But it's so pretty. Very spring as well.
Yeah,
so if you're making spring things or doing a tea party, to me this is quintessential Liberty. So it is from the 1930s archive. It is a print that has been run time and time again.
And this one is the Brights collection.
This is the Brights.
So how did they do it in the blues?
I think it's stunning in the blues. You've got this beautiful pop of red. So the code in the blues is EOYV78.
And look at it with the big print. So if you've already bought the big print,
so you know that
pictures
Jubilee
on the
dress.
website. If you think, I want that one as well, but doesn't that go together?
So that Jubilee dress can marry the two together.
It could, couldn't it?
It's so gorgeous.
Beautiful. Little girl dress.
It is really pretty, but lovely for a summer purse.
Yeah, yes.
iPad case.
How
posh would you look if you were sat on the beach with this?
Oh, I know. Exactly.
Cover,
well, the thing is you
case.
buy Liberty print things for a fortune, don't you?
You do, absolutely. You do. Make your own to the size you want to work how you want it.
When you go through the airport with your passport cover.
I know.
Yeah, definitely. And then in the vintage.
In the vintage, now this is really ethereal to me. It's just so
That's
pretty.
home front dresses, like home front as well.
It is.
Do you watch home front?
Haven't seen. Oh, it used to. Yes.
Yeah,
when
not
it was
anymore.
On.
It's lovely.
ABY V81. This is. And it's just so dainty, absolutely stunning for your EPP. If you want to fussy cut to cover a button.
Oh yeah,
Can
definitely.
you imagine?
Yeah, I just bought a white T-shirt and it came with these really chunky white plastic buttons down the front.
Cover it with this.
That is perfect. I was thinking a bit of Liberty.
Yeah. But if you've got a denim jacket, why don't you just upcycle a couple of buttons?
I've got my denim jacket has Liberty patches on the elbows.
Not? Yeah, gorgeous. Just do the Riviera on a collar or a
and that's
cuff.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Would just look so stunning.
And remember, this comes in the vintage bundle or in the mega bundle of all the 45. The details are on the website for all the codes, or you can buy it on its own.
Yeah.
Right.
What are we going now? Should we go as this was on top?
Shall we?
Now this one is probably the most useful.
Okay.
Across the board.
Is that coral?
This is corallium, yes. So it's this particular one is GMYV26.
Do we have coral on the British seaside? We must do.
Oh, we do.
Do we? I always think of coral in Australia.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's because you wish to go there.
Yes, coral reefs.
So, but what I love about this is you've got that willowy coral sort of weaving through. You've got, but it's monochrome. So you've got detail shown. You've got plenty of scope for cutting, but if you take it right down to just half an inch, you've got, 1.5 centimetres. You've got phenomenal amounts of detail in there. So you can see, just finger width, you've still got loads and loads of detail.
So if you're just using a tiny bit for a little binding, you've got all the detail.
Or for sashing.
Yeah, that's true.
Or for any of your backgrounds, it's perfect because it picks up the colours in the rest of the collection.
Okay.
So this is from the bright, so that's the pink tone. Then when you go into the coastal blues, you've got AKYV07, and you've got this tone on tone. The sort of two-tone denims, I call it the indigo blue denim, and you've got your faded jeans denim.
That's lovely, isn't it? And it does go beautifully.
It does make your eyes go a bit wibbly when you start ironing anything, but it is. I mean, that together. If you did cut a big square of that, border it with this. Just put backing on the back, you've got a cushion.
You've got a beautiful cushion. This is now Charlie's favourite. He's Mr. Blue. What's yours, Nikki, then? What's your favourite? Always pink. So the Brights.
The Brights, yeah.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
It is stunning, so stunning.
And then from the vintage,
we've gone a really pretty pale pink. So you've got SDYV58. look at how delicate that is.
Oh, that is lovely, isn't it?
It's really
But again, a
pretty.
beautiful accent fabric to go with the others. So if I
or
put
a standalone. I mean, you could
if I
make
put that
a
with that
sundress.
one.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous. But I think this goes really well with the florals as well.
yes,
When you put it with
put it with that one.
that one, I love it with the shell garden that we're about to come to.
Oh, okay. But that is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's lovely on its own, but if you've bought one of them, it is
It
nice
picks
to
it
have
up.
that.
But imagine it as a lining in your bag.
Yeah. Yes.
That would look so cool.
Well, it would,
And
because I love having linings like that.
I do.
It just looks
but
gorgeous.
it would feel like you were delving into a coral reef,
Yes.
wouldn't it? When you put your hand in to reach
Gorgeous.
things out.
Right,
Cool.
next.
What we're doing now.
That one. Yeah, let's
That
just
one.
go from the top of the pile.
Okay, so this one is Wildflower Poppy. Now this is directional, unless you're not fussy. I know
Oh
that
yeah,
sounds weird.
they do.
KVYV31. This is.
Yeah, so
let's-
it does grow.
definitely
It does
grows
grows.
up where it goes across the selvage. So, but you've got those beautiful poppy flowers, and then you've got in the background, you've got your blues and purples and your mustards popping through as they do.
And it's very Liberty, isn't it?
It is. This is definitely an iconic Liberty
Yeah, it
Ditsy
is.
print, and you can see so much in it. But because it's a
If we're
Ditsy
getting
print,
close, yeah, you can see
you can
all
use
the
it in
detail.
small scale. So a border in this, even if it's a 1-inch border, you're still going to get a lot of detail. So great for EPP as well. You've got scope to do use it as a blender. Almost,
Oh, that's true.
because it's got all the colours in it, so it'll pick it all
Right,
out.
let's see how they did it in the blues.
So in the blues, again, we're back to our Jubilee dress, I think, with this one. So we are OGYV63. Let's turn it the right way around so the poppies aren't on the head. Now it really does look like poppies
Yeah,
in,
it does.
in a meadow
Yeah,
now.
this is definitely. You look lovely in this, Charlie.
This you can, and because the flowers aren't all the same and symmetrical, it does look like there's movement through the fabric
no, it does.
as well.
It
You've
looks
got
like a
that
little
summer breeze.
field with
Yeah.
a little breeze.
It does, doesn't it? It looks like
Gorgeous.
that. Sunny days,
So
lining.
that's it in the blues.
Yeah.
And now we're going to do it
Now,
in.
I think it looks a completely different fabric.
It does.
in
It looks very
vintage.
different in vintage,
Yeah.
doesn't
So
it?
the code in the vintage is PEYV40.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
that.
It is
It's
completely
just-
different. It looks more intense almost.
I think this looks more like a cottage garden
Yes, definitely.
rather than a meadow garden, but it's
Goes well with that one, doesn't
definitely
it? Loads
a
of this one
garden.
in baskets.
So pretty.
It is really pretty, isn't it? It's very multi-use as well.
It is, and for me, it's these big, almost like daisy-like purple flowers.
This is a beautiful
stand out.
cosmetic bag, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I've actually used this to make myself a project bag, so you'll see that in the next hour.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Right, should we
Yes.
do shells? Because I like we
Oh,
haven't
I
done
love
shells,
the
and I love them.
shells.
Because we've done a few
So
florals.
the shells doesn't feature in the brights.
Doesn't it?
No, because that's one of the extra ones. To make
Oh,
the 15,
right.
we didn't put it into the brights.
Oh,
So
okay.
we've got it in the blues. So this is GKYV60. And this, now you know when you walk along the beach and you've got, the tide's just gone out and you do that beach combing thing.
Yes.
You see a all plethora of different size
Yeah,
shells.
if you get in really close, you can
Yeah.
see the ripples in the sand.
You can.
So when the
you've-
sea
Yeah.
goes out, that's
You've
what's
got that-
those little
that drift.
ridges.
Yeah, it's really cool. And you've got different shaped shells. You've got your cockle shells, your whelks. You've
These
got
are very
all
limited,
sorts.
this one by
Love
half
this
metre.
one.
Very limited.
But again, fussy cut
EPP.
for the top of a button
Yes,
as well.
yeah, absolutely perfect
Great
for that.
for your handles, great for your
Yeah.
sashing. Binding would look good in this because it nods all the colours together. So
Right, and then
that's-
in the vintage,
it appears. So you've got
that's
that-
NDYV42.
you've got that clotted cream coloured
Oh,
background.
It is, it's definitely clotted cream.
It is definitely clotted cream. The shells are the same colour as they are in the
They are,
coastal
aren't they?
blues, but they look
There we go.
different.
Yeah, they are the
because
same,
they haven't
yes.
got. So you haven't got the ripple background. You've got a flat background, but the same shells.
Gorgeous. Like that one.
Multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry about wastage, which is really cool.
Right.
Then we're going. Where are we going now?
I don't know, should we do that green one?
This
Just because it really stands out.
Sunshine Daisies. So this is HOYV80.
That's lovely in the Brights, isn't it? Because there are greens, there's a lot of greens in the Brights collection.
is.
So, you know, it really picks up, if you put it with the feature one, it picks up the green.
It does.
On the hillsides is exactly the same, so it really goes with it, but it's so stunning, isn't it?
I've actually got a dress that is almost identical
Oh,
to
wow.
this.
Yeah, I bet that's lovely.
It is. It's just so clean and fresh. Very Wimbledon. If you're going to Wimbledon this year, you need a dress in this.
Absolutely.
But what I love again is multi-directional. If you notice,
so easy
the daisies
peasy.
are going everywhere.
Yeah, and if you're making a dress and it's got a multi-piece bodice like a princess seam, you wouldn't notice, would you?
No,
Just all go
absolutely
together.
not. And you don't have to worry about matching, seam matching.
Right, the
Absolutely
blue
love
in
this.
that one actually goes really well with this green.
It does. They all go really well.
Yeah, but it's interesting.
So-
But this one, because of although it's in the different colourway,
Yeah.
they're the same tonal.
So you've got KRYV32. Now,
But it is the same tonal
Summer
range.
dresses,
So if you wanted, although they're from the different colourways,
Yeah.
they go together really
They
well.
do really well. Definitely summer dress skirt. I've got a pair of trousers, I think, in this. I say I think because I have rather a lot of clothes. so
I think
can't
we've
remember.
converted Charlie to Liberty.
Have we?
Yeah,
Excellent.
absolutely loving this.
My
He's got
job is done.
Yeah, yeah. We've got a message. Morning all, what a beautiful collection. Please stop now, I've no money left. Thanks from Therese in Lancashire.
Yeah.
I can understand.
I never have any money.
I know, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? But do you know what?
Yeah.
It's starting to sell out. So buy it now. It's an investment in your future.
It is. It is
Because
just.
when it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah. But you can do so much with them because most of them are multi-directional as well.
Yeah, which is fab,
means
isn't
that
it?
you haven't got to think before you cut, and you can
Now
cut.
look at the vintage.
I know.
The version of that. Sorry, that is LBYV62.
I mean,
the
this
vintage
is
is definitely
your
my
faded
favourite.
jeans,
I
isn't it?
love that.
I want to make a little handbag for the summer in this, and then line it with either the Sea Life, which we haven't looked at yet, or line it with Corallium.
Yes. Have you not got that one, Mickey?
Ooh.
LBYV62. We'll find it in a minute.
But it's a beautiful faded denim blue.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, really love it.
Okay, we'll find the code for that one in a minute, but we
Okay.
need to...
Move on. Which one are we going to do now?
I don't mind. You can choose.
Shall we do this one?
Yeah,
So-
we found it.
We found it. Awesome. There it is.
Yes. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's just the photo is the wrong colour. That's what we were confused. So the photo's the wrong colour, that is the right code.
Okay, so we've got...
Oh, another message. You read that one now.
Yeah.
Morning both. Just bought the shell brights to make curtains in the bathroom from Lynn
Yes.
Angus. Perfect!
What a fabulous
Yes,
idea,
yes,
Lynn.
that's a really good idea.
Excellent.
Yes.
This is IJYV86.
Now this is Liberty.
This is definitely
Liberty.
iconic Liberty.
I know they're all
Summer
Liberties.
Meadow. Look at that.
But that just is Liberty,
yeah,
isn't it?
you've got your daisies, your bellflowers, your primroses.
And you see, up until
everything.
very recently, it's you could only get this in lawn. It wasn't in quilted weight cotton. So I've got lots of real iconic Liberties
Yeah.
in lawn,
Yeah.
but so much easier to do in quilting weight cotton.
Well, yeah, I mean, lawn has that advantage that it will drape. So if you're doing kimonos, it
Yes.
sort of drapes a bit more. But having said that, I've made a lot of my quilting cottons into kimonos.
Okay.
And
but
at
for
this-
homewares and quilting, this is much.
it's just
I know. I
beautiful.
think the day that Liberty went into quilting weight cotton was genius.
Yes, 1971. Yes. I love that. Look, you've got little strawberries
here.
in there. Oh, let me
There you
bring
go.
it in there.
Well, you
Look.
need to just look. There you go.
Oh, is there one there though? Yeah, look, just there.
Little
strawberries.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Isn't that sweet?
So pretty.
But I'd love to do a little
So in the
bag
blues-
over the shoulder bag
Yes.
for a little girl.
And
in that.
also lining.
Yeah, oh, yeah. So this in the blues, the code is JOYV91. That's beautiful, isn't
That's
it?
really lovely. Very, very fresh.
It is.
Very fresh.
This would look really great for your denim patches.
It would.
And in
actually.
fact,
Well, I
that
have-
pinafore you've got on, you could do the straps in
Yes,
this
I
and the
could.
pockets in this.
Yes, well, I've got pockets in
Yeah.
another fabric.
like that one,
But
yeah.
yes, they would look lovely in Liberty, wouldn't
would.
it? Yes, I'll take the straps off.
Yeah, just do
Take
that
the
now,
straps
will you?
off.
In the break.
Yes, but doesn't it look lovely with this print that was in the brights?
Does.
They go together. I love it when you put two scales of prints together.
You know that Jubilee dress?
Yes.
It's fast becoming a patchwork
It is
dress.
fast becoming a patchwork dress. Right, and then we'll see the... It is actually. I'll make another patchwork dress. I love them.
So this, for me, is a little girl's dress. So this is DKYV31. Look at it in those colours.
It's lovely.
So pretty.
Again, really good for things like cosmetic bags, wash bags, summer pyjamas.
Yeah.
But anything where you need that tiny print.
Any glasses cases, I mean, it would be an amazing glasses case.
Mobile phone holder.
Yeah. Anything that you do that is small scale, or patches, if you're doing like a 9-patch pattern or a half square triangle pattern, quarter square triangle pattern.
That's true.
You've got lots of detail in here and lots of colour, so you can marry it in with lots
Should we
of
do
lights.
that one?
The Shell Garden.
Is that what it's called?
It is.
Really, really
it's very vibrant.
Vibrant and florally printed.
NKYV13. I'll tell you what this reminds me of. We went to a lovely garden centre last weekend, and they had the most amazing aquarium section. And you know those tropical big tanks that you get? All of the plasticware that goes in the bottom. But it's all these vibrant colours.
It is so vibrant, isn't it? This one is
so
really
lovely.
popular. We're very
Love
low
it.
in stock on this one. Seaside Bright Shell Garden. Love that one.
But I love the fact that it's almost like one of those Where's Wally? Where are the shells?
Yeah, where are the shells?
You have to look for the
there
shells.
There they are. You can see them. Look.
And they've made them very cleverly into drooping flowers.
Yeah, so the shells are like the bluebells.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
I think that's so
in
clever.
The blues.
Now, I love it in the blues. I think it's really... I think the shells stand out more in the blues. So the blue code is ILYV80. Let's turn it the right way up. There you go. So you can see the shells more in this, I think.
Yeah,
they
it's
really
lovely,
stand out.
Yeah. Gorgeous,
Your lily
isn't
has
it?
suddenly become...
It's lovely because it's got all of those
shell.
colourways, but it's really unusual. It's got a little bit of humour as well.
It has. And actually, I've used this multi-directional, and it doesn't notice. It really doesn't matter. You can get away with it because
Lots
they
of
arch.
this in baskets. You need to check out of this one. Need to check out, or you're going to lose that one because loads of you have got that one in baskets. Or Charlie will buy it all. I'm not sure he's going to make with it all.
LCYV90. So this is in the vintage colourway. Very delicate.
Very delicate, very pretty. Just faded and lovely, isn't it?
It's really pretty.
It's like one of those sort of vintage textiles you find.
Yes.
Isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And it's faded pillowcases,
so
but just beautiful.
The background is like an off-white. It's not a cream, it's like an off-white.
It's just very delicate and lovely.
Very pretty.
So if you've bought any of the other vintage ones, or you want the whole bundle of vintage, you can get that separately, but this will go with any of the vintage prints we've done already.
There's quite a good lavender tone running through this as well. So if you're a purple fan or a lavender fan, this would be really lovely to tone in with a plain lavender.
Right, so let's do...
See, we've done Corellium. We
Yes.
missed the yellow one. That's the one we missed. So we're down to Sea Life. So what do you imagine in Sea Life? Do you want the code? This
turtles, not turtles, Charlie, not in this.
GLYV27. So I imagine yachts and fish, obviously, and you've got your butterflies, fish, shells. You've got your coastal flowers featured in this, so it's all a bit retro.
Yeah, it is retro. Yes, isn't it? I can.
Not from the 1980s.
Yeah, very graphic,
print.
isn't it?
It is, but they are very. There's shadow outline sketches.
But also it goes together really well with the rest of the collection. It's kind of your sort of your low volume print that will go with other things. But if you're a fan of small pieces and fussy cutting or buttons, it's all in there, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Again, I think this is great for dungarees.
Yeah.
Really good for dungarees.
Right,
for
so
you,
in the blues. So this
in
features
blues,
twice in the blues.
Twice. So you've got it in blue on blue, which is XTYV59. So you've got that rich marine blue with a mid blue over the top.
Gorgeous colour, isn't it? It's
really,
very vibrant.
Really rich colour. So this, I think, would make a really good blender against any of the blue tones. And
this
then,
one, again, very low in stock. Loads and loads of stock has been bought on pre-order. Lots of you have it in baskets. The other blue one
is KEYV09, and it's the a mid blue with white detail. So it really does make a great fidget. Great for a bag lining.
Limited,
stunning
very
for bag
limited,
lining.
this one.
Really good for any detail work you're going to do.
So pretty, I love that. And it's so summery, isn't it? It's seaside summer.
Can you imagine it as a half square triangle against any
just
of the other
pull it up.
coastals? So if you just did, let's pull this back, if you just did a triangle of it, look how much detail you get
I
in
know,
a triangle.
absolutely, it's
5 inch
perfect for
square.
that. That one is
Absolutely
almost
stunning.
sold out. And then in the vintage, there are two of them in the vintage.
The two colours in the vintage. So you've got this beautiful green, GAY
that's my lovely green.
V45. Yeah, it's like a seagrass green. Absolutely stunning. So it's slightly like an ivory, not a white detail.
Gorgeous. And
that
again, like you
seagrass
say, if you're
green.
doing small pieces like little squares or triangles,
Absolutely
you get
perfect.
loads of detail in it.
Absolutely, yeah. If you know anyone who is a sailor, make them a glasses case just for that. And then in the pastel blue is DVYV19. And this again has got that ivory background, this pale late summer sun sky blue.
Wedgwood, yeah, it is very Wedgwood.
It is.
That sort of colour, isn't it?
Really lovely.
Very, very
Afternoon tea.
popular, that one.
Really stunning.
You do need to check out.
But this would tone with any of the coastal blues as well.
Yes, it would actually, but
Because
there's
it's
more of this in baskets than we've got. So we are running over time, but I just want to go back through the big bundles before we finish, because I know we've bamboozled you now.
We have.
We've
There's a lot. I
bamboozled
bought a
you.
lot.
You did, you bought lots. So, if you want to buy the big, have we got any of the big mega bundles left? I think so, I've kept them all together.
Yeah, you're good. But they're not in an array.
No, they can stay like that now though.
Okay.
Right, of the big mega bundle, £322.07, we have got 5 left. But we've got more than that in basket, so you really need to check out. If you buy the mega bundle, you will get one each of these 45 prints, half a metre of every single one of these prints. But we will also, 2 of those we won't charge you for, and we will give you these 2 Wiltshire shadows that we've chosen specifically because they go with the collection. They go with the coral tone goes with the vintage, the blue will go with the brights or the blues. So you're getting 4 half metres of Liberty, so 2 whole metres of Liberty for free. We've got more in baskets than we actually have in stock. £322.07. And if you want to do it on split pay, you can do it on split pay too. So please do check out, or you're going to miss it. There it is. So if you want to do it on split pay, when you come to the point of checkout, then you can do it then. And that's entirely up to you, and it's interest free. £80.51, 4 equal payments. There are only 4 left. And there's 7 in baskets. So 3 of you, if you all check out, are going to miss out. So please do check out on this one. Now, if you do want to buy them as the colour range, if you can't decide and you just love the colours, if we start with the brights, you get 15 half metres, so 7.5 metres in total, all of those brights. So now you've seen all of the fabrics, which one do you like the best? It's really hard.
It is.
There are only 6 of this bundle left. That's the feature print in it, so you can see what the main print looks like, and those are all the blended prints. So £112.35. We can split that into 2 equal payments of £56.17. That means that it's interest free, and you will get it sent in straight away. That's the Liberty Riviera Seaside Brights, all 15 fabrics, 7.5 metres in total. How many have we got left? So we've only got 6, only 6 of those left. Blues, so if blues is more your thing, I've got a very glamorous assistant. Loving my glamorous assistant. My Liberty assistant. Now there's only 3 of the blues bundle left, and there are 7 in baskets. So £112.35, but you are getting 15 half metres of the whole collection, which is fantastic because you've got the big feature prints, you've got the small prints, everything you've got that you want. So you want to have the blender, you want to put that with it. You're thinking, shall I buy the half metre for the straps? No, you don't need to, it's all in there. It's all, everything you need. And then finally, if your favourite is vintage like mine, it's been a tricky decision.
I was going to say you started blue.
I know, it did start blue. I just think it's, I don't know why. I'd be quite happy to have any of them, to be honest.
It's what project you're doing, I think.
It is. So there are 7 of the vintage left. So same price, £112.35. There we go. Vintage summer bundle, you get 15 half metres. You get all the blender fabrics, you get the big floors, the little floors, the deck chairs, the stripes, the parasols, the feature print, £112.35. Or if you want to split it, 2 equal payments of £56.17. We'll take one payment from you now, another one in a month's time, but you will be sent it straight away. If you have any questions in the meantime, please let me know. I know that we're running over time, but we needed to go through them all, didn't we?
That's all right. I'm going to be using them again in a minute.
True. So don't go anywhere. Suzie will be back with us in a couple of minutes' time. We're just going to have a little break so she can go and have a cup of tea. We're not even that.
Well, not even that,
glass
no.
of water.
I'm just going to get the sewing machine out.
We have got 3 fantastic kits to make bags using these fabrics, and we've got instructions as well. So don't go anywhere. Congratulations to everyone who's managed to get their bundles, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes. That's fat.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, to Liberty Day, really, isn't it? So if you were here for the last hour and saw these fantastic Liberty fabrics, congratulations to all of you who managed to get the mega bundle. I think there might be one left. And if a lot of the individual fabrics sold out by the half metre, go on, click on Watch Live, scroll down, all of the products there if you want to buy them. But what Suzie has done is to show you how they work in action so that you can create your own Liberty item. She has made this beautiful bag. It's perfect. It's perfect for the beach. It's perfect for shopping. It's perfect for carrying everything to work in. Lovely if you're going away for a weekend and you can put a few things in. Now, because this beautiful Riviera collection is split into 3 colourways, brights, blues and vintage, obviously we have kits for each. So this is the bag in brights. It's got the gorgeous feature print on it. It's lined. The whole thing is Liberty. I'll turn it inside out. So look, it's lined where we've got a floral on one side, we've got pink on the other. It has webbing handles. We've got the webbing available separately, or you can put the PU handles on it. It's got wadding in it. It's absolutely gorgeous. So that's it in the bright. So you can just imagine off on your summer holidays. I'm in the airport now. Gorgeous. It's also available in blues. Love this. It's beautiful, isn't it? That's gorgeous. Love it. You've got all the florals, you've got the blues. Again, it's fully lined in Liberty. Look, it's got the beach huts on the inside. This is definitely me down the beach. Flask of coffee. Flask of coffee, a few sandwiches, bottle of wine for later.
I was going to say, what's with the coffee?
Well, that's to start with. That's to start with. No, I'm down the beach. I've got my beach mat in here.
Yeah. Swimming costume.
Yes, definitely.
Sun cream.
All of it. Now, it is also available in the vintage, but that's the one that Suzie's going to be demonstrating with, so you'll be able to see that in a minute. So let me show you the kits. So let's start with the brights. Have we got the instructions? Have you got
I've got a set.
Oh, let me borrow your set. I don't know where they're gone. So, if you want to buy just the instructions, but the instructions are in the kits, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay, right. If you want to buy just the instructions and not the kits, they are available for $9.99. Just the instructions. No fabric. You have to use your own. Or if you've bought some fabric in the previous hour, if you've bought one of the bundles and you want to use it, there's the instructions on their own, £9.99 for the Sunny Days tote bag. But if you want to have exactly the right fabric, let's start with the brights. So in this kit, you get obviously the instructions coming up. And then you get 1.5 meters of fabric. You get 0.5 meter of the gorgeous feature print. That's so lovely, isn't it? We love that. That's my favourite print. 0.5 meter of that one. Then you get 0.5 meter of this gorgeous, bright, clear, sunny. It's a sunny pink, summery pink, lovely pink with all the little white flowers all over it. Wow, so we don't have many of those left. Oh, you also get 0.5 meter of the really pretty summery print. Very limited in stock. We're on single figures of this kit now. $29.99. Instructions and 1.5 meters of beautiful Liberty fabrics. So you need to check out, by the way, if it's in your basket, you need to check out. We've got more in baskets than what we have left. If you like the blues, if you want to make the blues, yes, Charlie's going to make this one later. You see him coming into the office. Yeah, I'm not sure Suzie will let you have this one. I think she's got plans for this bag.
Yeah,
Just don't include you, Charlie.
Coming to the beach.
It's coming to the beach with her. You'll have to go to the beach with her if you want to use the bag. Oh, message. Morning, everybody. Great show. I'm new to sewing. Do I need to use a special needle to sew the webbing handles?
No, I didn't. I used the same sewing needle for both. You just need to sew a bit slower because it's quite a bulky bit. Just go slowly as you do it, but I didn't use a different one at all. Just a normal sewing needle.
Fab. Great question. Thank you, Donna, for that. In this one, you get 0.5 meter of the beach huts. You get 0.5 meter of this gorgeous shell flowers that's like bluebells that are shells. 0.5 meter of that one. And then you get 0.5 meter of this really pretty blue. That's lovely, isn't it? So that is the blues. Oh, another message. Good morning, lovely ladies. Sorry, I was a little late to the show. I was wondering about the gorgeous quilt behind you. Is it a kit today? Lovely demo from Claudia. Claudia, I'm really sorry it isn't. I said to Suzie when she brought it in, you know everyone's going to want a kit from that. It was made by Liberty to showcase the fabric. But Suzie is going to have a little chat with them and see if she can write some instructions. So maybe we could get her back for another show. But it is merely there to show you what beauty you can create from this. But unfortunately, it isn't a kit. But we do have kits for the tote bags. So finally, there is the vintage tote bag. You'll see that in a minute in action. The blue one. The blue one that I've shown you is almost sold out. We've got more in baskets, so you really, really do need to check out. If you want the vintage one, it features the gorgeous feature print. Oh, I love that. You'll see this one in action in a minute. So this is your... this is you going on your vintage holiday. I really want this one. I'd look fab on holiday with that.
It would.
You see,
and
you get this
skirt.
Gorgeous floral. That's lovely, isn't it? And you get the beautiful, really soft, pretty, almost like primrose yellow print. More in baskets than we've got of that. For the bag, you will also need what that isn't in the kit. You will need some wadding. So let me just show that. You need some wadding, which is here, because that's not in the kit, but you can use your own, but if you don't have any, yes, it is, yeah. So you'll need, how much do you need of this?
0.5 meter.
Just 0.5 meter, so 9 ounces. If you haven't got, you don't have to put wadding in it, but it does help. It will.
It gives it shape.
Gives it shape and body,
Yeah.
and this is iron-on, really easy to use, and you can sew through. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
You'll also need some webbing as well. So the webbing is available by the meter, and 1 meter is enough. Because the webbing isn't in the kit, it's just the fabric and the instructions. So if you haven't got any webbing, this is lovely cotton webbing. That's enough for both?
1 meter. Well, it depends on what size handle.
Right.
I personally don't put things over my shoulder because I've got my shoulder, everything falls off. So I prefer a shorter handle.
So this is where if you want to use 1 meter, if you want to have a longer bag, you will need to buy 2 of these pieces. Oh, hang on there. That's not what's in the graphics at the minute, just to confuse you. That's the wadding. Can we put the webbing in? So if you want short handles like this, a 1 metre piece is enough. But if you want a long one that sort of comes down to your waist, then buy 2 of these.
Yeah.
They're $1.99 a metre. So 1 if you want short handles, 2 if you want long handles. That's right. Another message. Hi Rebecca and Susie, beautiful fabrics on the show, but I love Susie's dress. Is it made from Tana lawn or quilting weight cotton? Thank you.
Thank you. No, it isn't actually. It was a lucky find when I saw the fabrics. I always try and find something to coordinate, and it just leapt out at me. So
it's not Liberty?
It isn't
It
Liberty.
looks Liberty.
I know. I was going to make myself a kimono out of one of the fabrics, but when I found this, I thought, job solved. Thank you, though.
Oh, it is lovely. Right, so those are all the kits. If you got any questions about them or want to run through them again, or if you're not sure, go onto the website, you'll see the codes. Loads and loads of you have them in baskets and haven't checked out. If you want them and want to secure it, you need to check out. But remember, it's only 1 P&P per day, so secure it by checking out, then it's yours. Right, Susie, I've done all the admin now. So,
Excellent.
love the bag.
Good.
Tell me about the bag.
So the bag, when I
you can have them back to show
thank you.
if you want.
When I was asked to bring the collection to you, they said, would you like to design something? And I thought, well, obviously a beach bag. But we all have massive bags that we overfill, don't we, when we go to the beach. This one is one of those that you can use as a beach bag. You can use it as a summer tote bag. It is a great handbag as well. It's a good universal all-round shopper everything bag. I haven't put any pockets in, so you can always add that as a feature if you wanted to. But what I did put was this nod to summer with this sort of pinwheel
If you turn
block.
if you turn it flat, then we'll have a little
We'll
flat.
have-
Turn it round, though.
That
That's
one, well, it
and then
doesn't
we'll
matter
flat
because
shoot
it's
it. Oh, okay. No, it
doesn't really matter
There we go.
because it's a pinwheel.
Ah, now we can
so
see,
you've
yes.
got this pinwheel going on in the middle.
That's lovely.
The other thing I wanted to do was eliminate me telling you what to use when. So it uses 3.5 meters of fabric, and you choose which does what. You can mix and match to your heart's content.
Okay. So it doesn't really matter
Doesn't
at all.
have to matter at all where you feature them. And if I explain, so you get a feature fabric in the bundle, so it'll either be Adventure Coast or Sunny Days are the ones in the 3 bundles. I've chosen to put them as my sides in this case, so it becomes fabric 2. If you think it's fabric 1, fabric 2, fabric 3's at the bottom.
Right.
That's how I
Okay.
then arrange the fabrics. So I've done that on both of these, but when I came to use the vintage, I switched it around. So I've done one side. So if I show you
us
what the
yeah.
side looks like, now I've muddled everything up. So with this one, fabric 1 was my iconic Adventure Coast, fabric 2 was my Coastal Flowers, and fabric 3 was Summer Sketch. So you get a completely different look when you mix it around.
Yeah, you do, don't you? It looks, yes, completely. So
Completely
have
different.
a think first then.
Exactly. So having the feature top and bottom or middle or on the sides, it's up to you. But it also means that when you come to do the lining, you've got scope as well, because there's enough fabric in the bundle for you to line your bag with
Which is
these.
brilliant. So you've got a fully outed and lined Liberty bag for
Yeah.
$29.99.
Or you can use your own lining and coordinating colour and make 2 bags.
Yes, now maybe I'm thinking I would do that.
Yes. Yes.
So you just need a bit of plain fabric.
Yeah.
But it's, if you know, there is enough for the lining, but yeah, if you
Do you
want
want
2
those
bags.
back?
Yes.
Awesome. So it's not a difficult bag to put together. So if you've never made a bag before,
Today's
this is
the
a
day.
good one to start with, because as long as you can sew a straight seam.
The blue one has
You're
sold
good.
out.
Oh my
So you
goodness.
can't get the blue kit. The blue one has sold out. But we still have the brights and the vintage.
May I borrow my destructions, please?
Oh yes, sorry, yes you can.
No,
I don't know
it's
what
fine.
happened to ours.
That's all right. I think there only one copy came through.
Okay.
That's
We're
why.
fine now.
Not sure why. So in the instructions, obviously you get your full
Only
list
3
of
of the
everything.
brights one left. Only 3 if you want the brights one. Only 3 left.
Gosh, it's very popular.
Well, it's because it's beautiful.
It is, yeah, I have to say, I was really pleased with
One
this.
left of the vintage.
was so pleased with it. I've messaged, I think, every member of my family with a photograph. Look at this, I'm really pleased with this. Anyway, one thing I will say, when you're cutting your fabrics, once you've decided which is fabric 1, fabric 2, fabric 3, cut it in the order it says. Don't just amalgamate because you'll end up wasting fabric. Think about how you're cutting with this one, because then you'll maximise the amount of fabric you've got left over, which means you can even make a cushion, you could make a purse, you could make a sunglasses case with the leftovers.
Yeah.
So you can fully kit out your bag with your leftovers.
The vintage is sold out.
Oh dear.
Oh, so this is the
And that's the one I'm
sunglasses
demoing.
case.
Is that okay? Yeah, that's one I made.
Yes, yeah, of course it is.
Really
That's lovely,
easy to
isn't
make
it?
that one.
Make a
but
little
it's great
sunglasses
use
case.
of-
No, because we still want to know how to make it for the
Am I
people who
allowed to
bought
do it in the vintage?
Yes.
I am. Right, so the first thing we're going to do
There's one
then...
left.
There is. Okay, so that one I'm holding on to. You're cutting squares from your fabrics, and on all of those squares you're going to draw in a diagonal. Don't think too heavily about direction at this point, because it doesn't matter, because you're making a pinwheel, so it doesn't matter which way round it goes, it's all going to be the wrong way up. So I'm going to use the Add a Quarter ruler from Creative Grids, which is on the next hour's show.
Okay. So
Love
if you want to buy the Add a Quarter ruler, you need to go on to Watch Live, click on pre-order, gosh, I couldn't get the words, and you will find the Add a Quarter rulers on there. We'll be going through them in the next hour, but if you want to buy the tools ahead, you can get them on the pre-order section.
And the reason I use this to draw in my diagonals is because even with the 6.5-inch square, it's still a big thing to cope with a 2.5-inch square.
I love the Add a Quarters.
This is probably the ruler I use most often to do tasks around my sewing room. So I'm just drawing a diagonal in with a heat erasable friction pen, so that I've got that stitch line. If you're good at winging it, don't need to draw it, but I'm afraid I'm not. So
I actually draw all of the lines.
yeah, I do.
All
I
three
draw
lines.
everything,
And
and
then
we'll
I-
only want the diagonal because we're sewing the diagonal.
Oh, of course,
so
yes.
we're
So if I'm
okay.
doing half square triangles, I do them on either side as well, so I can sew
Oh,
along
I
them.
do. Yeah, absolutely, I do. I do not.
Well, everyone says draw a line down the centre and stitch out quarter inch either side, and I think, oh, a line would be nice.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is why I love that ruler.
Yeah, I mean, I will draw anything in to save me having to think when I come to sew. Because I chain piece, and when you chain piece, you're so busy trying to get everything done that you don't want to have to concentrate,
No,
do you?
no,
So
absolutely.
the first thing you can do, we're going to do block A. So there's 2 blocks, block A, block B. Neither of them are tricky, but all of them you need to get right to start with. So you've got, you're going to take your fabric 3. I've muddled myself. I'm looking at the wrong one. Bear
So
with
the
me. Here we go.
kit, have all the kits sold out now?
It's this one.
All of the kits have sold out, but we do have the instructions on their own. So you need 3.5 meters of fabric for this. So if you pop into the onto the website, choose 3.5 meters that you like, and buy the instructions, then you can still make a Liberty bag, but in your choice of 3 colours.
That's very good. And I have, you know, when we turned everything upside down to get the piece, I've missed a piece. But basically, I want all of those pieces. Where have they all gone?
Is that because you gave?
Yeah, we turned everything upside down, didn't we? And they've all flown somewhere. Oh, there they are. Look, we found them. Here we go. Right, we found them. So you need your fabric 2 rectangles and your fabric 3 squares. Mark your diagonals, and you're going to place them on the short side, match up your short sides on the right hand side of your fabric 2 rectangle, with your diagonal running from top right down to bottom left, or bottom left up to top right, whichever you like to say. You can pin it in place if you want to, so I've got these fab quilting pins that are on the next hour as well. And
So
that
why
just
do you use
means-
quilting pins
So
then?
I use quilting pins rather than dressmaking pins because they're much finer, much sharper points. They're longer, so they'll go through all your layers. They've got, well, just all the dynamics you need for
quilting. So they will be, I'll be talking about those in the next hour,
Yeah.
but if you want to buy them, go onto the website, click on Watch Live, and they are listed there, but they are good.
They are good.
I love a quilting pin.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a fan of having the right pin and the right needle, so I have many of right pins and right needles.
Okay, so for some reason we've got no stitching coming up here. What's going on? Oh, I can see. There we go. Right.
You know when you think,
What is going on? Yeah, you know, you leave it's all set up and then you come back to it and it's all one pear-shaped. So you need you don't want your 1/4 inch foot on if you've got a 1/4 inch foot, because you're not doing 1/4 inch. You're going to sew straight down the diagonals.
okay.
With a normal stitch length. So this is set to 2.4 on this Elna. You do need your foot pedal, which for some reason was the other side of the studio. And I'm just going to sew down these.
All the instructions are going well. Busy on those. Don't forget you'll need 3.5 meters, so just choose the liberties that you like.
Absolutely.
So your chain piece in there, if we haven't done that before.
Yeah. So all I'm doing is running down the seam, and as it gets towards the end of the piece in front, I introduce the next piece under the foot.
Right.
You do not have to chain piece. All it does is speeds up the process, and also it just reduces slightly the amount of thread that you're using.
Do you need to reverse stitch at all?
I don't.
You just
not for this,
go all the way
because you're
through?
not getting. Yeah, we're not doing anything major. So you need to take all your pins out. You don't even have to cut your ends.
Which is always a bonus.
Yes,
I hate doing
I'm
that.
rubbish at that.
I'm rubbish at that, and then they stick through the seams later, and then you have to pull them all out.
I tend to do it when I get here in the morning, and as you hang things up and put things out to take photos, I think, oh, I can see an end, so I start snipping live on air. Right, if you go back to, you can either go to add a 1/4, or you can get one of your rulers. Again, this ruler I think is featuring next hour.
It is. I think actually Suzie is using every item for the next hour, which
I'm
is
doing
great.
quite
This is brilliant. She's now used. I should put them to one side as we use them. So Susie's now using the Creative Grid 6.5 by 6.5 inch square, which we'll be talking about in the next hour. But if you want to get one, just go on to Watch Live, scroll down, and they are on there. I have one of these. I love it.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Really good for...
Really handy. I do a lot of projects with 6.5 inch blocks, so this is perfect for squaring off as well. And it's really easy. You'll see in the next hour I'm on how I use it for...
Oh, for the lovely
things.
quilt.
Yeah. Right, so we're almost finished block A. All we've got to do now is press back. But before I press back for that one, let us do block B, because then I can do all the pressing at once. So block B, you're going to take the other rectangle, which is block colour 3 that you've chosen, and you're going to position colour 2 at the opposite angle. So on the left hand side, you're going to go from top left to bottom right. Again, I'm just going to pin it to hold it, and we need to do the same for this one. Now, do have a think with this, because remember we're folding back, so you can make sure that when you fold back, just give it a little test. You've got a piece that you like coming through if you want to. You don't have to, because there's so much detail in these prints that you don't actually need to worry too much.
Okay, but if you're thinking about trying to position
if
prints...
there's a particular boat you really like, or you really want that bit of parasol showing, then just watch how you position. So you're going to do this side first. So again, I'm going to chain piece those. So as I get towards the end, I'm just going to introduce the next one. And drawing that line means it's easy to follow as it works its way through the foot on my sewing machine. I think we need a new thread cutter blade on this. So well used in this studio.
Yes, they
isn't
do.
it?
They get used up quite easily.
To be fair, my one at home I've had to replace. And tomorrow is my clean my sewing machine day because I'm switching projects. So the shape,
I know, I thought of
the
you when I
needle
cleaned
gets
my
changed,
machine
I
the other
clean
day.
it all out.
And I don't do mine as much, but I was just before I quilted my quilt, I did clean out my machine and I changed my needle. I thought of you. Felt very proud of myself. Because I definitely don't do every project.
Oh. So the block B has an extra one putting in. Now you can trim back, press back first, or you can save yourself a task and you put your other piece in, lift this one out the way because you're only sewing that diagonal, so as long as there's no fabric underneath you're okay, and it's placed at the same angle, so from top left to bottom right with the drawn line, and we're just going to put in a pin to hold, and I'm going to do that on all of these. So lift up that piece out the way, make sure I'm going to do it so I've got boats, I've decided. But the boats will probably be on their sides, but does it matter?
No, that's the beauty, that's the point of patchwork, isn't it? Is that it's supposed to be like that. Because
exactly.
when we used to do patchwork, it wasn't created from fabric by the yard, was it? It was from old clothes.
Absolutely. And it just, what you have to remember is it's the overall design that you're looking at, not the individual detail. Unlike dresses where you tend to look at the individual detail. Like, do the seams match? I'm terrible for that.
I've got a dress where the on the bodice the birds are on the right way up, and they're sitting in trees, and on the skirt section they're falling out of the trees.
Ah, okay.
Handy. And I didn't make that, just saying. But I only noticed when I was wearing it, like a few months later, that they'd put the skirt section on upside down, so the birds are falling out of the trees.
That's so funny.
But no one else notices, so. Does it matter, really? I think it does for some things, doesn't it?
Yeah,
some things are a bit more obvious.
Yeah, tartan and stripes. I've got a jacket that I have where I was really pleased because everything precisely matched up. But then I had another one years ago where it was just slightly off on one trouser leg, and that was it. I couldn't wear them. Did my head in. So they were donated. Really sad. So the other thing with chain piecing, if before you trim, so this is a real use of, this is how not to waste anything. These bits that I cut off, what I would normally do is just stitch down these again before I cut them. So where I've stitched a quarter, I would leave a seam allowance and then I just stitch in again so that these then become tiny little half square triangles, and I'd use those for little projects and patch them together and I could make dolls' clothes and dolls.
You are good. I'm
things.
not very good at doing
See,
things
I've
like
got
that.
a whole heap saved, ready to do my next little project. So that's what I normally do, but obviously I'm not going to waste your time watching me do that because that's not exciting.
But you will be taking them home.
But I will be taking them home
and
to do that.
making extra half square triangles.
Yeah. Not this afternoon though. Well, don't know, might do.
It might be raining when we get outside.
Oh, don't. No, it's scheduled to be nice all day.
Is it? Well, yesterday though, it was beautiful, wasn't it?
Oh,
and then
it's stunning.
Then it started raining.
Very strange.
But
so
today's going to be nice, is it?
when you trim, just make sure, if you have done what I've done and chain piece these, make sure that you keep the fabrics folded out the way. You're not cutting them because you'll be very sad because you'll have to cut more and start again. So just keep everything out the way. So that's all I'm doing at the moment, is trimming off that excess corner just with leaving a quarter inch. As long as you've left a bit of a seam, if it's less than a quarter inch, don't go any less than an eighth because that's risking it a little bit. But bear in mind, this is going to be a utilitarian item. So you want to allow it a bit of give and robustness. So we're going to iron now. And with this mat, you can iron, can't you? Because you just shut it up and you can
Yes,
iron on
brilliant.
here.
Cutting, ironing, that will be a product on that's in the next hour.
I tell you where I use this. When I go away, I take this board with me. I have got I use the cut and press at home all the time.
Right.
Love this board. but this does not fit in my tote bag.
No, funnily enough.
That
Yes, or
will
in your
fit.
new...
all my tote bags I design are designed for me to be on the go.
Okay.
So if I can fit all my on-the-go kit in it, then it works for me. So with these, you're going to press back. So set your seams first. So that just means putting a warm iron, set it to the right temperature, and then when you press back, press out towards the corners. So you get that nice rectangle come back through. So set seam first, press out towards the corners. I'm not overly worried if they're slightly skewed, because the stitching is missing on these. I wonder if my bobbin's gone funny.
Oh. I've done that before, where you've actually sewn quite a long way and then realised...
Oh, your bobbin's run out or something. Yeah. I'm going to just re-sew one of those. Is it me, or do the lights keep flicking?
When I looked at Becky, she looked at me. Something definitely flashed then.
Well, we had them all go out earlier, didn't we? So something going on. I did a Facebook Live last night, a papercraft one, and there was a thunderstorm. It was for an American company, and they were in the midst of a thunderstorm. It was really bizarre, because every so often there was this almighty great clap of thunder came over.
Oh, really?
The sound, and I'm thinking, well, there's no rain here, what's going on? It was really bizarre.
Weird.
Really bizarre. Right, let me just quickly sew that one back, because otherwise we won't be able to do this bit. There we go. Well, that's sewn, so I don't know what went on there. That was very odd. Right, so we've got all our pieces now. So we've got all our A's and B's. So you should have 4 of each. So now, the other thing with this mat is you've got this textural side.
Yeah, I do like that, because that's
for placement. It's
really useful, actually. I remember when I first had it, I thought, what am I going to use that for? But I actually use it quite a lot.
So for each one, what you need to do is to mix up your panels. So you're running your A's and B's against each other, and you want to place them so that you get, what you need to decide is what you want in the middle. Now let me show you with my finished side, if I bring it in. I wanted to have the feature fabric number 1 in the centre.
Yes.
So when you place them, you need to make sure that that one is on your left hand side as you put these together. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And you're going to pair them all up and do that together. So you're going to run them all the same, and you're going to think, well, that's not going to work, it won't make your pinwheel. Yes, it does, because of the way we put them together. If you want to, lay them all out in your 4 now, and then you don't have to think.
But this is all in the instructions,
it is
so don't
all in
worry
the
if you think, oh, I can't do that.
This is too much.
Don't understand.
Don't panic.
It's all in there.
Do not panic, Mr. Mannering, because what we will do is it's going to get laid out like this, so you can see. And you can trim first, so you've got neat edges if it's easier for you, but you'll see there's very little seam matching.
Yeah, no, I can see.
Another thing that I really prefer not to have to do. So when you come, because of the way we've pressed these, you can nestle those diagonal seams together, and that's the only one that you need to bring together. So I just put a pin in at that point, and then just use your fingernails either side to bring them together. Now you need your 1/4 inch foot if you've got one. I'm just going to move the iron so I don't just take the edge of my arm off. She says you need a 1/4 inch foot. There it is. I knew I put it in here. So do test your 1/4 inch so you know you've got the 1/4 inch running on your machine before you start. If you haven't got a 1/4 inch foot, make sure you know what your visual marker is.
So if you don't want to use the webbing handles, you can use these soft handles instead?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we've got them in black and brown. So if you would like to put these on instead of the webbing ones, these are brilliant. So the black ones Does it say what length they are? So this will give you, they'll be the same length as you can just pop it over your shoulder or just hold it in your hand. £8.99. Now they come with the holes in already, so all you have to do is place them onto your bag in the place where the webbing handles go, and you can stitch them on. But they're really soft, they're padded, and then as you can see, that section there is flat, so you flatten that onto the bag, and then you can just sew them on. So they do give your bag quite a professional looking finish. If you'd prefer brown, depends which one you're making, what colour. Maybe the black brown with the vintage one, and the black with the brights and the blues, up to you. But that's the brown one. They also have, I didn't know, so they have the backing pieces as well, so that you can sew those on directly under the handles, and that gives quite a neat finish. So where you've got the handles here, you have the backing pieces, and they go underneath the handles. So you have the bag, then the backing piece, then the handle, and you sew it all together. They're really soft. They've got like sort of a foam on the inside, so they're lovely. You can see they just make gives your bag that extra finish. I always think it's the hardware and the pre-made handles that really work with this. So those are them in brown, £8.99, 51 centimetres long.
Yeah, I would say if you're going to put it over your shoulder, they're going to be more comfortable on your shoulder.
Oh, yes. Right, we've also got the Creative Grids rulers, which are brilliant for trimming all your fabrics when you're doing...
And cutting your fabrics to start with.
Yeah. So we've got them in 3 different sizes. Love this one. This one, SYU's T79. It is 8.5 inches wide, and it's 24.5 inches long, which means it's long enough for cutting across the ½ metre. So when you're cutting your fabric into strips, you can cut it across the ½ metre. But most of these are 6 inches, so it's quite nice to have the 8.5.
Yes.
Because you can cut that little bit extra.
Yeah.
So if you're rotary cutting, if you've got the mat and the cutter, we do have them on the website anyway, but if you want to have a really good, having a big ruler like this for multi-purpose is brilliant. £32.99. I've had mine for over 20 years and it's still going strong.
Yeah, and the great advantage of the length of that means that you can cut across a ½ metre just folded in half.
Which is fab.
Yeah.
We've also got the same length, but we've got it in a 6.5 inch width. So if you don't want it quite as wide, YFU. That's in the 6.5 inches. So if you want that one instead, again, it's long enough to cut across the full width of the fabric when folded in half. Most fabric comes to you off the bolt and it's pressed. So will you keep that pressed fold on your cutting mat, and then you can cut the strips down there. And this one is 6.5 inches wide. It's Creative Grids, which means it is top quality. It has a textured section all around the perimeter of the ruler, as well as dots, and that holds it flat, so that when you are cutting long strips, it won't slip and it won't move. It's absolutely brilliant. I use mine for drawing lines a lot as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've got all your angles on there as well, so if you want to do your half square triangles,
your 30
squaring off.
and your 45 and your 60, so it's absolutely perfect. So this is the sort of go-to ruler.
Yeah.
When you start off, you need a long ruler, and then there are lots of other different shapes, whether you have a rectangular one, a square one, a small square one, or different shaped ones. And then finally, we've got one that's 12.5 inches long.
Yeah.
And 6.5 inches wide. So if you're cutting smaller pieces, that's ideal, because when you're cutting off the full width of fabric, you need the longer ruler. But then that can be a bit too big sometimes when you're cutting smaller pieces. So that's ideal, because you've got the nice 6.5 inches width. So say you had to cut a square that was 6 by 10 inches, you can use this measurement for the 6, and then you can twiddle it round and you've got that measurement for the 10. So it's a lot easier. And also, finding while Susie's doing that, remember the fusible piece. So if you've bought the bag kit, or if you've bought the instructions, you're going to make your own bag. Susie has put a wadding inside hers, which gives it a nice squishiness, a bit of structure, and obviously it means you can quilt it as well. Now, you need ½ metre of this, but this is a metre piece, so it's 1 metre by 90, so you've got enough for 2 bags here. Only £9.99. It's the go-to wadding that most of our guest designers use, because because it is iron on. So when you're making bags or cushions or small items, it's brilliant. You place it on the wrong side of the fabric, you press it in place and it stays there. You can quilt it. It's brilliant for bags like this. It's brilliant for makeup bags, small purses, anything, or even just cushions. But because it's iron on, it's the one thing everyone uses. H640.
Yeah, I have literally got
meters,
boxes and boxes
of
H640 because I use it for literally everything. It is just such...
Just because it irons on, it's brilliant, isn't it?
It irons on, it gives really good structure, stability, it washes really well. Once it's ironed on, it doesn't lift.
No, it doesn't, but it doesn't put too much bulk in, does it?
No, it doesn't. But it also goes through my machine.
Yeah, which is really important.
It is. Even 2 layers of it, I don't have to use a quilting foot. Because,
Right.
you know, the 5 seconds it takes me to change my foot,
That could be
it's
just some,
5
yes.
seconds.
You're right.
You know?
So $9.99, and there's it's a metre by 90 centimetres, so you've got enough there for the bag. And don't forget, we still have some instructions left. Oh, Susie's got the instructions. We still have some of the instructions
You may
left.
have the instructions.
I know, it's great. Between the two of us, we
precious
have one
instructions.
set of instructions. These are the
they're
full
selling out.
instructions. Now, remember, you need 1.5 meters. We don't have any of the kits left. Susie has used 3.5 meters of Liberty fabric. Go onto the website because we still have some fabrics left from the previous hour. If you buy the any of the big mega bundle or any of the 3 smaller bundles, obviously you get 15 in there, but if you just want to buy 3, choose the 3 you like the best, put those in your basket with the instructions, and you can make your own Liberty bag in your own colourway choices. Right.
Excellent. Right.
How are you getting
so
on?
I know we're short on time, so what I'm going to do is a visual.
That's fine, we can run over a bit because you've used lots of the tools that I'm talking about anyway.
Well, that's all right. Okay, so we've done our 4
looks
pairs.
fab now.
Looks really cool, doesn't
Yeah.
it? It's like chevron stripes.
It's quite nice you've
with
got all
this
of that
pinwheely
together.
thing.
That's so lovely.
But you can see what happens if you mix up the fabrics. If you do them in a different order, you'll get a different effect. So play around first. So then all I've got to do is bring the pairs together. So that middle seam, your diagonals line up. Your diagonal lines up with that middle seam there. So we'll just put a pin in there. Same down here. So they're running in opposite layouts, orientations, whatever you want to call it, to make that pinwheel effect. I'm just going to check that one because I'm just concerned that I missed that nestle. No, I got it. And then I'm just going to, again, 1/4 inch seam. Let me move that out the way again. And this is the fiddliest bit of the whole bag. So once you've done this,
it's easy after that.
So easy. I wouldn't say this was particularly difficult, but because there's only 2 blocks and basically they're the same, it's just the direction of the diagonal seam that you first sew that has to be different in order to get the effect. I think this machine is due a service. Okay, so now I'm going to press that seam open. I've pressed my seams open when I've joined blocks, and the reason for that is to reduce bulk at each stage. So press it down, and it is a press. Remember, we're not ironing clothes, we are pressing.
And I always have to remember that because people go, oh, iron it. Well, no, you're pressing it. You're definitely pressing it.
You press. No steam. Don't put any steam on it. Just press it.
Okay. Why do you not put steam on
Well,
them?
I don't put steam on until I've finished a project. And
Right.
that's because wadding shrinks at a different rate to fabric.
Okay.
And fabrics, if you've mixed your fabric, if you're not using all the same fabric, they can shrink at different rates when
and the steam will
steam's
do
applied.
that. Okay.
So there's no, why risk it at this stage? Make it and then risk it, is what I say. And if you're doing dressmaking, I would wash any fabric first anyway. So we're now going to join the 4. So that's a seam in the middle. So the great thing about this mat, as with the cut and press too, is it's a padded surface. Push your pin through the seams and you can align them up quite easily. And then you can move to the next seams out and make sure that they align. And that's why these quilting pins are so good, because it gives you that length in order to manipulate your fabrics and line up your seams.
I guess also the fineness of them as well.
You need that fine, because quilting fabrics, cotton fabrics, are delicate fabrics. You don't want to mark your fabric as you're working with it. So having a fine pin is important. If you are a dressmaker and you work a lot with delicate fabrics, silks, organzas, then the quilting pins are a good option as well. So final seam to press, and then we get on to the good stuff. Well, it then comes together really quickly because it's big pieces.
But it's quite nice that you have this in the centre, because it's nice when you're making something that you've got a little bit of detail.
Well, I think...
And you're polishing your skills or learning them.
Yeah, you're learning a new skill. This is a block that's transferable onto a cushion or into a quilt. So at this stage, give it the best press you can possibly do. And we're going to square off any raggedy edges. So that's where you want your cutting mat.
It's great, isn't it? Because it's all there.
Oh, I just love it.
It's just all there.
So good, yeah. So even I even can cut all my half square triangles to size. Sat watching telly.
So you're using the 6.5, the 12 by 6.5 inch rule, 12.5 by 6.5 inch.
Trim it off. Let's try and
make
that's
it one
square.
of that's your own ruler as well.
This is my one, yeah.
And that's the one we've got.
Yeah, so it just shows how much I use it, because I literally don't leave home without it.
So it's brilliant for trimming, this one. So we've got that one, that's NXUT 80.
I think the dog walk is the only thing I don't take it on.
Yeah, but you just never know. You should take it really, just in case.
Yeah, I should.
That's the freedom of a dog walk, isn't it?
I know.
Don't take anything.
Yeah. Yeah, just forget the dog. I don't. I do take the dog, I promise. We do a long dog walk. We love a dog walk. Not the other day, though, when he covered himself in...
What sort of dog have you got?
We have a Hungarian Vizsla.
Oh, I know them.
Who is...
Yes, they are beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
I have to say, he's a stunning dog, but he knows it.
Oh.
He's a bit of a prince.
They are gorgeous, though, aren't they?
Takes over everything. Thinks he owns everything. Can't understand why everybody doesn't want to say hello to him, fuss him. So, yeah, he's quite a chatty little
No, they're
chap.
Beautiful dogs.
Yeah. Well, bless him, he has to put up with all my rabbiting all day, because I work on my own all day. I literally just talk to him all day. So he takes himself off into another room so he doesn't have to listen.
Yeah,
so
no,
we've
probably
got,
like mine, she sleeps on in the corner.
We've got a pinwheel there, perfect. So the next thing we do is put our sides on. So that's your two fabric, whatever your fabric...
so the border pieces.
Right. Yeah, your side panels on first. You want to put those on first, and so it's right sides together and zip down. Now, don't worry if it's a bit long on the measurements. I've done that deliberately to give you leeway, because by the time you've done all that sewing, you might find, like me, that it's come up a bit smaller or whatever. It doesn't matter, because everything then can be trimmed. The important thing is to get that central bit done. And a tip that I picked up when you're sewing, if you keep your busy side up, so the side with the most seams upmost, you can check your seams are lying flat as you sew, which I thought was a good tip actually. And then I'm going to do the same the other side. With this it's multi-directional, so I haven't got to think about placement, I can just whiz it. You can pin these into place or clip them into place. Those wonder clips are magic clips. These are amazing for that. You've got those on the show as
we
well.
have. Yeah, we've got those.
Those are really good.
Well, it's quicker than pinning, isn't it?
It is, but what I love about those is they've got big grip bits. So if you've got dexterity issues, you've got something substantial to hold on to.
Yes.
But also they're really strong grip. So when you come to do your quilting layers, and you've got those, 3 or 4 layers going on, then they will hold really well.
Okay.
So I usually press then trim. So I'm going to press away from my block, because if I press towards the block, we've got so much bulk going on there that if I wanted to add, I'm looking for the iron. Where did I put the iron?
Under there.
I was being safe. So I just press away down that seam.
Oh, to reduce the bulk from the block.
Just to reduce the bulk in the middle there. And again, it's a press, not an iron. And then I'm just going to trim off that edge, and then we're going to put the other bit on. Okay. So normally I'm going to switch to the big mat for this, and then I can do it in one.
Okay, in one long go.
Yeah, in fact, I can definitely do it in one if I can borrow the long ruler, which I think is behind here, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah, it should be.
The very big ruler isn't it?
Oh, but not the other long one. It was there yesterday, because I measured something with it.
Hang on, let's find it. Let's unhook it.
Yeah, but the long one was there. Oh, hang on a
we've
minute.
got one. We've got one. Brilliant.
Thank
Saves
you.
me trying to battle
There you
with
go.
everything.
I knew they were there yesterday.
You go.
'Cause
Right, so with this, of course, I can then just line up and trim off that excess in one foul swoop, which means that the margin for error and movement is minimal then.
Perfect.
Excellent. See, I even save these scraps.
Do you?
Save everything.
What would you do with that though?
Well, actually, these go in my stuffing bin.
Oh, okay.
And I use it for stuffing my phone cases and things like that. Phone bean bags, you know, and stuff. So we're at this stage now. So we've got our side panels on, we've got our middle block done. So then we're going to do the bottom and top bands. So I've chosen to do the Adventure Coast in this. So it's important that it's the right way up, because traditionally houses have the roofs at the top.
Yeah, traditionally. So for things like that, then yes, it is important it's the right way up.
I always lay everything as it should be and then flip, because then I know that I've got it the right way up.
Okay.
And well, let's use some of these clips. I haven't got many of these big ones. The other thing about these big ones is they've got your 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch markings on them as well. I've got no seam matching to do, which is another thing I like to do when I design a bag, is minimise my seam matching, because like most of us, I tend to work at a fairly tight timeline, and I like to be able to put things together quickly.
So you don't want to be matching seams?
So I don't want to be matching too many seams, because John always ribs me for this, I am really pernickety about everything matching exactly. So even if it's a couple of millimetres out, I will unpick it. So if I don't have to match it, I'm not running that risk of
having to unpick it.
Feeling I'm a failure. Right, so I've pinned both at once, which you can easily do because there's a gap and you're not going to overrun. Again, it's a 1/4 inch seam, so we can run down that as well. Same stitch length as before. Just be careful as you get to the seams. There's quite a lot of bulk going on in some areas, so just steady down over those. She said, still running at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I think you have to do what you're comfortable with. Some people, you know, are very particular about seams and some aren't, and neither, it doesn't matter, does it? But I think people sort of think, oh, I've got to do it that way, but you don't, it doesn't matter.
No, and at the end of the day, this is your project. Mine is just an idea, so do feel free to change it.
Well, and there's plenty in the kit to be able to change things a bit.
And as we've said, if you've got the early bird, that's your lining, and then you can make 2 bags from your kit.
Okay. perfect. So that is pretty much the bag front done then.
Well, we've just got the bottoms to put on.
Okay.
And the bottom is equally as easy because all it is your third colour. I'll press it all in a minute. But your third colour just goes on the bottom there. This one is a multi-directional print. So rather than measure it, and I just had a piece that was plenty long enough, so I just used that, which I often do when I'm doing borders and things, rather than measure it exactly. If it looks a bit longer, it doesn't matter, but it just saves a bit of measuring and cutting time.
Okay.
And again, you could have pinned or clipped this, but I'm trying to be quick.
That's fine. Right, well, gosh, we are running over time, but never mind. So while Suzie just finishes up that, well, congratulations to all of you who managed to get the kit. Sorry we sold out. Have we still got instructions left? We do have some instructions left, so we can just put that one on. If you want just the instructions on their own, here they are. Remember, you need 1.5 meters of fabric. Suzie used 3.5 meters. So if you want to make your own bag and using your own fabric, we still have Liberty fabrics left over, so you could choose 3 of your own prints. $9.99, beautiful set of instructions, everything you need to know, really, really clear, all the cutting guides, all the walkthroughs, so you can make your very own beach bag, holiday bag, shopping bag, travel bag. This is what it looks like in the blues colourway, but again, we don't have the kits, but you can use your own fabric or go onto the website, and if we have these 3 prints left, you can just buy 1 of each of the 3 prints, then you can make your own kit. Message for me. Well done, Suzie. As usual, a perfect demo. Thank you. I love your dress from Collecting.
Thank you.
I know, perfect. Great, brilliant at demos. So, so that's the bag front done.
That's
then.
the bag
All the
front.
instructions that you need to finish it off are in Suzie's fab instructions. But it was a great demo, and it's really nice to make something where you're really using a technique as well.
Exactly. It just gives a bit of interest. So obviously you're going to make both sides. Once you've done that, you've given it a good press, you're then going to add it on your chosen wadding,
and then you sew them together.
And then you're going to take a chunk out. So the lining is the same. What I did was piece the lining for this one. So I got plenty of fabric 3 left over, so that was half my lining, and then I pieced together a strip of each of the other 2.
That's lovely. Well, thank you. So you'll be back with us.
I am in an hour.
In an hour for the fantastic quilt.
Woodland quilt.
Gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. So if you want to make a quilt today, we have got the most beautiful Rachel Hauer quilt. I'll hang that up in a minute, so it will be with the next hour. Now, all the tools that Suzie's been using, plus more tools as well, lots of little gadgets I've got coming up in a couple of minutes' time. It's all about the quilting tools. I'll be going through them. So don't go anywhere, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats, because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, let me stand in the middle. Look at this quilt behind me. We just swapped quilts. So this is the quilt that's going to be on at 11 o'clock with Suzie, the Rachel Hauer quilt. Absolutely gorgeous. So while I'm showing you some fantastic quilting tools in this hour, have a good look at it. We've got the full quilt kit in the next hour, and Susie's going to be showing us how to make it. It is an absolute stunner. We don't often have a quilt of this size, and it's gorgeous. My favourite fabric has got the ants on it. I think it's lovely, and it's got owls and raccoons and dandelions. It's beautiful. Anyway, that will be on air with me in the next hour. So a lot of the tools that we have got in this hour are things that Suzie has recommended that she used in the last hour as well, and things that you might not have, but little gadgets that will make your quilting and your sewing experience neater and a bit more precise, and just help you save you a bit of time as well. So one of my favourite things is the rotating cutting mat. This is what it looks like when it comes in the packaging when you get it. We've been asking for a while to get these back in stock. I've had mine for ages and I love it, so we have been asking them. They've been searching for them. We finally got them. They come in two different sizes. Now this one is the 12 by 12 inches. So it's like a normal cutting mat. You can use it with your ruler, you can use it with your rotary cutter. It's got all the measurements, so it's got 12 inches in 1/8 of an inch increments across the bottom and up here. Then you've got the 30, the 45 and the 60-degree angles, so you can trim all your half square triangles, or you can create angles with it. It's got the circles on it, but the best thing about it is it moves. So if you pop it over, it's got a nice foam backing, so it won't affect your table, but that also helps it to grip onto the table while you're using it. Now these are the locks, because you might not, say if you don't want it to move or you're storing it, you lock it, but if you want it to rotate, you just push these inwards. You then turn it over and it will rotate. So now you're thinking, why do I need it to rotate? Well, when you're cutting half square triangles, you're trimming. So you're trimming a square and you have to trim all of the 4 sides, and you don't want to move it because then it starts shifting. You trim one side, you move the mat round, you trim the other side, you move the mat round and you trim the other side. It's absolutely perfect for that. Maybe you're doing FPP, and you want to trim all the sides of it, and you don't, because obviously cutting from you and away is how you shouldn't cut across. I mean, that's not as dangerous, you shouldn't really, but you definitely don't cut towards you or across the bottom. So when you cut fabric on the cutting mat, it almost sort of pushes it slightly into the fabric, it seals it in there so it stays in place. If you then move it, then it's much harder to match up. So you will save yourself a whole heap of time. Sometimes I end up having to walk around the table if I haven't got my rotating one up, but it's absolutely brilliant. It's only $16.99. It's perfect for trimming shapes. Also, because of the size of it, if you've got a big cutting mat but you're thinking you want one that's by your sewing machine, or you only ever want a small one, this is ideal. So rather than buying a small normal one, I would always get the rotating one because it does 2 things at the same time. $16.99, absolutely perfect, and I love it. Remember, please do keep it flat, don't roll it. I would say with these, because they have the foam backing, that you can keep them propped up against a wall more because they don't bend, because they've got the backing, which helps. When it's not in use, just pop the levers back, and then that will keep it safe. So, and also if you don't want it to be rotating, but it is a fantastic cutting mat to have. Right. Cutting mats. Let's do pins. I'm going to mix it up. I've got a whole mixture of things. So I'm going to do pins. Now, I love having the right pins and the right needles for the job, because it makes a difference, doesn't it? You know, when you're using a sewing needle and you're using a needle and it's not quite the right width, or it's not sharp. And it's the same with pins. I mean, how many times do you have a box of pins and you try to put one through the fabric and that one doesn't work and that one doesn't work? Having the right pins for the job is really important. So I'm going to start with the quilting pins. Now, I've got 2 different sorts of quilting pins. Yeah, I'm going to start with these. So these are your normal quilting pins. We've also got the fine ones. They're by Clover. Now, if you've ever bought Clover products, you know that they are fantastic quality. They are made for sewers and they know what you need. Now, in the packet of pins, I mean, these are £9.99, so obviously, you know, they're not the sort of supermarket pins. These are specifically for quilting, but they are the right things for the job. They have coloured ends, half a red and half a green, so for me that means I can find them a lot easier because I don't want to be losing these pins. They're extra long and they're very strong, so when you are quilting, when you are pinning together 3 layers, they go through a lot easier. Also, by having the 2 different colours, if you want to pin parts of things to mark them, you can use the colours as a marking thing. But it does mean that they will go through your fabric and they will go through layers easier, and they won't break because they're much, well, obviously I'm not saying they won't ever, they are much less likely to break. They are really worth the investment at £9.99 because they will make your pinning your quilting a lot easier. So those are the quilting pins. Now, we've also got fine quilting pins. Oh, so in that box, I forgot to say how many you got. You get 100 of them. Now, they are 6 mil, 0.6 mil, not even, in diameter. These are extra fine quilting pins, so these are 0.5. Again, you get 100 in here. They are the same length, they're both 48 mils long. Now these are finer. So if you are using a fine fabric, you can use these for patchwork as well. You don't have to use them when you're layering, because if you're pinning together several layers, you know, maybe you created some half square triangles and you're sewing them to a strip, so you might end up, and you've sewn several of those together, you might end up trying to have to pin together 4 layers of fabric. Or if you're seam matching and you're pushing your pin through, you're going through several layers of fabric. So having the extra long is really good. Now these are the fine ones. You know the difference because they have slightly different coloured ends. They're glass ends, so they won't melt. These are super fine, so they're ideal for several layers of fabric. They're also ideal, shall I put them on the desk and you can see, actually don't show it very well. I'm going to put them on the cutting mat. I think they might show up better. It might show up better. There we go. So these are super fine. I absolutely love these. Even if you're using fine fabric, they're really great for that, even for general dressmaking. When I'm seam matching, I always push my pins vertically through the seams that I'm matching, and then I put one horizontally. They are ideal for that. You know, I know you think, well, I did originally £9.99 for a packet of pins, but you look after these. They've got the glass ends, you can see, but I look after mine. I just use them for my quilting and for pinning patchwork pieces together, and it does make a difference having the right pins for the job. So £9.99. Those are the extra fine ones. And, you know, these purchases, these are pieces of hardware. They are part of your sewing kit, and they do make a difference. It does help a lot. Right, we'll do the final pins. Now, these are patchwork pins, but these are extra fine. So these aren't as long as your quilting pins because they are, you know, they won't go through all your layers of fabric if you're doing top wadding and backing, but they are perfect for piecing, when you're piecing, particularly if you're using fine fabric or if you're having to seam match. So these are 0.4 mil in a thickness, whereas the others were 0.5 and 0.6, and they're not as long. These are standard pin length. These are actually 36 mils long. Again, glass ends, half a blue, half a yellow, so you can use them if you need to match things, but they are so fine. So maybe you're working with fine fabrics, maybe you're working with lawn, or you're using a silk or a satin or a fabric that you really don't want to ruin or pucker. Even something like a jersey where you do have to be really careful with pinning. And I know they're called patchwork pins, but they can be used for all sorts of things where you're using fine fabric. They are lovely. And having the right pin does make a difference. So if you've ever gone through your pin box and you can't get the pin through the fabric, it's because you've got the wrong pins. Now these are £8.99 and you get 100 in there. They are heat resistant, they can be ironed, which is important. And they're made by Clover. The Clover products are always really good quality. So pop them in your basket. And I like the fact they come in a really nice little box that has a clip closed, so you can easy to store them in there. Because these are the pins, you know, these are your specialist pins. These are the ones you don't want to lose. So take care of them. But it does make a big difference if you just treat yourself to one packet of pins for the right job every now and then. Right. Wash away quilter's tape. I'm doing a few little things. I'll move on to some big things. This is fab. It's double-sided. Now, we constantly sell out of this, but this is back in stock. Double-sided adhesive tape. So it is perfect for sewing in zips, because when you're sewing a zip between an outer fabric and a lining fabric, if you're not using this, it's best to really, is that the, yes, it's, so it, yeah, let me just make sure we got the right code. Yes. It's really, it makes a, I know it's called quilters, but I often use this for zip. So rather than tacking the outer fabric to the zip tape, stick it on with a piece of this. It's brilliant for that. You can use it for your quilting as well. You can use it for hemming and binding. What it's really good for is because it's wash away as well, so it won't stay on there. If you're sewing on a button, and you know how you've marked where you want your button to go and you want it to stay in place, you put a tiny little piece of this double-sided tape on, stick your button to the fabric, easy to sew because it won't gum up the needle, you can hand sew it on, it stays in place perfectly, and then you've it just makes it simpler. Anything, maybe you're using something like PU fabric or oilcloth or velvet, only 12 of these left now. Loads of them gone. They always sell out. If you're using a fabric that you can't pin or you shouldn't pin, like velvet and PU, use this. It does wash away as well. It's absolutely brilliant. Once you've got some of it, you suddenly realise how fab it is. It always goes, we need to buy more of it. It is absolutely brilliant. Right, let's do the Quilter's multi-mat, because this is something that Suzie was using in the last hour. And actually, we've got one over there. Oh well, I'll open this one. I'll put it back very neatly. It is brilliant. If you were with me in the last hour, you'll see that Suzie uses this and keeps this with her, and it goes travelling with it. If you go into workshops, it's absolutely brilliant. If you've only got a small sewing space in your home, it's brilliant because it's an ironing mat and it's a cutting mat and it's a placing mat all in one go. Or if you've got your ironing board and your cutting mat somewhere else, but you want to be able to put this near your sewing machine, so you don't have to keep getting up and down. So on the front it's padded, you can iron on this, but you can also pin into it if you need to place things. Then we open it up. On one side you've got a cutting mat, and this is a proper, you know, full cutting mat. It's healable, self-healing, that's the word, healable. Self-healing, you can cut on it with your rotary cutter and it will do all of that. It's got measurements in metric and imperial. Then on this side, it's got a nice piece of soft fabric here that protects the cutting mat, because you've got like a sandpaper rough here, so that just protects it. But you can place your pieces on here to get them into the right order. But also, if you've done lots of little pieces and then you need to pack it away for the evening, or if you're going somewhere, you can then put this on top. That holds it all nicely in place, and then you can close it out. You can use just this one side for ironing if you want a small area. If you want to double the size of your pressing area, you just open it out. So now you've got an ironing board, so you know what it's like when you go on a class or workshop. You're always queuing up for the ironing board. You've got your own here. If you want to you're doing lots of sewing and pressing, you can just have it next to you by the sewing machine, and it's just there. And it's a lovely size. It's like pretty much an A4 size. I'm just seeing whether it actually has. So closed, it's 9.5 by 12 inches. And you can use, actually, that's interesting. It says that you can use this for your layout as well. I would have used this, the bit, but you can use that to lay things in because it's slightly clinging. Because it's nice because it's got a slight brushed surface to it. I'm loving this morning show. Spoiled for choice with all the liberty I sew at the dining table, so this little multi-mat is great to use. Sent by Collecting Mo said, oh, thank you. That's really, really useful to have your views and your reviews about things. I think it's brilliant because you can just pop it in your bag and it just makes more use. Or if you know somebody that is just getting into patchwork and quilting and wants to have a go little things, hasn't committed to the full cutting mat and all the equipment, you can get them the little ironing mat. And you go and get a little ruler, I'll show you those in a minute, and a rotary cutter. It's quite a good start. Now this is very limited. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. You need to pop it in there and check it out, because otherwise other people, we've got loads of you with it in baskets and other people will take it, but it is a brilliant piece of equipment. So talking about rotary cutters, I have a whole choice for you here. It's like a little shop And just put these to one side. I'm going to forget what I've talked about. So we have a choice of rotary cutters. So if you haven't done rotary cutting before, if you're new to patchwork, you keep seeing people talking about it and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to have to invest in all that. You don't have to start off big. You don't have to have the biggest mat and the biggest cutter and the biggest ruler. It's entirely up to you. You can start off with that multi-mat, or you could just buy the rotating cutting mat. You will need a rotary cutter though, very, very important. Now, rotary cutters come in, well, I thought it was 3, but I think they actually come in 4 sizes now. But the standard size is 45mm. That's the basic one. That's the one that most patchworkers use. You can get a bigger one, a 60mm one, which we've got here, that's great when you're cutting full widths of fabric, because obviously the circumference is bigger, because the millimetre applies to the diameter. So the circumference is bigger, so you can cut quicker and you can cut through more layers. There is a 28mm and an 18mm that are used for cutting small curves and finer areas, but for basic patchwork, the 45mm is the one you need. Now, I'll put the 60mm to one side. We have various ones. We have the So Simple one, which is LBYV18. This is the one that Suzie was using in the past hour. Oh, let me move those out of the way, or we will only get confused. So $10.99 is soft grip. You can open and close it here. It doesn't close on its own, but it's got a very simple button for just pushing it. Always, always remember, before you put your rotary cutter down, you close the blade. If you always do that, it then becomes second nature, because you can get quite severe cuts to your hands if you pick it up from the blade and it cuts them. So always go. So it's got a nice comfort blade. It's got a slide to be able to close it really easy. So that's $10.99 for the So Simple 45mm. Right, the next one I'm going to show you, this code is YFZW13. This is the Alpha rotary cutter. This is the one that I use. So again, it's a 45mm. Now this is $19.99, but it automatically closes on its own. Do we have, Becky, do we have one of these? In the thing? Just a minute. No, that's fine. I'll open that one. That's all right. I just want to show you how it works. We haven't got one, but we have now. No, it's too late. I've done it now. I've done it now. We'll have another one. We'll keep it in there. So this is brilliant, because when you use it, I mean, it does have a lock. So what I do with mine, when I finish cutting for the day, I just lock it and then it's definitely closed. But if you unlock it, and then it just means that nobody can press. If you picked it up by accident, it wouldn't open. If you then press the blade, now when you come to cut, all you have to do is squeeze it and cut, and then as soon as you stop cutting, you unsqueeze. So you're not having to cut and lock the blade, which is fabulous. It's a lot safer. It's also got a really nice handle, so it's a nice ergonomic handle, so it's much easier for cutting when you're doing that. I don't feel like I don't. So when you're cutting, the handle is really nice to hold, and then as soon as you let it go, it's closed. And then with the lock button, I do at the end of it, I always push it when I store it, just because if you picked it up by accident, it would do that. So this is the one that I use. I think it's brilliant. All the blades, by the way, for all of these are standard. It doesn't actually matter what make of rotary cutter you buy. A 45mm replacement blade is standard. On the back of the packaging, it explains how to change them as well. Basically, you undo the screw at the back. There's a little washer underneath. You then that comes off the front. You pop the blade on, and then you put that back on, and then that's done. So that's the one I use. So that's a little bit more expensive, $19.99, but it's easier for closing. And then, let me lock that one. Just starting patchwork. Susie's demonstration was very good. Do you have the add a 1/4 inch ruler available? Yes, I do, Christina, and I will do that next when I've finished with the rotary cutters, but I do have them. Thank you for that. Finally, we've got the Clover rotary cutter. Again, that's a 45mm. Now I can open that without ruining it. This one is $12.99. So again, this one you have to open and close, but very easy to do. it just doesn't close on its own like the other one. Very easy, nice, ergonomic and easy to use. You can, once you've opened it, you can cut at any angle. It's nice and soft. Only 7 of these. The beauty of these is it's Clover. Clover is a fantastic brand. You always know they're really good quality. Always work well, and they are designed by sewers for sewers. And you've got a nice soft cushion handle. So this one is £12.99. So they are all a little bit different. They all do the same thing, but it just depends on the ease of use, the comfort of the handle and the covering of the blade. Entirely up to you. And then finally, I'll put that one back in a minute. We have got the 60mm. No, they haven't got a 60 there. That's okay. We've got the 60mm, the So Simple. Does exactly the same thing as the 45mm. So exactly the, well actually no, I've got one here. Yeah, I've got the 45mm here, so I can show you what it does without having to open the package. You open and close it like that. But this is, yes, you've got the 45mm. I need the 60, which is TRYVO2. Fab. So, but the diameter of the blade is 60mm, which gives you a bigger circumference. So if you are cutting lots of fabric, or if you're cutting through several layers, it's a lot quicker because, you know, one push of the blade, you're going round a lot further. So it depends what you're using it for. I have both of them because sometimes I'm cutting small pieces, sometimes I'm cutting through various layers. It's entirely up to you. Obviously, you have to buy 60mm blades for that. But £19.99, that's the 60mm one. Okay? But I'm going to do add a quarter now. Now these are brilliant. Whenever we get them in stock, they sell out. They are fab. So they come in 2 different lengths. I'm going to do the longer length first. EXUT 18. Have we got that one? Now, if you look at them, it's like an arrow. So they're creator grids, normal perspex. It's got the textured 15-inch, yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's got the texture bit on the back, so it will grit to the fabric, which is amazing when you think how narrow it is. This is 15 inches from here to here. Now, when you're doing half square triangles, you always draw a line diagonally from one point to the other, and then you have to sew 1/4 inch either side of this. So if you want to just draw the line, you can use this straight edge, draw it really nicely. Or what you can do is, actually you can see it better on here. When you are putting it on the corner of your fabric square, can you see that you've got like a pointed end? If you put that in the corner of your fabric, then you know the line is exactly diagonal. What you can then do is draw the centre line, which is going to be your cutting line, through the grooves in the centre. Then you can draw a line either side of here. Those are your sewing lines. Because some people are quite happy to have a centre line and then sew 1/4 inch either side of it. I find it easier to have a line to sew along. So you quickly run your pen down those, and then when you finish, you can cut along the centre line, which is now dotted. That's 15 inches, so that means it will work with bigger squares. So it depends what you want. Obviously, it's a lot longer, but it will give you bigger squares. It's also ideal if you need to add 1/4 inch seam allowance to something. You've got this extra line here, you've got the centre line, you can lay that along the edge of the fabric and then draw outside it, so you can add 1/4 inch to something which you can then cut along or sew along. So that is the 15-inch one. I think that is usually our most popular, but we also do it in the 6-inch, and this is RVUT 52. Again, exactly the same. It's got the non-slip textured surface on the back. That's £14.99. And again, you can draw it, but quite often, I find this small one really useful for just when you need to draw straight lines onto things, you need to draw them on fabric, although I might not be using it to add 1/4 inch because it's got the non-slip thing. It's brilliant for drawing lines on. Just depends whether you want the 9-inch or whether you want the 15-inch. So the 9-inch one is big enough for your 6-inch squares. So that is, if you look at this Creative Grids ruler here, it's a 6.5 inch square. So if I was trying to draw doing a half square triangle and this was a 6.5 inch square fabric, that's big enough for that. But obviously any bigger you need the longer one. But there is a brilliant thing. Once you've got one of them, that you will find that you use them for everything else. So I quite often am drawing straight lines onto fabrics for different things. Maybe I'm marking positioning. If I'm marking the positioning for a bag strap and I want it to be absolutely straight, I'll use a ruler. But because this has got the grip side on it, then I can use that as well. But then it has that added advantage that when you're doing the add a quarter, you can draw the centre, which comes out dotted, because obviously that's little spaces, and then you know the outside is for sewing along. They are brilliant. So those are the two add a quarter rulers. Another fantastic ruler for just multi-purpose, for when you're marking sewing, this is RMZW24, is this ruler. It's just it's a 12.5 inch ruler. It's just like the ruler you have in school. Brilliant for marking seam allowances on, or if you say, right, you need to position your bag strap 3 inches down from the top, you can mark it on there. And the beauty of it is it's clear. So you can see through it to do other things. I have a metal ruler that I use quite a lot, but I like using the see-through one for measurements, because then you can see where you are, and particularly if you're trying to match up something and you mark it and then you think, oh, that's going to overlap the flower a bit. You can see through. It's marked in 1/8 of an inch increments, and it's 1.5 inches wide and 12.5 inches long. So it is really useful. £6.99. Oh, it's 1.25 inches. Oh, yes, so it is. It isn't. That's a lie. It is 1 inch. I thought I was going mad then. It is 1.5 inches long. I'm going to measure that. Like, no, it's definitely 1 inch. Yeah, it is 1.5 inches. So it's a brilliant ruler for just generally have it in your sewing kit for measuring things. When I have to mark and measure things, I never use a tape measure. I use that for measuring lengths of fabric. For more specific markings, I find the tape measure, because it's flexible and sometimes it can get slightly damaged, or particularly mine if you iron on it. This is a lot more accurate, so it's ideal for that. Right, friction pens. So friction pens. So these are all separately. We had them in the bundle. Was it yesterday? We've got them separately. So it depends what colour you want. Let's start off with black. AYP. Oh, she put red on. That's fine. Let's start off with red. £3.99. Now, you need different colours for different colour fabrics. These were invented originally for writing onto paper. Because if you draw on a piece of paper, which I should have brought one with me. I had it yesterday. Oh, we'll do it on the quilter's mat. So if you draw a line onto a piece of paper, they remove by heat, so which is created by friction. So the end of it is slightly soft. So if you rub over this, the heat of the rubbing, it disappears. So a lot of people use them for writing with. Be very careful they don't get hot or you'll lose your writing. But they are fantastic for using on fabric, because if you draw lines on your fabric, I need a piece of fabric. Give me a minute. I've gone. Can I have a piece of fabric? Thank you. I'm back. So I've got my mat. So if you have a piece of fabric and you want to mark it, so you want to trace embroidery, or you want to mark seam allowances, or anything that you want to put onto fabric, do test it first. Remember, do test it first. But I have to say, I use them all the time on cotton fabric, and the marks always disappear, but do test them first. So you draw your line. Now, this is when you need different colours. So this is the red. We've just put in the graphics for the black. There's the black. So different colours you'll find, obviously these 3 colours are all showing up. But sometimes, obviously on darker fabrics, a red will show up better. But also I sometimes use my different colours for showing different things. So if I'm needing to mark positionings for things, or if I need to mark on seam allowances, it's quite useful to have all 3. So there we go. So maybe I've traced embroidery. Maybe I'm doing positioning for a plique. Maybe I'm marking out a seam allowance or a position for a bag strap, and then I don't want it to show up afterwards. You just run the iron over and it's completely gone. What is fantastic as well, if you're using a fabric that you don't want to iron, like a satin or a silk or maybe a fine jersey or a lawn or a PU, something that you don't want to or can't iron, just run a hairdryer over it from a distance. You know, it doesn't even be close, and the heat will make it disappear. Always test it first, because you know, sometimes on some fabrics it can mark, but I use them all the time. It makes such a difference. So if you've got to sew a seam 2 inches down from the top, rather than putting a pin in, just mark it with your friction pen. They are brilliant, but everyone loves them. And I think if you go to stationers, I think ours is a really good price for them. I used my crafting heat gun yesterday, and the lines disappeared. There you go. Thank you very much, Danny. Perfect. But they are great. A lot of quilters use them. I use them when I'm marking quilting lines. So if I want to do straight lines on a quilt, diagonal lines, if I want to do circles, whatever, I just draw them all on with this and then quilt over them. It also doesn't matter if you don't get it exact, because the lines disappear. So if you're tracing embroidery with a pencil, you've got to stitch on top of those lines. But if you're doing it with these friction pens, you don't, because they disappear afterwards. They are fab. Let's do the 505 spray, because that's always popular and sells out. So who loves tacking and basting a quilt? No one. Me, Charlie said, me, Charlie, you've never tacked or basted a quilt, clearly. It's the most boring job of all. I hate doing it, but it's really important, isn't it? You've got to get your backing fabric nice and flat, then your wadding, and then your top fabric. That's a job in itself, getting it all flat and square. Then you've got to tack or pin it all together, even worse. But 505 spray, you don't have to, because it just sticks. But I've no idea what it's made from, but it's magic. So remember, with it, you always spray the wadding and not the fabric. So you spray the wadding and then you press the fabric on top. And how this works, I have no idea. If you don't get it quite right, or there's a little wrinkle or there's a little bit in it, you just pull the fabric back and then stick it back on, and it still works. And it will stay stuck for as long as you need it to, and then it will wash away. So, oh, we've got a review. A lovely product. However, did I manage without it? Useful for so many products and doesn't gunge up the sewing machine. From Jerry and Devon. Oh, thank you. That's perfect. So it is designed a bit like the fabric glue that we do, like the hemline glue. It won't gum up your sewing machine. It is repositionable. So even if you're doing a whole quilt, makes such a difference. Do it outside or put a sheet on the floor, because if you spray your carpet, it'll be a bit sticky. But if you're, maybe you're doing the quilt behind me, that's a lot of tacking to do. All you have to do, spray the wadding, and then I put the backing fabric on then, make sure that's all lovely and flat. Then I turn it over and put the top fabric on, because it's really tricky if you don't do that. If you've lain it on a table or something, quite often then you'll quilt the top and the backing fabric is a little bit wrinkled. So you print that on. Does what it says on the tin. Great addition to my sewing room, from Mary and Countermark. Yeah, absolutely. It does what it says on the tin. Even if you're doing a cushion or a small bag, you can reposition it. You don't have to use it for quilting. It doesn't have to be used for what you can use it for repositioning any fabric. 505 sprays, only £7.99, always massively popular, and it's ideal. All the instructions for using it are on the back. Now you can use it for things like patterns. So if you want to put your pattern onto fabric, you can use it for that. There's loads of things. Jeans, so maybe you want to hem something, you can use it on that and then stitch afterwards. I mean, it is obviously, it's a temporary adhesive. It will not be used forever, but it just holds it long enough, and it's repositionable so that you can then sew, and it makes a world of difference. Not many left. That one is loads and loads of you've got this in baskets. It's a brilliant thing. Now, this one is quite interesting. It's biodiv again. It's a grippy non-slip coating. So if you make your own templates or rulers, it makes them non-slip. So you spray it on here, and maybe you've got stencils or you've got rulers that don't have the grip coating. If you spray this on the back, it makes it non-stick. But interestingly, you can also use it for things like rugs, which I thought, I knew that you could use it for templates, but not for rugs. or coat hangers. How fab is that? So if you've got a rug that keeps slipping, you can spray the back of this. Use it for your templates, but also coat hangers. What a great idea. So you know when you've got your coat hangers and your blouses and everything keeps slipping off them, then you can slip, it says, spray a thin layer from 8 inches away, slightly white and becomes translucent while drying. After 1 minute, non-slip ruler is ready for use. But it says that you can use it for hangers as well. The thinner the layer, the more product is transparent. For more non-slip effect, apply a second coat. There we go. I think that's brilliant. So for $6.99, if you want to make templates, because I know a lot of people make templates for their EPP, or they use them for positioning different ones, because you can buy template plastic, it's ideal. But what a great idea for coat hangers and for rugs as well. $6.99. Oh, okay. Right, let's do the the elf one. Well, this is repositionable for paper. So this is the 404, unlike the 505, which is for fabric. So if you want to spray paper, but you want to reposition it, so I guess this is brilliant for paper craft, or if you are sticking things onto paper. I think it is for sticking paper to paper. Stencils, templates and papers can be temporarily attached. Holds items in place, ideal for pictures, photos or other creations. So again, if you want to stick pieces of paper together temporarily, because I know lots of you do multi crafts and mixed crafts. If you want to if you've got the 505, I love that idea, but you want one for paper where you want to reposition things, the 404 is the one for you. $7.99 for the tin, 250 mils. It's exactly using the same as the 505 spray. You just spray it on and then it's repositionable. You can use it for stencils, tissue paper, cardboard, plastic, drawing paper and plants. Plants? Okay. So you can have repositionable plants. I'm not sure why it was used. If anyone's used this for plants, can you let me know? Not really sure about that. Right, the creative grids. This is the 6.5 by 6.5 inch ruler, KBUT. Yeah. This is fab. Again, this is one that I own because I use it a lot for trimming my half square triangles all the way around the side with my rotating cutting mat. So you get your rotating cutting mat, you put your creative grids ruler on, you trim it along here. Oh. You unlock your creative grid, your cutting mat first. So you've got your fabric on there, you cut it along there, and then you turn it and nothing moves. Then you cut it along there. It's got the non-slip coat around the edge so it won't move. You cut it along there. So you can cut all four sides without it moving. Because this is 6.5 inches square, it's ideal for most squares that you're needing to trim, or if it's just small things. If you're doing the sort of cutting where you're cutting 2-3 inch strips, you don't want the great big ruler, it's too unwieldy. This is ideal. It has the 45-degree angle that goes right down the centre, so I mean it is perfect for doing those. But it's also got the textured line all the way around the perimeter and dots to keep it going. But it's really good for on the go. So if you've got the multi-mat, it's all there. You've got your small thing, that's it. You know, it's all ready for on the go. So if you want to take sewing with you, it's perfect for that. Lots of workshops are coming back. It's ideal for that. Oh, we've got the big mat as well. Oh, right. Look at this. Now, if you're in the mood for a posh cutting mat, shall I give you the code for this one? DUZW73. Have you got that one? Look at that. So if you're thinking, I want something a little bit glitzy, it's beautiful. It's not expensive. I mean, I'm really impressed with that. You know, that is like your posh cutting mat, but good price, $19.99 actually. A2, 60 by 45 centimetres. That is a very good price. It's black, glorious. It's got gold lines. It has all the angles printed on it. It has got Imperial on one side. Oh, I love that. and it has metric on the other side, but the other way up. So you've got everything you need there. You've got the 60 degree lines, you've got everything printed. This is printed in millimetres and centimetres along the bottom edge. I think that's an amazing price for that, $19.99, because this is a big mat. It's beautiful, isn't it? So if you fancy, so look at all the detail, look at all the centimetres and the angles. And then I'll turn it over to the imperial size. It's measured in 1/8 of an inch increments. But if you fancy treating yourself to an extra special one, it's a good size because it's 17 by 23. So it's a really good size for trimming fabric. If you've got fabric by the 1/2 metre and you want to trim it, you can turn it round and you want to cut it into strips. You can turn it round and it will cut that into strips like that, because it's once the fabric is folded in half, it will be that. It'll be slightly narrower than that. So if you want to cut 1/2 metres, I'm just going to go and pinch one, but I will bring it back. I don't know, I've got the wrong colour here, haven't I? So if you want to cut the full width of fabric, that will go all the way down there and it will fit perfectly. So a little bit of a treat for yourself. If you haven't done rotary cutting before, which one? This one? Yeah. So, if you want a really big ruler, this is brilliant. This is the King of rulers. It is huge. So if you're doing lots of cutting, if you're finding that you love the really long ruler, the 24, this is a 20 by 20 inch square. It will cover all the sizes that you need for it. Every Creative Grids ruler comes with a QR code. Now if you scan that on your phone, that takes you to a tutorial that shows you what to do with it. It's $49.99, but it is absolutely fantastic. It has a lovely non-slip grid all around the outside and dots all over it. You've got the 45 degree angle down the middle. It's in 1/8 of an inch increments. So it all depends on what cutting you do. Or if, like me, you're doing lots of different sorts, you need different rulers for different things. So you need the little 6.5 inch square for your halves when you're doing your half small triangles. But if you are doing a lot of cutting of a lot of strips, or you're cutting, maybe your long ruler is only 6 inches wide, but you're quite often cutting 8-inch strips, you'll need a big one like this. Also, I find when I'm squaring up quilts, when I layer up my quilts and I want to put a nice right angle on, I often, because I haven't got one this big, I'll often use 2 rulers to get a nice right angle. So if you're trying to draw a nice right angle, you've got a 20-inch square there, absolutely perfect for that, really multi-use. So depending on what you're doing and what you're cutting, this is ideal. Anyway, if you've got any questions, do let me know. We've got a few other items on the website. Right, let's do just something little. We'll do the little hero marker, another lovely little tool. Really brilliant thing to have in your sewing kit, because, yes, it's for marking fabric where you don't want to mark or you can't mark. I've got the wrong colour there, but I'll show you anyway. So it's plastic, but it has like a sharp point. So if you want to mark a line, you just run it along there and you can see the line. Now that's not leaving, can you see it? Actually, it probably does work better on a dark fabric. Can you see the line? There we go. I'll mark another one so you can see across. Now that's not actually leaving a mark as such, because it's not putting any colour on it, but it just, you can see the cross. It just leaves enough mark for you to be able to sew along. A lot of people use it for marking lines on quilts, particularly if you're marking on dark fabric that you can't see if you're using a friction pen. And it's just basically, it's scoring a line without marking it with a pen or a pencil. And there are some fabrics that you really need to use that for. It's just a wonderful little gadget for $5.99. I use mine quite a lot, because there are fabrics that you can't mark with a pen, or if you find you've tested it and it does show up. But it's just enough that you can even feel it. So it's really nice if you are having to mark up a quilt maybe with diagonal lines for quilting, it's perfect for that. Or if you just want to very quickly just go, oh well, you know, I've got my ruler, I just want to, I'm just going to measure an inch in because that's where I need to place that. Do a really quick mark with your hero marker, and then you've got it on there and you can sew it. So for those fabrics that you need to mark but you can't mark with a pen for any reason, whether it doesn't show up or it's not the right sort of fabric, these are ideal. Quite good for marking textured fabrics as well. Perfect little gadget. So, you know, if you have that issue and you think, oh, I can never mark because of, then it is one of those things that when you discover them, you think, oh, that's magic, isn't it? So I love a hero marker. Fabric clips, we'll just do those because these are perfect. I'll keep that for you. Now, Suzie was showing you these. Now, we have two different sizes. We'll start off with the small size, NYY V52. Now, these will hold fabric together. $16.99 for a pack of 12. We only got 6 of these left, so if you want them, you need to get them checked out. 12 of them in there. They're brilliant because if you need to clip fabric together because you can't pin it, because the fabric's too thick, there are too many layers, the sort of fabric, so maybe it's like a PU oilcloth, a leather, maybe it's something that's really thick that you just can't get your pins through. Maybe it's lots of layers. They're ideal for that because they will clip it. Now, they hold fabric together as well, if not better than pins, because they really clip it hard without marking it. I find that I've been working on some quite fine shirting weight cotton, which is very tightly woven. And although it's fine and you can pin, it's quite hard to get pins through. So on that sort of fabric, although it's quite a fine fabric, it's so tightly woven that it's quite hard to get through. The clips are ideal. Maybe you're using like, you're making something that's got a lot of wadding in it or a foam interfacing. Maybe you're making a bag that's got the foam interfacing around the outside or on the base. It's perfect because you can clip all the layers together and it really does hold them, whereas a pin wouldn't. So if you're doing something with foam and you've got 2 layers of foam and 2 layers of fabric and you need to be able to pin it all together, they're perfect for that. They have 1/4 and 1/2 inch markings, which is fab, so you can see exactly where you're sewing. So what you can do, if you look at the picture here, is you can clip, and then using either up to your 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch, you can run your sewing machine foot over that 1/2 inch. You then don't actually sew over it, so you don't even need to remove them as you go. Also, the way that they're engineered, you can see they stay flat. So they will stay completely flat on the surface, which is ideal when you're using them under the machine because they stay flat on the machine bed. Sometimes when you're pinning things, it sort of puckers the fabric and pulls it up slightly and then it distorts it, whereas using these fabric clips, it doesn't. These are brilliant. So $12.99 for 12 of them. Right, we have another size, so maybe you need bigger ones. I tell you what they're also good for is when you've pre-cut all your patchwork bits for a quilt and you need to hold all the layers together, they're really good for that, particularly these big ones. So these are, there's 12 in this one, but again, they're a lot bigger. Now, they do exactly the same thing. You can sew over them, they lay flat, you can clip them, but these have got an extra marking because they've got 1/4, 1/2 and 5 of an inch marking. So whereas the smaller ones only have 1/4 and 1/2, so perfect for dressmaking, seam allowances. When you're clipping together several layers, like when you're pre-cutting strips. I was doing a quilt last week and my strip pile was really thick. I couldn't get the smaller clips on them, so I used these bigger clips. Absolutely ideal for that. And again, because they've got the 5/8 of an inch marking, then they're really good for dressmaking as well. They're $18.99, so they're just one of those gadgets that makes quite a difference. If you've seen people using fabric clips, these magic clips are really good. Okay, one more. Textile. This is a water and air erasable. So if you, obviously for marking, I've talked to you about the heat erasable and you want to use them. Sometimes a heat erasable is no good because you obviously can't iron over it, or you don't want to, or it marking the fabric. This is a water and an air erasable pen at either end. So you've got one end and then you've got the other end. Depends which one you want to use. but that comes as both. So only £1.49, but the heat erasable are not always suitable, particularly if you're doing hand embroidery and you don't want to press it, or you want to just put a mark on very quickly and then it will just evaporate, or you prefer water erasable. £1.49, you've got air erasable on one end and water erasable on the other. Fab. Wow. So thanks for joining me for this hour. We've gone through so many different quilting tools. I hope you found it useful and you found something that will change and improve and make your sewing life quicker and easier and faster, obviously. I'm going to go for a quick break now. I will be back in a couple of minutes to show you this beautiful quilt. Isn't it amazing? Suzie will be with me to demonstrate exactly how to do it. We have kits, complete kits, to make the quilt with all the fabric that you need and the instructions. And it is gorgeous. A lot of this fabric we've already sold out of. We do have some of it left by the half metre, not very much. So if you like the fabric, tune in the next hour and we'll show you about half metre, but we'll be demonstrating how to make this amazing quilt. I'll see you back here soon.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello, we're back. Welcome back to Sewing Street. We've got a beautiful quilt for you in this hour. I love this. I came in this morning. No, yesterday. It was in yesterday. I was thinking I've already seen this. We saw it yesterday. Should we have a look, Suzie?
I know.
Tell me about the quilt.
Oh, it's just lush.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's a walk through a forest.
Yes, because you've got mushrooms.
You have.
Toadstools.
Yeah.
Raccoons, owls,
dandelions, you've got your field mouse with the berries, the acorns, you've got moths in here as well. You've got
love the ants.
Yeah, I love the dancing ants.
The dancing ants, they're gorgeous.
And I love the owls as well. The detail in the feathering.
I mean, it's beautiful fabric, isn't it? But it really showcases it.
It does.
Really lovely.
So this is lovely for a picnic blanket.
Well, I'm thinking picnic blanket because it's darker, isn't it?
I'm actually, ours is going to be for camping.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so we're going to use it for camping.
Have you made one then?
I've made mine 3 rows.
Okay.
Plus border.
Yeah.
So it's not this big because that would be too big for what
Right.
I wanted.
But in the kit,
you
make it this big.
But you get enough fabric to not only make this, you'll have enough left over to make coordinating cushions.
Oh wow, that's
so
fantastic.
I'm actually doing 3-row quilt, and then I've done 2 cushions as well.
It is beautiful,
Yeah.
isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. And it's a really good way. I like the fact that they've got big squares because
Yes.
it's such a beautiful print that you can feature them in it as well.
Absolutely. And most of the prints are multi-directional.
Okay.
Even the mushrooms are multi-directional. So the ones you have to watch, if you're fussy, are the raccoon, who's called the burglar, which I think is hilarious. And then you've got the barn owl.
And you say you have to watch
So
the direction.
that one,
yes.
if you're worried about it. But I don't think it with quilting, for me, it doesn't matter because you're moving a quilt round, you're snuggling,
But for these
etc.
big feature squares, that's
It's
easy
nice,
enough.
yeah.
And I love the dandelions as well.
Oh,
That's lovely.
As a standalone fabric, that is just gorgeous.
gorgeous.
And the ants as the border is just
I think that's lovely because you
fabulous.
would have little ants running around
Oh,
your border.
absolutely you do. Yeah,
So let's have a
stunning.
look at the kit. So
Yes.
here's the kit. Here's the kit. Comes in a box. It's always useful if you want to give it to somebody. Comes in a box, all beautifully packaged, using the print fabrics to decorate it. And then this is what you'll get. So open it up. You've got full instructions. Now the price of this quilt kit is $149.99. The finished quilt is 177 by 215 centimetres, so it is big enough obviously for good big picnic, but it's also big enough for a king size bed as well, or double or a king size bed or a quilt topper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And so it's lovely. I mean, I think it'd be really nice for a child's bed.
Oh, I think it'd be
Wouldn't
great
it?
fun for that. Yeah, absolutely.
Really lovely.
And as you said, you know, winter fireside,
For cozying
snuggle,
up. Yeah. So if you're
blanket.
thinking, right, I want to get something now that I can make for later.
For
So you
autumn.
could use it for your picnics or for
Yeah.
autumn. Have it over the back of the sofa.
Absolutely. If you're lucky enough to have a lodge somewhere. Do we ever have those?
A caravan somewhere.
Caravan. Or you do have, a lot of people have a holiday home somewhere. This would be great for that as well. But just as a picnic rug, I mean, if you're a big family, this is a perfect size.
Yes.
You can all have your space.
Yeah, exactly.
And these are your plate sizes.
But as you say,
if
it's
you're,
ideal for the winter as well.
Yeah, you can use it for whatever purpose you have.
So you get full instructions in here. The instructions in these kits are really, really easy to understand. And what I love about them is that when they list the fabric contents, they put little pictures of the fabric as well, because it makes it so much easier to understand. Let me show you. So you've got like little pictures of the fabrics, and then it tells you everything you need. So all of the instructions are there. It's all block pieced. Load, so in total you've got over 9 meters. Now what you don't get in it obviously is the backing and the wadding, but you do get the binding. So let's open up our kit. I know, I'd love this. It always comes wrapped in tissue paper as well.
When I opened mine, I opened it without ripping the tissue.
Oh, did you?
And my other half was like, "What are you doing? Just rip the tissue." I said, "No,
No. I'm going to do it nicely.
I want to wrap it back up again."
So this is all the fabric that you get all wrapped up in ribbon in your tissue paper, which I should carefully put back in the box so you can look at it. All comes in here. Now the beauty of this is that you're only paying for what you need. So if you had to buy this by the metre or the half metre, you wouldn't have exactly what you need, but you get what you need. But as Suzie said, there is enough in here to make some matching cushions as well.
Absolutely.
So the price for this kit with all of this fabric is $149.99, but as a special treat they've let us have a little discount on this today, which is very nice because we've had our special Liberty Day. Let's have a little price crash. So we're allowed to have a discount today, so we're going to take off £20, so $129.99. That means that we can do split pay, 3 equal payments of $43.33. We are limited on this kit, so you do need to check out. Now, the split pay works in this way. It's interest-free. It won't cost you any more. So you pay $43.33 now. The quilt kit's sent immediately to you, and next month you pay $43.33, and the month after as well. But you pay for it all in one go. It's just a way of spreading your payments, but it is interest-free. So let's have a look at the fabric. So that's £20 off, $129.99. So we've got gorgeous dandelion fabrics. I love the dandelion because it's a really lovely warm teal, and it's got the dandelion flowers and the clocks. We have the acorn fabric. This is the terracotta acorn. This gorgeous acorn one. Then the small dandelion print. The moths. I love the moth print because only when you look at it closely you realise it's moths.
Yeah.
But it just looks like a lovely print, doesn't it?
And it's that rich mustard yellow colour as well.
So warm and
really
autumnal,
pretty.
isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
It's gorgeous. But again, it's ideal for picnics in the summer because it won't, well, not it won't get dirty. The dirt won't show up on it.
It will get dirty. Of
course it will get dirty. It'll have jam on it. Mushrooms, toadstools.
It's fungi.
The raccoons. I love the background of this. It's a really sort of warm, rich red.
Yeah, it's like a russet red, isn't it?
That's it. So what is this one called?
The burglar.
The burglar. I love,
look at the selvage. It's got the colours that they've used are
raccoons,
are
so look at the selvage. I always collect a selvage, and look, it's got the colours. Oh, sorry, I haven't got any overhead. Why can I never remember that? No, I'll just show them. I keep forgetting. The selvage is printed in raccoons instead of little blobs.
So cute.
Obviously. So do keep the selvages of this one. Then we have the owl print. I love the owl print. That's absolutely gorgeous.
I love that teal colour background.
Absolutely beautiful. Look at the background. It's like a petrol-y teal.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, can you tell me the amount of fabric in this kit? Thanks. Loving today's.
It's 9.05 metres.
Right, so just over 9 metres. Look at that. All pre-cut. With full instructions, don't forget that. Comes all boxed. So there's the owls. I love the barn owls. That one's called the Huntress.
Yeah.
But there is a really lovely colour palette, isn't it? Then we've got the little mouse, and he's surrounded by toadstools and.
He's called the Forager.
The Forager. And moths and blackberries. Really, that's a really nice teal. It's a really complementary teal to the owl, isn't it?
And I think because the little character on there, the little mouse, is at different angles and his body is moving, it makes the fabric look as if it's got depth and definition.
Yeah, it
and
does,
movement
doesn't
to
it?
It's
beautifully hand drawn, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Well, the artist Rachel Hauer is a tattoo artist.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. Yeah, I remember that.
So she's an amazing artist.
She's a beautiful illustrator, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
It really works.
Natural history and entomology is one of her things, and foliage. So yeah, she really looks in detail at each piece.
And it works so well, doesn't it? You have.
Yeah.
I mean, I love to see fabric ranges that are really quite different as well. The detail in this. I mean, it's just you have this on the bed or you've got it on the floor. You really look at it, won't you?
Yeah.
So if you're thinking, right, I'm going to get some quilts made this Christmas for presents. Get
or
the
for
kit
yourself.
now. Or just for me, but this is my favourite.
Yeah, I love the ants.
I love this. Yesterday we had Janet Clare on and she was showing us some of the embroidery in her book, and she'd embroidered ants all over the things. I loved it. It's just so fun. So it's a really warm mustard colour, just lovely. So, and also you get the beige, which is used as the background squares, and this is what makes it good for being a picnic quilt, because it's a bit beige. So that's used for the background, and then you get the dark brown, which is absolutely perfect for the borders. It really works with all of the other fabrics, because when you look at the border prints on here, they all stand out really well, don't they? All
they do,
and
it
triangles.
gives you that pointy chevron effect that you want all the way around the quilt. And makes everything else pop. It's absolutely perfect. And when you think about the concept,
can the animal's fabric be fussy cut, beautiful colours? Yes,
of course you can.
It can. Yes, for anything.
And the mushrooms the burglar, any of them can be
I
fussy
would.
cut.
So if you've got some left, you will have some left over. Keep it, and
Absolutely.
all you need to do is cut that little mouse up and have him running around your jacket.
Be perfect. You could just applique him onto the front of a
could.
notebook, anything, couldn't you?
Now we do have some
Field
extra
guide.
wide backing fabrics, and we do have some of the fabrics available by the half metre, but we're going to move on to the demo so you can see how to make it. And then we will, we'll go through the extra wide backing fabrics afterwards. Right, it is getting limited now. It is limited. A lot of you have it in your baskets. If it's in your basket, you need to check out because we are getting very limited on stock. So I'm going to I'll do the extra wide backings and the fabrics by the half metre. Will we just go through the demo for a little bit first?
Yeah, I'll start it.
Okay.
One tip I have got for this
Yes.
is, as you've already pointed out, they list all the fabrics in there with pictures, so organise yourself.
Right, have a cutting day.
Yes, but also you want some little sticky labels or clips. Use your magic clips with a bit of
so they've
scrap
labelled them like
paper.
A, B, C, D.
Because then you're not going to get yourself in a muddle, because when you're going to cut them, and most of them are cut the same way, apart from the ant one, because that forms your binding as well. I would recommend that you cut all your block pieces and save your borders and your other bits cutting later on, because then you're not bombarding yourself and got a desk full of stuff. So I cut all my block pieces, had them in a pile of A through to J, and then the rest I put back in the box, and as I needed them I brought them out and made them.
Perfect.
It just means that you're not bombarding your work area with lots of stuff, but I did have post-it notes stuck on everything, and I had a pile of A's, a pile of B's, and then I said, right, okay, I'm going to work, and they give this amazing chart on page 3 that gives you block by block what you need. It looks like some secret code, but it isn't, because they all refer to a specific fabric. So that's why you need to organise yourself into alphabetically, because then you'll know what this code means. Otherwise you'll be constantly referring backwards
Now
and
we've
forwards.
got more of these kits in baskets than we actually have left in stock. So if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out, or we are going to sold out. It is gorgeous. I'm very, very tempted.
It's just stunning.
Very, very tempted to have one of these, because I feel like I'd keep this forever. I'd have this in the back of my car.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Oh, what a fantastic present. Love it. Anyway, there are more of you that have it in baskets than we've got, so please do check out. Right, so cut all your fabrics out and label.
Label them out, and then
clip. That's when those big clips are useful.
Absolutely.
Because you can't get the little clips around all the bun piles sometimes.
No, you can't. You need those heavy duty clips. So the next thing I did was then I did the first square, first block, which is the one that they give you the step-by-steps for.
Right, so
and
so basically there's a block and then it's all repeated.
Right, so this is the block in its finish form.
Oh, I love that.
So this is one of my pillow fronts, cushion fronts that I've made, and then this is the other one. So you can mix and match. So once you've cut everything, although they have given specific ways to marry everything, if you don't want to follow, you can mix and match if you wanted to.
As long as you've got enough. So
yes, you will have. Yeah, as long as you don't want them all the same, you want to mix them. You can mix them around if you want. But if you look at what the layout they've used...
Is it a learner quilt, please?
I would say it's an intermediate. It's a lot of half square triangles. A lot of half square triangles. I mean, you're going to be squaring off.
But I guess it's if you've say you've used a machine, you've done a bit of sewing. I think you can't be completely new to machine sewing.
No, you've got to have made something
before. But it is really just half square triangles and squares.
Yeah. Do it block by block rather than try and do it.
I think you could give it a go. I don't think there's nothing massively difficult in it. There's just a lot of sewing.
It's a lot of sewing, but most importantly is orientation of the fabric pieces as you put them together, because if you get that wrong, you're going to be unpicking.
Right.
So I would, if you've not tackled anything like this before, don't be put off. Just do it block by block.
Yes, rather than
and you'll increase
all
your
of the
Don't try and chain piece it, because you'll get in a muddle. I did it block by block, and it, you know, there were a couple of seams I had to undo because I got them around the wrong way.
So if you were going to do it differently, then you'd have to really think about.
All you do is say you wanted the same pieces on the corners as you've got in the middle.
Yes.
Then you switch these ones.
Okay.
For the one down here. You know, you can just do it that way.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah.
But
just don't have everything in one colour.
Yeah, you can't have all of your middles one and all of your middles another, because you will run out of fabric.
Okay. So
but
if you do make everything in advance, at least you can then lay it out and have a little think.
And that's a good way of doing it. I laid it out row by row and decided, you know, what was where and where it was. I actually followed the mix, because what I like is the pointy bits on the corner, the next one has them in the middle.
Oh, of course. Oh,
so it follows.
So yes, I'd see.
Yeah. So
it really does flow, doesn't it?
There was symmetry. Well, certainly in that line. The next line, it lost it, and then it seemed to go back. And then I looked at it and thought, well, actually, do I want to change it and make it so that it's like that? But then if you stand back and look at it, you've got a mix of colours going on.
You do want an even distribution of colour and print, don't you?
Because otherwise you're going to end up with all the reds at one end and all the green, and it just doesn't work. So, do you know what? I thought, I'm going to stick to what it says.
I've just bought my first quilt, and I'm excited because I love this. Thank you. Unfortunately, I've been charged the full £149 by Deborah. No, you won't do. Don't worry. The way it works, whatever price you buy it at, if we lower the price, you will be charged the lower price, I promise you. The basket will close at midnight, and at that point the lower price will be applied and your P&P will be put on. If you do have any problems at all or any concerns, give the call centre a ring. It's a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. They're just upstairs, really nice, really helpful. But don't worry, the way that because whenever we lower price, it always works the same. You will be charged the lower price. Now remember, we've got more in baskets than we actually have. We are going to sell out. Not going to get one. I've just ordered one. I can't wait to get this started. My granddaughter will love it from Jenny. Honestly, she will absolutely love it. What a lovely gift.
Oh, absolutely.
A child would be over the moon to have that. Well, I would be over the moon.
Oh, it'd just be so much fun, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, thanks for your message, Jenny. Right.
Shall we start?
Yes.
So I'm going to make half square triangles again. We did some in the previous hour.
Using your special ruler.
Well, we didn't. We snowballed corners in the previous hour. So we're doing half square triangles this time. So I'm using our Creative Grids ruler, which I know you've had.
Yes, we have it available in two sizes, 15-inch and 9-inch. Just go on the website. They're on there.
Either size will work for this project. So you don't need necessarily one or the other, but why not have both?
Have we got the code for that one, Nikki?
I've got EXUT18. Yeah? Does that help?
Could you just put it on the right, on the other side?
Okay. So with this ruler, you're going to put the diagonal through the middle of the ruler, and you're going to mark with your friction pen either side, and that gives you your 1/4 inch sew line, which makes it so much easier. Put that right sides together with the fabric.
EXUT, what's the code?
EXUT18. Yeah, wasn't giving you my postcode.
Yeah, that's you're just giving your postcode. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll just put the kit back on.
Okay. So yeah, right sides together, and you're going to stitch with a normal stitch length down both sides. You can chain piece these, and if you're going to do that, I would recommend that you pin. Use your quilter's pins because they're nice and long, and get them out of the way. So put one either side.
They are on the website. So the two add a quarter rulers are on the website. If you click on watch live and scroll down, you'll find them both there, and also the quilting pins as well. So I would suggest if you're making this, you can use the shorter one, you don't need the longer, but either will be fine. It will make your sewing a lot quicker if you use the add a quarter rulers. Just go onto the website, because we sold them in the previous hour, so you'll be able to find them there. But you'll be glad you've bought one, I can tell you.
And definitely...
Only 10 of these kits left now.
While you're there...
And they're in baskets.
Put your clips on, because those are your organisational tool as well.
24 kits in baskets, 10 left in stock. So only 10 of you will be able to have it. Please check out, don't miss out.
So I'm just running down either side. And then you're going to cut those in half. So you can use your quilting ruler for this. And obviously you're going to do, you'll need, for each one you do 4 of the bigger squares together to get your 4 corners. So this is for one block we're doing now, and then you're going to press, and I pressed towards the background fabric. So
okay, did you do them all that way?
I did.
So and then did that work then with nesting and everything? Fab.
So
I hate trying to work that out.
Yeah, I've given up trying to work it out, because invariably your brain fries and you end up repressing anyway. So I always press.
I can just
one
about
way.
manage when I'm sewing lines together, pressing one way and the other way, and other than that, not a hope.
But you can always repress. That's the good thing, isn't it? So once you've got your squares pressed, you then want to trim them so that they are 3.5-inch squares. So we can do that with our square ruler that I have just put somewhere. There it is. You've got a 45-degree line on here. You see your margin is fairly minimal, so you just need to make sure you've got fabric all the way round.
Okay.
Within that 3.5-inch. And you trim off 2 sides. Take the scraps away.
So it's just so I guess if you I guess
and this is where a rotating mat is perfect.
I know, I love my rotating mat.
Because I just rotate this rather than have to pick everything up. And then move it to the 3.5 line, make sure my diagonal's still on that seam, and then trim off my other sides. So that's square trimmed. Now what I did was I sewed, once I'd done one block, I then did all the blocks but kept them in their right groups, if that makes sense. And I sat and watched the television. Well, I didn't really watch the television, I listened to the television, and trimmed them all down to 3.5 inches. Because
you sort of think, I'm never ever going to finish this, don't you?
When you've got 90 in front of you.
But you do them in bits, don't you? Well, I'll do 10.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't take long, it's just tedious, isn't it?
One episode of Bridgerton later, I had done them.
I know, that's why.
Other TV shows are available.
I think I'd want to watch that, though.
Sorry?
I'd want to watch that.
Yeah, I've watched it twice now.
What, the second season?
Both.
I haven't watched the second season yet. I've kind of saving it. I'm not sure when for.
No.
I don't know what I'm saving it. I'm just saving it for, I don't know, I feel like...
For a rainy day.
I just feel like I just need to look.
I feel like
because you know when you really like something, you have to save it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I just rewatch it. So we've got, obviously I've done that a few more times, so I've got 8 of those. Then you want to lay out your block. And I would suggest, even if you've quilted for years, lay the block out, because this is the bit where you're going to go wrong. Easily go wrong when you get too excited, like I do. So you're going to place the half square triangles so that they look like they're pointing. Yeah,
because it kind of forms a cross, doesn't it?
Yeah,
if you look on here, it's
bear claw.
Yeah, it's like a cross either side of the.
It's like.
I wonder what it looks like if you do put the same colours there. I keep thinking about that. But
Well, that's why you make them all up and mess
I
around.
would, because I'd want to have a go of it.
Yeah, so I place everything first, and then I know I've got it right before I start sewing anything.
Yeah.
Because I can guarantee that if you don't, you're going to pick up the wrong piece and you'll be really sad. So the moths are going in the middle. And the moths are multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry about which way round. And remember, this is going to move around anyway.
I think, yeah, the only things that are important is the big squares.
Yes.
With
yeah,
maybe like the owls and the raccoons.
Yeah.
And other than that,
But I have to be honest, I know nobody in my family is going to say to me, if I gave them this quilt, which way round do I put it on me?
yeah.
They're just going to throw it on
No,
me.
that's about
So it
it.
doesn't
That's
matter.
really the only thing, isn't it?
Exactly. So this is my layout now. So you're going to start on the sides. So it's really important you get the orientation right with this. So I don't chain piece because I know I'm going to get it wrong. So I just flip.
I did consider it the other day, and then I thought, the same as you, this is all going to go wrong.
Yeah.
Because
The only one I did chain piece, I had to unpick
I'm
every
going to
single
forget
seam.
which way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I just thought, do you know what? For the sake of
So you're going. Okay. So while you sew those together,
Yeah.
I'm going to go through the backing fabric, because obviously
Okay.
you need backing fabric for this quilt.
You do.
Now you need 2 meters 6 of the 108-inch width backing fabric. So how big is it, finished size then? Because
it's huge, it's 215 by 177.
yeah. So you are going to need hundreds. Well, I'm just thinking, could you get away with 2 meters rather than 2 meters 6?
Yes, you could, because your excess fabric that you've got of the feature fabrics, you could just patch in.
Well, no, it's just the 206, because 177 is the finished size, and they're saying to
Yeah.
get 206 rather than 2 meters. It's only 6 centimeters short. So that'd be-
Well, just put an extra. Why don't you just put your favourite one?
yeah, but you don't need, because
Across
you
the
need the
middle or the
allowance
top.
anyway.
Yeah.
You only need 8 inches.
Yeah.
So I think you would get away with that, because that would give you 23 centimeters extra backing fabric than the finished size of the quilt.
Yep.
That'd be fine. So I'd go 2 meters. So right, is that better? I've got tissue paper all in the way. Okay, so which one have you put on first? Well, I like BNUI 20 best, so we'll go for that one. So this is extra wide. So of this, it says you need 206. I think you'll get away with 2 meters of this. So it's extra wide. It is 108 inches wide. So that's half of it, by the way. That's the whole thing. I'll show you. Now, the joy of using the extra wide is that you don't need to piece it, which makes it a lot easier. So if you buy 2 meters of this, that will give you it will be 23 centimeters bigger than the quilt, which will be fine. That gives you 4 inches all round. It just seems, I suppose they probably worked out in metric. Now, if you're buying ordinary quilting weight fabric, you're going to have to buy 2 meters of it. 4 meters, because you'll need to join it. So it's much cheaper to do this. This is $12.99 for half a metre. For this quilt you'll need 2 meters, but obviously you can use this for anything else as well. I mean, it's a very, very inexpensive way of buying fabric. So if you're thinking, oh, I really like that, I'll get some extra to put on some cushion backs, or I just like it and I'll make cushion backs, then you can get 6 cushion fronts across the width of this, or cushion backs, if they're 16 inches, because I worked that out the other day. So that's that one. Then we've got XI YV73. This is a lovely one. This is a Riley Blake. And it's cream, a nice cream with little sort of gold flowers. Let me open it all out. This one again is $12.99. This is designed by Jerry Robinson for Riley Blake. She's a wonderful quilt designer and fabric designer, and this is hers. It's a really soft one, really nice. So that's $12.99. Obviously great to use for this quilt, but you can use it for anything. Brilliant for tablecloths or bed linen. because it's so wide. If you look at the width of it, it's 274 centimetres wide, so it's really lovely for if you want a very special tablecloth. Quite nice in that colour as well. And then the third one, because we just chose colours, because we obviously, if you're thinking of a different colour, we want a darker colour, go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, and if you put in extra wide fabrics, we've got a section for them. We've got a whole choice there, so if you want a different colour, then you can see them there. The final one is XUUI10. That's this one. I love this one because it's got paisleys and it looks like it's got little jewels on it, because in the centre of each paisley you've got like a little red or green dot. Looks like little jewels, but they're not quite precise paisleys. Actually, this is Henry Glass. They look a bit like leaves, don't they? So again, ideal backing for this quilt. Again, that's only half of it. I've got it folded up, but this is extra wide. You'll need 2 metres of it, but it does look like fallen leaves. But again, perfect for a tablecloth. It's really nice. I mean, it's quilting weight cotton, so that's the backing. Right, while you're still sewing that,
yeah, there's a lot of sewing.
I will go through the individual fabrics. So please do check out the full quilt kit is £129.99. That's all the fabric you need, 9 metres of it, including the instructions. There are only 5 left and we have 23 in baskets, and we will not be getting these back. When they're gone, they're gone. To buy the fabrics individually, we have got some of them but not all of them, so you won't be able to get hold of this from us. We're not going to sell it again, and we haven't got all the fabrics either. However, if you do love the fabrics, you've looked at the quilt, think I'd like to buy some of them by the half metre, we do have a few, so while Susie's just putting her block together, I'm going to run through them. So shall we start with the raccoons? So this is by the half metre. Now this is limited. It's £7.49 for the half metre. If you want more than a half metre, we can send it to you as a whole cut piece. So if you think, I love that, I want 4 metres of that because I want to back my quilt with it, then just put 8 units in your basket. Or if you think, oh, do you know, I know exactly what I'm going to make with that. That'd be lovely for something else that I want to use. I want to make some matching cushions. £7.49. But it is cut to order, so if you want more of it, we will send it to you as a whole cut piece. Look at that little raccoon. He's gorgeous. He's called the burglar. He's thinking, what am I going to steal? What am I going to steal? And the colour of the background is a lovely rust colour. So that's £7.49. Let's do... See, we haven't got all of them. I was going to say that we haven't got the mice, we haven't got the owls. Yeah, let's do acorns. I'll put those there. The acorn fabric, all of these feature in the quilt. That's the lovely acorn fabric. But you can see that Rachel is a beautiful illustrator and that she does have her influence in being a tattoo. Oh, you've got a different one. Okay, which one have you got? This one. Have you got the one? Ah, okay. Hang fire with that one. We're going to have this one instead. This one's got moths on in as well. Acorns and moths. Look at the background on this one. It's a lovely teal. Actually, this one doesn't feature... Oh, yes, it does. Actually, it doesn't. This one's got a lovely, like, petrol background. It's beautiful. It's like a sort of a dusky night sky. That's moths and acorns. This does feature in the quilt. £7.49 for half a metre, but we will send it pre-cut. That is just me folding it in half. It does actually look like that. That's what half a metre looks like. So if you love it and you think, yeah, I'm going to make some matching napkins for the picnic that I'm going to sit on my picnic quilt, and you want any of these, but you can see her tattoo artist in this. The lines are so clear and precise. Right, let's do the other acorns, which has got this lovely rust colour background, same as the raccoon background. £7.49 for half a metre. Just got to get through these quickly. That's not one of them. No. Right, should we do, let's do ants, because I love them. I just think this would just make me laugh if I had napkins, wouldn't it?
It would be
ants.
amazing.
Well, what Janet did is she had one of those, you know those old embroidered table centres,
Yes,
really, or
yes.
cutwork ones, and then she just embroidered these little ants down the
Ants
edge
on
of
them.
it.
How many people would
And she
freak
said,
out?
well, she said everyone who comes to her house for tea, the first thing they do is sit down is they go like that.
And try and work out.
Because they're so delicately embroidered, they just look so real.
That's so funny.
And isn't that lovely? Because there's enough fabric in the kit. This is the binding of the kit. It's gorgeous, isn't it? But if you want half a metre or more, £7.49. We do still have some in stock, but when it's gone, it's gone. We won't be getting it back.
See, I'm with you. I'd definitely be buying half a metre to make some napkins.
Yeah, just because.
Yeah.
Well, you get 2 napkins out for a half a metre.
Or a cutlery roll.
Yeah, just because it's fun,
Just
isn't
'cause
it?
it's fun.
Or just
and to watch people's faces.
and a little lunch, you know, or you could make like a little lunch bag from that, couldn't you?
Absolutely, you could.
Or
yeah.
line something. I just love it. It's
Well, the mushrooms, I want to, with my excess, I'm going to make a little drawstring bag to take to the supermarket when I buy my mushrooms.
Oh gosh, you look so posh. Now you
know,
should
get
take an
me.
ounce one. Oh
Get
yes,
me.
look at me in my drawstring mushroom bag. Now this one isn't in the quilt, is it?
No, it isn't. That's the maple leaf.
Yeah, so they're not all, so the quilt
That's-
doesn't have all of them. Helicopter seeds, this one's called.
Yeah, it's the
Oh.
maple leaf.
So
helicopter
this one
seeds.
here that's available by the half metre, helicopter seeds, it's got the same background. It's that lovely sort of green, but a yellowy green.
It's like an
Like the
ochre.
colour of moss or
olive,
fun,
olive green, I would say. Yeah.
some of the fungi, what is
Yeah,
it
the
called?
lichen.
Lichen, that's
Yeah,
the word.
yeah.
Lichen, that's the colour of it.
Yeah, it's really. I like it.
I think it's
a nice
gorgeous,
I've
isn't
actually
it?
got a skirt that colour
Yeah, it's beautiful. I liken it.
somewhere in my
£7.49. Right, we'll just get through them and we'll come back to you. This one isn't in the quilt either. This is
That's your butterflies.
the moth with the butterflies. The ant fabric would be great. The ant fabric would be great for napkins to take on a picnic.
It
From
would.
Roxanne. We are of the same thinking, Roxana.
would.
We will be on the same picnic. What a great idea.
Preferably without the real ants.
I know, but funny.
Yeah.
But funny. But you make your little lunch bag that you take to work. Brilliant. So this has got what's this one called? It's got blossoms and it's called Luna. And my
So-
dog's called Luna.
Yeah.
Oh, Nikki's horse is called Luna. It's obviously a great name. Luna. It looks like blossoms, doesn't it?
It does. It's so pretty. Really pretty.
With the little
but
moths.
multi-directional, so it's really
Yes, perfect. So that's half a metre of that one.
Good. Yeah.
Right, then we've got the moths, which is in the quilt. Let's get through these quickly. £7.49 for half a metre for the moth. Remember, this is lovely, just not as moth, but as a textural print as well, because if you look at the detail on the wings, it's gorgeous. £7.49.
When you pan out from it, it doesn't look like moths
No,
anymore.
it just looks like a beautiful pattern,
I think it
doesn't
looks like skeleton leaves.
Yes, it does, yeah. It's gorgeous, and I love the colours. Then we've got this one again is not in the quilt. This is dandelions. That is not the same fabric collection. That's a different fabric collection. These are just fabrics that you could buy.
That one is. That's part of the same fabric, the forest one.
Right, the dandelions. I'm sure that's not the same. Dandelion wishes. Oh, maybe it is.
Yeah,
it's from
it's
Free
part
Spirit.
of forest.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we've got the dandelion one. I love that one, little dandelion. It is the same.
I
It's just
love
the way
that
the
mustard.
bit of the
Yeah.
selvage I've got. Lovely, lovely mustard. That's just the dandelion seeds. Love that one. And then we have 2 plaids. They're not in the quilt, but they obviously are in the same colourway and they go with it. So we've got this plaid.
Which looks amazing with Luna.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It goes together beautifully. Lovely, lovely
And
colour.
the Huntress.
So if you wanted some to go with some of the other fabrics, nice for a bit of a border or binding, a bit of a sash or a strap or something. That's that one. And then finally, we've got the plaid in this lovely rust and mustard with teal used for the and pink used for the little lines.
So it looks really cool with forager next to it.
Yeah, it is. Yes,
The little mouse.
with a little mouse. Lovely. Okay, right. Let's get back. Let's get back to the quilt kit. Have we got any left, Nikki? Should we have a look? We can have a little look. Three left. 3 and 24 in baskets. 21 people are going to miss out. Quickly
Press
quickly
pay.
check out.
Okay, so I've pressed
So
everything.
you've made all
I've
your half
sewn
square
it.
triangles.
Yeah, then I've
You've arranged it.
pieced the sides and pieced the top. And then I've pressed everything.
Can you say again how many half metres I would need to back the quilt? I love the Luna, would have loved the Hours too, which isn't available.
2 metres, so you'll need four half metres.
No, you'll need 4 metres.
2 metres.
You need 2 metres of the extra wide.
Yeah, of the extra wide. So yes, so you need
4
metres of the other one. Yeah.
You're not. Are you sure?
Yes.
Let's be sure.
Yes, we are, aren't we?
Well,
yes, because it's 45 normally. So yeah.
Well, the finished
this
size
is-
of the quilt is 177 by 215.
30, 60, say 70 centimetres, 70 inches wide.
So you'll get 2 widths.
You'll need
and
2
then,
widths and 2 and a bit drop. So
yeah, so I reckon. Well, it's 215 long, so you will need 4 metres 30. So you'll need 4.5 metres.
that's a lot.
4.5 metres, sadly.
But remember, you have got bits left over. So if you want to make the back,
yes,
make it reversible, then use up your excess just in square patches.
Yeah, but you will also, when
border
you do that
patches.
as well, you will have some left over
Yeah.
because you won't need the full
No.
2 widths of fabric. You will need some of it,
Yeah.
but you will have it left over. So you will need 4.5 metres.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I
Okay.
always try and patch my back because
Just in case.
Well, also it makes it interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, that's
I
true.
think the back should be as interesting as the front. So take your sides, add your sides first. You can pin them, you can clip them, whatever. There are no seams to match. Hurrah! So you can do these really quickly. Just make sure you press as you go. With this one, the more you press, the better the finish at the end, because everything will lie nicely for you.
I think also when you, because I press loads, but I think it just becomes a habit in the end that you think, oh, I can't not press.
Well, if you set your space up and have your press mat next to you, you know, nearby, then it's not a chore, is it? If you haven't got to go into another room or the other end of the room, you're going to press as you go.
Yeah, and you do get a nicer finish. So
You do.
actually, so when you think about it, once you've made the half square triangles, it is just
It's easy to sew
piecing it together. Yeah.
but it's the keeping the layout and the orientation.
Yeah.
Until
So if you're a beginner, or well, if you've done a bit of sewing before, this is the first quilt you've attempted, it is fairly simple, but work one block at a time.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've only got, how many have we got left, Nikki? 3? Just checking.
Is that all? Right, and then I'm going to press towards my big block.
2 left. 2 left.
Quick.
And 30 in baskets.
Oh my
you need to
goodness.
check out. So if you're having problems with checking out, if there's an issue at all, just call the call centre, 0800 111 4433. But obviously it'd be quick if you do it on the internet. But if you're having any issues, we won't be getting this back. And 28 if you're going to miss out. So if you want to get the one of the 2 last kits, you do need to check out.
Now when you come to do the top and bottom rows, you've got seams to match. So use the pin technique and do those seams
With
first.
your nice long quilting
with your
pins.
nice long quilting pins.
They're on the website if you have a look.
Into your mat, so
and watch
you're
live,
not
scroll down.
going through your fingers. And then ease those others in. You can use your clips there as well if you want to. So just make sure you're comfortable with what you've got and stitch those down. Remember to take your pins out as you go though.
Yes, well these are your very beautiful, expensive quilting pins that you want to look after.
Yeah, I mean, as a rule, you shouldn't be sewing over pins anyway. Sewing machine, needles and pins aren't a good combo.
I do sometimes. It's one of my guilty secrets.
bit like fingers and sewing machine needles, neither are they.
Did you know I've never ever sewn over my fingers?
No, my son has.
Has he? Never ever. It's amazing that I haven't though, isn't it? But I never actually
I don't
have.
think his teacher was very impressed.
Yeah, jinx, that'll be it now.
Right, exactly.
Never cut my fingers off.
Yeah, so let's put this one on as well. Just watch your orientation as you place pieces, because otherwise you'll be undoing your seam.
You will.
But I'm sure we can find an unpicker on the website if you need one.
Yeah, we've got an electric one. Have you tried that one? I love that one.
I haven't. Every time it's on, I think, oh, shall I get one? And by the time I've made the decision, they've sold out.
It is brilliant, but also I think what's great for it is that you can unpick things like embroidery on clothes.
Oh, you see, I need this in my life.
But it is really good fun doing machines because I've demonstrated it a few times now. I actually really want one.
Yeah, I just need the
We
heads
keep
up.
selling out of it though.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we've got them left.
They need to bulk buy. Definitely need to bulk
They
buy.
are. Do you know what? They're so satisfying to use as well.
Yeah. Right, we're almost there. We've almost
I know.
got
We've
our
only
block.
got 2 of these left. We've got nearly 10, so I'm going to tie mine back up into a nice little bow. One left.
Gosh, that's going to be a race. Who can press the checkout button first? There we go. We have a completed block. Now these ones I did press open.
Someone says, "Will
top
someone
and
please tell
bottom seam.
Susie the bottom left square is wrong?" What does that mean?
Bottom left square of the one I'm doing.
Yeah. Or maybe of the quilt.
Well, I didn't make this quilt.
No,
so if
no,
it's
I know.
wrong,
No.
Rachel Hauer, the designer, made this
I don't
one.
think it's wrong.
So if it's wrong, you need to tell.
No,
speak
maybe
to
it was
her.
when you were laying it out.
Possibly.
And then you turned it round.
And then I turned it round.
Ah,
yeah.
there you go. She knew. So we have told her, and she knew.
I was ahead of you.
I know. Oh, they were obviously watching you lay it out.
Ah.
Right. So she noticed.
There you go.
She changed it.
And the blocks that I've used.
One left.
For my
Who does the one left belong to?
Me. The blocks that I used for my cushions, once I'd pieced everything that I wanted to for my actual quilt, they were the leftovers. So from that I've made 2 cushions, but I've still got leftovers, so I can go on and make bits.
But you've made yours smaller though, haven't you?
I've made mine smaller, and also what I'm going to use those for is I'm going to repeat the block on the back, but not as many, just as a feature on the back as well. And then it minimises how much plain I need for my backing.
True.
So that's another way of getting around the issue if you haven't got extra wide backing.
It's gone. It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. Well done.
And
Congratulations.
look at that. Perfectly timed for finishing the block.
Yeah, and you've made the block.
And then all you do is put
Make
the blocks
loads of them
together, and you seam match at each
So
point.
this is where you then lay them all
Yeah.
out and decide
Yeah.
what order, because there
So-
is a picture on the instructions
There
that
is.
shows you what
So
order.
I've pieced.
But I'd want to change that because that bothers me, those 2 red ones together.
Well, you see what? Yeah.
But
you
there
see,
isn't, you see. I'd put a
yeah.
red one there.
Well, I started to move it around, and then I ended up with too many ants together.
Oh, really?
And
So
see,
maybe they've already done that.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of that going on.
Yeah, so maybe
because I said the same, and I didn't want 2 turquoises
No, I
here.
wouldn't.
So I tried moving those, and then
Oh.
I ended up with something
Right.
clashing over here.
So have hours of fun on
Yeah.
your knees, rearranging it.
just
When
to
you've made
show
them,
you-
send us a photo. Maybe this is the only answer. So I'm being a bit clever going, I don't want those 2 together.
So what I am going to change though, so when you come to do your border,
Yes.
so once you've put them together, so this is the first 2 rows
Oh, let me
together.
hold that out. Oh, yes.
Okay, so that's put together. So this just needs pressing, and then you put on a thin brown
I quite like that. It's
border,
like a picture frame.
and then, so you don't have, and it's very clever, so you don't have lots of seam matching. It means you can just put your next border on. So your next border is all a few more half square triangles. So by the end of this quilt, if you cannot do a half square triangle,
you'll be a genius. That's why
Yeah.
you need to get the add a quarter ruler.
You do.
Because you will be using it so
You
much.
do
It will make
use
quite a
it a lot.
difference. You can get either the shorter or the longer.
absolutely.
They're on the website because we sold them. We had them on at 10 o'clock, so I think they're still there.
So the borders
Oh, there we go.
are just
Yeah.
one of every fabric. Let's bring it here. One of every fabric
Lovely.
as a half square triangle, and you do some way, some the other way because of where they are on the quilt. But if you're making it smaller, so what I'm going to do is there's 10 fabrics, so I'm going to put 5 together, then I'm going to put some of the background fabric brown in, and then I'm going to do the other 5 to
Right.
get to the right length, so I can then do the
See what
the
you mean.
width one.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much.
That's all right.
Well, what a result. Everybody's very happy.
Good.
Except for the 28 people that missed out and me.
Yeah.
Because I've actually sort of talked myself into this, thinking,
And now you
yes, I
can't
love
get
it.
it.
And now this happens every single time. I talk myself into it. Yeah, and then they sell out. So thank you so much for
Thank you
today.
very much.
You've worked really hard.
I've had such fun.
We've
though.
done Liberty, we've done
Yeah, I've been to
Ants.
the Riviera and a walk in the woods.
Yes.
How lucky am I?
But thank you, and your knowledge and enthusiasm of the Liberty has been brilliant.
oh no, I just
Yeah.
love it. And yeah, every time they bring a new collection out, I'm like, wow.
Love it.
Yeah,
I know.
blown away.
Gorgeous. So when
Yeah.
are you back with us?
27th of May, and I have no idea what I'm doing.
Wow, that's exciting.
I know. Well, I'm going to design something new.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was asked, is there anything you want to do? And on my drive in at 5:30 this morning, I came up with a plan. So
Did you? Brilliant.
I'm going to see whether I'm allowed.
Oh, okay. That'll be exciting. Right, so we'll see you back
Cool.
here then.
Yes, very
Thank you.
excited. Thank you.
I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. We've got some new fabrics. We've got some fat quarter packs, and we've got some thread as well. So I'll see you back here then.
Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats, because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Well done to all of you. Got that quilt kit. I've just packed it away nicely. I'm just hoping that, well, I don't think we are going to get the back in, but well done to all of you did. If you've just joined me on Sewing Street, we've had a fantastic day with Liberty and the Rachel Hauer kit, but I've got some lovely fabric and needles and books and thread for you in this hour. Now, well, several very exciting things. One of them is that we've got the sewing machine needles back in stock and the hand sewing needles. So now when I did the Amber Makes needle case kits, which we've still got on the website if you want one, you need the pack of all the sewing machine needles and the pack of all the hand sewing needles, and we keep going in and out of stock of them. So if you've bought the needle case, or if you want to buy one, I think there's some on the website. If you go under kits and put in needle case, you'll find them. You need the sewing machine needles. So I totally believe in needles and pins being the right things. Makes a big difference having the right machine needle for the job. Totally is life-changing, game-changing rather than life-changing maybe. So these are all the different ones that we've got. Now when you buy your sewing machine, it will come with the universal needles. Universal needles are what they say on the tin. They are universal. They can use for nearly all the fabrics. They aren't sharp as sharp. They've got a very slightly rounded point, which means that you can use them with woven fabrics and also with jersey non-woven fabrics. But you do need universal sharp. You will use these the majority of the time. This is a mixed pack of sizes 70 to 90, absolutely ideal. So that's your universals. I would say that the next most important is jeans. Because if you break your universal, it's probably because your fabric's too thick. Use a jeans needle. These come from 90 to 100. They've got a slightly bigger eye, so they're easier to thread because you often use a thicker thread with jeans. So that's for that. Then move on to ballpoint. Really important if you are sewing on any types of jersey fabrics at all. Really, really important. Because, let me move these books, I feel like that's better, isn't it? They have got a ball point. So when they go through the fibres of the jersey fabric, rather than pierce them, which you won't want to do, or you get a ladder like you do in your tights, they separate them because it's a ball point and they sew through better. So that's the ball point needles. Now, the sharps needles, this is what I use instead of universal. So because the universal can be used for all fabrics. If I'm and I do use my universal, but if I'm working on quite a fine fabric or several layers, or I'm doing something a bit special, I'm making a quilt, I'm using expensive fabric, and I'm doing fast seaming, the sharps are better. If you're using ordinary 50 weight cotton, the sharps go through them beautifully. I buy these in like 10 packs of 10 at a time, because for cotton fabric, I think they are more reliable and work better. Universal are absolutely fine, but you just get a slightly more precise finish with those. Let's move on to quilting now. Quilting needles, these are great for actually quilting, because when you're not patchworking, but for quilting, because the eye is slightly smaller, so it goes through the fabric a bit better. Top stitch, these use, obviously when you're top stitching, you use a thicker thread, so they have a bigger eye, so they work better with that. So if you're using a slightly thicker thread, maybe you're doing top stitch on a jeans, or you're doing around the edge of something and you're using a decorative jean, then top stitch is better for that. Embroidery, brilliant for using with metallic threads, because they are sharp, nice sharp needles. Stretch, they're used as well as ballpoint needles. They're slightly different to the ballpoint. They have a slightly different point, but it's really good to have that collection, those in there, because they are for slightly different fabrics. Leather, these are brilliant. So these aren't just for leather though, these are for anything like PU, oilcloth, anything that's like completely a non-woven fabric. They have a slightly chiseled point, so it's slightly three-sided. So when they go through the fabric, well, the PU, they'll make the holes so that it will go through. So you will get a better finish. Now, obviously, the universal needle you can use with all of these things, but you will get a better finish and a more professional finish. For £19.99, you're saving £3 as well, and you will have the right needle for the job. And the best thing about buying this pack is when you've got them all, because this is how I started with realising about needles. I had a pack of all of them, then I realised, actually, do you know, I'm getting a better finish with those sharps. If you read about them, it will tell you on the back exactly why you should use them as well. So if you're not sure, so like for the stretch, for knits with two-way stretch, particularly those using lycra, rubber in swimwear and lingerie, specifically designed scarf presents skiff stitches. The scarf is the chiselled out little bit that's behind the eye. So you've got the shaft of the needle, you've got the point of the needle and the eye, and then the little bit that's behind the eye is the scarf, and you need wider or narrower scarves depending on the fabric you're using. So it all tells you on there. Once you've worked out the needles you want, you know then the right ones to buy. So that's why I end up buying 10 packs of sharps all the time, because I like them. Right, we have got more in baskets of these than we actually have left. So if you want these, if you get the needle case kit, that fits all of those. Right, let's move on to hand needles. I'm even more passionate about hand needles because these really do make a difference. I've got also, is this a whole pack or are these individuals? I've got all sorts here. Oh yeah, cool. Right, these are all the hand sewing needles that you will need. There's only 11 of these. They are £13.95. We only have 11 of these stock. They've got all the ones that you need. Now what you will probably find, if you've only got one needle in your sewing kit, it will be a sharps. This is often what you get in the supermarket, but they're usually thick and not very good. These are perfect for using for just general hand sewing like hemming, but they won't do every job brilliantly, so you need those. If you're going to do any sorts of embroidery, you need an embroidery needle, also called a crewel. That's what you'll see it sometimes. In here it's called an embroidery. Large rounded eye, so that you can thread it easily, nice sharp point. All of these are in multi-sizes, so these are sizes 5 to 10. So there's a size 10, and that's a size 5. The higher the number, the narrower, the smaller the needle. Between quilting, we all know how brilliant these are if you're doing quilting. Very short, very sharp, with little rounded eyes. So perfect for getting several stitches on the needle. My favourite needle at the moment, the very under-realised how wonderful they are needle, is the milliner's or straw needle. These are brilliant for EPP because you can get you can get through it because you've got more, the needle is long, it's fine, it's got a small eye, so you can really get through the edge of the fabric on the sides. Also brilliant for embroidery like bullion knots, French knots, anything like that. This is my go-to for hand sewing because you've got more flexibility because it's longer. Chenille is for embroidery but using thicker threads. It's exactly the same as a tapestry needle except it has a sharp point and not a blunt one. Leather, that's the same as those machine needles, so good for sewing PU and oilcloth as well. It has a little chiselled point, so when you look at the bottom of it, it's like in a little triangle, so it will cut through. Then we have long darners. These are really good for darning, obviously, but they're also good for working long stitches. There is one missing, and I can't think, but beading, and they've given me 2 long darners instead. There is beading needles in the pack, so that's the wrong one. And tapestry, obviously blunt needle, perfect for whip stitches in embroidery, and obviously cross stitch. And I often use them for darning holes in jumpers and things because they've got a nice blunt eye. The biggest size is just about big enough for sewing up knitting and crochet, but I would probably use a size 20 rather than a 24. Anyway, that's the embroidery needles, more in baskets than we've got. Love them. They keep selling out. We need to get them back. I'm going to put those to one side. I've now got 2 new fabrics. Well, 1 new fabric pack in 2 sizes. So let's go 10 inch. This is called Midnight Magic. This is beautiful monochrome. This is brand new today, brand new. Charlie's loving it already. Charlie, you haven't even seen inside it. He just liked the top one. He's loving it already. So this is available as a 10 inch charm pack, which is the one that I'm going to open very carefully. There we go. There are 10 inch squares. And I'm just seeing how many of them. 42. Sometimes you get 40, sometimes 42. 42 10 inch squares. This is Moda fabric. So really beautiful quality fabric. Moda. Can I move it? I need to move the book. That's better. So beautiful monochrome. So I'm going to show you all the prints. We've got this lovely grey print. These. Have we got the books here? Some of them we don't. No, we haven't. So brilliant. There's loads and loads of books that you can buy that use the 10 inch squares, that use layer cakes. They're brilliant for making half square triangles because if you cut it into 4, you've got 4 5 inch squares. You can use them for lots of different things. They're great for strip piecing. You can just so quilts, fantastic, obviously. But 1 square, it's brilliant. You know, you've got your little zip purse, haven't you, with 1 square? So if you've got like a little stall or you make things for charity or to buy, these are brilliant for using for your small makes. You can use them patchwork 4 together to make a cushion. It's a really nice way of having every single fabric from 1 fabric collection. So this is what lovely white with the grey spot, gorgeous. Like this is mosaic tile, isn't it? With a bit of orange. So the majority of this is in grey and black and white, but then they put this little pop of orange in. Love that one. So wouldn't this go together really well? And then we've got this lovely grey with stars on. So the price for this is $47.99. I love that one. It's like it's like the moon, isn't it? Is that one called Lunar Phases? Is it? Thought I'd made that up. Then we've got some mosaicing there. Oh, we've got cats on this one, like that one. Very nice. And then we've got a lovely check. So this is brand new. It's really nice to have this, isn't it? Lovely things you can make with it. And then we've got black with the orange things. We've got the black, textured like a mosaic. white and black. So it's a really lovely collection that you could use. I mean, although you think it's because it's black and white, it could be wintry, but actually it does feel quite summery, doesn't it? Because the black and the white, it's beautiful in the summer. Depends what you want to do with it. Add it to your fabric stash. Then we've got another black. So you can see these same prints are running through now, but they're coming up in different colourways. So we started off the white one, and then we had the grey way, and now we've got the black one. And I think we're going to be coming into the orange one. Look. So if you love black and grey and orange, this is real pumpkin orange. Look at that. I love that star one. It's got black, grey, and orange stars on it. I love that. And you've got the orange check. So this would make really something quite stunning, wouldn't it? Because I think it's a really popular colourway at the moment, having this. And it's not your bright primary orange. It's a really nice pumpkin orange. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. Got two of them. It's so nice. We've got two of them. Oh, we've even got some little cats on that one. And then we've got orange stars. It's a lovely orange, isn't it? So those are all the fabrics in this layer cake. So $47.99, you are getting 42 10-inch squares. But because it's brand new, and why not, we're going to drop the price. What are we going to drop it to? $37.99. That's an amazing price. Brand new today, $37.99. Moda Midnight Magic 2 10-inch charm pack of 42 pieces. Isn't that lovely? So $37.99. Just think of all the things you can do with it. Have a look on the website if you want some inspiration of what you can do with 10-inch squares. They are brilliant because you've got all of the fabrics of one collection, and then you can put them all together to make a whole thing. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful colour. But they're also quite useful to have in your stash as well. If you like the prints and you like the colourway, you've then got that to use for other things. It's so pretty, isn't it? So £10 off. Now that's only going to be dropped today, only till midnight, and then the price will go back up if we have any left. Then that'll be it. Go straight back up. So that's the 10-inch charm pack. Now we've got exactly the same one, but in a 5-inch. So I'm not going to open them all because they are exactly the same, but they are in a 5 inches instead. So you do get 42 in there, but they're 5 inches, $14.99. So if you love the fabrics, but you don't want such a big one, $14.99. But they're quite nice. You could use them together. If you want small, if you want extra fabric, $14.99 for that one. But there's lots of lovely things you can make with them. Things like the shadow box quilt works really well. Loads of different designs where they use all the 5-inch squares. They make, if you've got a 5-inch, that'll make 2 4-inch half square triangles. Or you can just use and piece them together. Just keep it simple. If you think, well, actually, I really love the colourway, I love that monochrome look, just redecorated, or want to update the lounge, want to put a bit of modern, the sort of the black and the grey and the orange in it, just join a few together to make a few cushions. Just keep it as simple as that. So that's $14.99 for the 5-inch charm pack of 42. Okay? Let me just put those to one side. I'm going to do a book next. Let's do a book. Which one shall we do? I'm trying to see. Oh, I do like Jules Fallon's book, Sewing for the Soul. Love this. So, bit of dressmaking, because we haven't done any dressmaking today. Jules Fallon, she does fantastic sewing patterns. I've made lots of dresses from her, and this is a really lovely book. So if you love dressmaking and you want some inspiration and ideas, this is really nice. Let's have a little book. Simple sewing patterns and recipes to lift the spirits, because most of us like that as well, don't they? So Jules, she runs and owns her own dressmaking business where she designs, makes and sells her own patterns. I first met her at Ali Pali years ago, and she started designing them for us. We started buying her projects and selling them when we were on Sewing Quarter, and they are gorgeous. But she makes beautiful things like the shirt dress. The designs that she makes just kind of are generic. They fit people. They fit me really well. The way that she designs them, the patterns work. But I think they're always really well considered and well made, with using a lot of textiles, but not overly complicated. So we've got that lovely shift dress pattern, just a woven tee. Ooh, is your cake dress in there? Good point. So I don't know. The batik dress my patchwork dress I was wearing yesterday was by Jules, and I don't know. I'll have a look when we get through there. Oh look, just a little t-shirt. Use a lightweight woven fabric such as a linen, a cotton lawn, or a double gauze. Oh, how pretty is that? All the way through. Embroidered tee. I like that. That's lovely, isn't it? Just to put a little bit of embroidery. So you can just add that. So she's got the information, the design and the pattern and the templates to do that. And then we've got chocolate orange cake recipe, obviously, and a mocha latte. Oh gosh, that's, as you do, nice. Summer palazzo pants, lovely. I tell you what, wouldn't they look nice in some of those Liberties we had this morning? So look at all of this we're getting for £19.99. By the way, all the patterns are in the back. So I'm only on the summer, and you're getting all of this for £19.99. So there's all the information to make the palazzo pants. Then we've got the sheared summer top, pretty, like that. Cami and shorts. You know, when there was quite a few of those Liberty fabrics this morning that Susie was saying would look lovely for summer pyjamas. So. All you need is an old sheet. I love that, old sheet, duvet cover or tablecloth to make yourself those. Or you could buy Liberty fabric to make yourself a cami and shorts. Lemon drizzle cake and elderflower cordial. This is lovely, isn't it? Then we move into autumn. So we've got an oversized shirt, nice little button placket there, and a classic t-shirt, long sleeved. So you've got all sorts. You've got quite simple makes, you've got more structured makes, you've got jersey, you've got cotton fabric, a re-loved fabric. That's lovely. What is used for that? A selection of loved and worn knitted jumpers or cardigans, and then you sew it together. Yeah, because we shouldn't throw things out. If you've got a jumper that you've shrunk or it's got some holes in, you cut it all up and you make it into a beautiful blanket. Oh, I think that's really nice. Spiced sugar crust apple cake and hot cider nog. Oh, how nice is that? Hot cider nog. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? And then we're on to winter, so we've got a winter coat, obviously. I mean, this is amazing value for money, isn't it? £19.99, and you've got all of this. I mean, you'd normally pay like £14.99 for the pattern. Drawstring trousers, so there's your pyjamas. I'm always going on about pyjamas. So you need 1.5 to 2 meters of medium weight woven fabric to make your pyjama bottoms, and all the patterns are in here, remember. Christmas stocking, obviously, and then we've got, oh yes, rich fruitcake with hidden surprises and mulled wine. Okay, so what are the hidden surprises then? Oh, marzipan balls hidden beneath its surface. We take turns to push the balls into the cake mixture and make a wish with each one. Nice. And then we have the sewing pattern for, then we've got the general sewing techniques all the way through and all the patterns in the book. £19.99 for all that. You've got all those cake recipes, you've got all the sewing all the sewing patterns. That is an amazing value for money. What a lovely book. Really like that. Should we do some thread now? Love this one. Quilting thread, 100% cotton. This is a brilliant product and brilliant price. Yes. So if you've not used cotton thread before, if you always use polyester thread and you hear about people talking about cotton thread, this is a really good way to do it. £14.99. Oh, it's gone. They've gone. Right, gone and gone. I like this pack because I love Gutermann thread. It's really nice quality. This is your Gutermann sew all. So this is your sew all thread, 100% polyester. Now you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get 12 reels in there of all colours. You've got white, lemon, yellow, orange, red, light green, dark green, light blue, dark blue, teal, and a black. So this is a good gift to yourself if you just need the reels of thread, because with it comes a pack of Schmetz universal sewing needles. I said that you can use them for anything in sizes 70 to 90, really good. And you've got a packet of really nice prim pins. So you've got Gutermann thread, Schmetz needles and prim pins, so all the good quality for $19.99. But what a lovely present for somebody. Anyone who sews would absolutely love that. Or fantastic for yourself, because you're getting all of those colours of thread. We always need pins, and you get the new needles as well. And these pretty much fit into all sewing machines. I think that's a brilliant product. Because when you think one of these reels of thread normally costs about $1.80, $1.90, maybe £2, and you're getting 12 of them. So, you know, you're pretty much getting the sewing machine needles and the pins for free. Great product, and the lovely thread, the Gutermann as well. Right, I'm going to have an empty desk when I've finished. Right, I'm going to go on to denim thread next, because denim thread is really, really useful. Doesn't have to just be used with denim. Oh, right, this one finishes in 09. So you get 12 100-metre spools. They're 100% polyester and they're 50 weight, which means that that's just normal sewing thread weight. But you've got the denim colours. So you've got like light denim jeans, royal blue, and then dark denim jeans. You've got olive, because you often get trousers in olive. You've got grey and you've got black, and then you've got white and the beige and taupe, and then these are your 3 accent colours. I mean, you can get jeans in those, but really this is your top stitch colour that you use when you're hemming your jeans, or you put a little bit of red in, but it's got those 2 colours. So quite often I find if I'm hemming somebody's jeans and you need the right thread for them, those 2 colours are really useful. I do a lot of jean mending, or people often like just where you know where the jeans wear out, and so if you've got ripped jeans, I'm always mending ripped jeans. If you press them so together, put a little bit of interfacing underneath, and then just work loads and loads of zigzag on top, then that mends them. But it's nice to have all of these colours, because I was doing some the other day, I didn't have quite the right colour, so I had to put some white on top as well. But for mending jeans, that's absolutely perfect. I mean, obviously this isn't special thread for jeans, this is your normal 50 weight thread, so you can just add this to your shaft and you've got it. But the spools are 100 metres, so you've got a lot in there. Okay, I've got a really nice black and white one here. So this is just your general, if you need to add to your stash, it does, Henton 76. So if you need to add to your stash, you've got 3 reels of black and 4 reels of white. It is Gutermann 100% polyester thread, really good quality. I think you've got 100 metres on each spool. Never have enough black and white thread. So $12.99 for 7 reels in total. It is your Gutermann Sew All thread. Everyone needs one of those. So you need your set of hand sewing machine needles, and then you need this pack as well. That kind of covers you for every use, doesn't it? That's lovely. Should we do some fabric? Now, I love this fabric because I was given this fabric to make something with a while ago, and I made a thread spool quilt, absolutely gorgeous. So I'm surprised we've got any left. This is the Moda collection. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pardon? Oh, I don't know because I haven't got the code. Yeah, it's called it's the Moda Make Time, and it's the Fat Quarter collection. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I know that says 10. No, but some of them might be separate. Let me just count them. I think because we've only got one of these. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I didn't count them properly. 4, 5. No, I didn't. 6. Yes, it is 10. So I actually can't count. I actually can't count. So I love this collection. It's called the Moda Make Time. It was designed by Anila Hui during lockdown. I always say that wrong. And it was about making time for your hobby and appreciating it. So it's in beautiful pastel colours, and it's featuring sewing themed items. It's lovely. I did a thread spool block with this, and it just looked gorgeous because it works so well in these fabrics. So this has got cross stitch images. You've got another one in blue that has the cross stitch images, and another one in this lovely grey background with orange images. Then I love this one, the blue pins. Really nice, all multicoloured pins. There's a fat quarter of each of these, by the way. That's 20 by 22 inches. So this is how much you're getting. There we go. 20 by 22 inches. You get 1 fat quarter of each of these fabrics. So you can really make something lovely with it. There's enough in this pack to make a wall hanging or several cushions. Let me fold that back up. There we go. So you get the blue pins. Then we've got the lovely sort of pale grey background with pink scissors, little embroidery scissors and a bit of cross stitch. And then you've got these lovely prints that work really well with it. Rather than a spot, so this is the lovely peachy background. They're tiny little squares sort of scattered amongst, so a really nice accent fabric to use with it. And the same fabric in the beige. So this looks lovely if you wanted to use it as a binding, because it's got that nice, because all the colours blend together, it's a really nice accent. So if you're thinking about, well, I want to make some extra, some sewing supplies, I want to make a little work bag. I've seen a pattern for a bag for my projects. I've seen a pattern for a sewing machine cover or something for my sewing room. This would be ideal. And then you've got these 3 gorgeous diagonal stripes. You don't often see these. I think they work. I'm going to open this and show you. They work really well for bindings in particular, because they're the stripe is printed diagonally across the fabric, so it works so well for that. I've used this to bind the edge of something, because when you cut it, let me show you, I'll put it on one of these. When you then use it as a binding, it is worth doing. If you see these fabrics, get them, because see, when you bind it, it looks like a candy stripe, but you're not having to cut on the bias to achieve that, which you don't want to do with straight binding, but it really gives a nice accent. So maybe if you were making like a little zip case that you're going to keep your EPP project in, bind the top of it with this before you put your zip in, and it just gives it that really nice professional looking finish. But that in this fat quarter pack, this lovely diagonal stripe comes in all 3 colourways of blue, grey and the peachy colour. So £37.49, and you are getting 10 fat quarters. Right. Okay, let's do some more fabric. Got another bundle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 pieces. This is the monochrome bundle. Now, some of them are in it. I say they're plain fabrics. Some of them are plain, but not all of them. Some have got a slightly mottled effect. So let's start on the darkness. So we've got black. These are all fat quarters. So we've got black. Then we've got charcoal, but in a mottled, can you see? It's slightly mottled. Then we go on to a plain charcoal. Then slate. And then you've got that lovely sort of browny coloured slate. So if you're loving monochrome and you want a bit of black and greys, this is a really good thing to add to your stash. You've then got pale grey, you've got the mottled cream, and you've got optic white. So if you just need some blacks and greys and whites, and you know, getting the right shade is difficult. You can see how different this grey is to the slaty grey, which is blue. It's a really nice thing to have in your stash. $15.99, you've got 8 fat quarters of really lovely monochrome plain fabrics. Rainbow and black, because black works so well with the rainbows, doesn't it? It's a really nice accent for it. It's the mixer cotton fat quarter pack. So we'll start with black, but then we've got, these are all fat quarters. That's a plain black. This one has got the slight mottle, but we've got red, orange, in mottled, yellow. Shall I show you what it looks like? You can see the mottled, I don't know what that's called. It's almost like a marbled mottled look. Hard to describe it, but it's just almost like a sponge printed. $15.99. Okay. Red, orange, yellow, green. Green. So in fact, these are all these lovely model prints except for the black. Red, yeah, it shows up differently on different ones, doesn't it? But what's lovely about it is that rather than using a plain fabric, it gives things a little bit of movement, and it doesn't make it so harsh. It also helps when you're to draw the eye away from things if it's got a slight change in colour when you're matching seams, it does help strangely. Really good for things like applique as well, for naturalistic things. So maybe you were wanting to applique some grass or natural things, it works well with that, but it will make a beautiful rainbow. But it's lovely. It just gives you a little bit more texture than a plain. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, nice sky blue, and then we've got petrol, not indigo, and purple. Actually, I'm going to do that. I feel like it works better though. I don't know. Anyway, so there's your rainbow. So you've got the rainbow and black fat quarters, but all of the coloured are in the lovely mottled sort of sponge printed effect. So that's some more fabric. Should we do another book? Which one shall we do? I haven't got that one. Occasion bags. So this is one of Debbie Shaw's fantastic books if you love a bag. If you've bought yourself some fabric today, if you've got some in your stash and you think, I really would like to make a special bag, then this is brilliant. Pardon? It's called Occasion Bags. QUPU21. Okay. So this is a great book. I'm going to go through this. I haven't got long left. We've got lots of templates in here. They're plastic templates, so you can draw around them, and they've got they can be reused loads and loads of times, and they've got like dotted lines, so they're easier to draw templates. They've even got the things like the little applique parts and the corners of bags. So it's a fantastic price. For £11.99 you're getting patterns for 15 bags, and you're getting the templates as well. So let's just have a little look at the bags. Occasion bags. So these are all those bags that you need. What does Debbie say? Are you after a stylish new clutch or occasion bag? This book will help you create exactly what you're after. Using the 2 plastic templates provided, you can create the 15 bags designs I've included. Then you can use them over and over again. So that's brilliant. Now, if you've ever used Debbie Shaw's books, templates, instructions, you'll know they're really easy to understand and fantastic. So she explains how to use the templates, and then we move into the bags. So we've got a patchwork and quilted clutch. Love this one. Like that one. What's that one called? A piping and a tongue clasp. She moves on to the materials and the threads, everything that you need for bag making, the tools. So if you've never done bag making before, or you're a beginner to it and you want to get into it, you want to know the information, this book is perfect. It's also good if you've made loads of bags anyway, because it just gives you more ideas, but it does explain all of those things about hardware and how do you make a strap, how do you put a zip pocket in. You know, one of those things that, I'm not going to put in the pocket in the bag. She explains that lovely letterbox zip opening really, really clearly. All how to do magnetic snap fasteners, explains it all. So if you really would like to have a go and making your own special bag, maybe you're going to a special occasion, you need a bag to match an outfit, you can't find one anywhere, then this is perfect. Or you've got a beautiful piece of fabric that you haven't got loads of, but you want to make something special with it, this would be ideal. So we've got the curved flap handbag using really nice floral. Look, can you see how detailed the walkthrough photos are? Really does explain it ever so clearly. And then we've got the round flap handbag. Ooh, I like that with the scallop. That looks lovely in that animal. I don't even know what the animal is. A giraffe. I think it's a giraffe. Some animal print, but it looks lovely in that, doesn't it? But look how she explains really clearly. Look, you trace around the templates to make it, how to put the magnetic fastener in. It's quite stunning, isn't it? So whatever the fabric is you like, it can completely change the look of it. The curved flap clutch, the bow clutch, the scalloped flap clutch. That's quite hard to say. Zip clutch. So it's all in there, loads and loads of books, even a little cosmetic bag purse. But £11.99 for 15 projects, that's less than £1 per set of instructions. Incredible value for money. So it's all in there, everything that you need to make your special occasion bags. Should we do another Debbie Shaw book? So eco-friendly. This is great, this book. When I first saw it, I thought, what a great idea. She's got 25 reusable projects. So we're all into this. It's very important that we're into sustainable sewing. Stop throwing things out, reuse things, but also make things so that can be reused. Reuse things you've already got and make things that can be reused too. Now, this is only £9.99, this book. There is something for everybody in here. Whatever you are interested in doing, it's all in here. I absolutely love this book. So she talks about, as in with all of her books, materials and tools and techniques, it's all in there. Very, very easy to understand. So if you're new to sewing, if you're a beginner to this, then that all explains it. So this is what I mean by makeup remover pads. And she says use an old cotton t-shirt and then you just put them in the washing machine. So you're saving having to buy them, and you're also reusing an old t-shirt. Wax sandwich wraps. So you just use a piece of cotton fabric and then you can get wax flakes, and then that's it, no more cling film. I love the way she's got fabric with bees on. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I don't know how when I've made them, she does it with an iron. What you can also do is put the wax into a baking tray and then dip the fabric. She does it with an iron. So you get any cotton fabric that you love, you put the wax on and then you use it like a cling film. There you go. You can use the same technique to make a snack pouch. You put your sandwiches in, your crisps. Again, once you've got the wax, and you can get soy for vegan, or you can get beeswax. Bath sponges. So, you think how sponges go really smelly and horrible, don't they? There you go, make them. This is a hemp tote bag, so she's just used that because that's quite nice, isn't it? When you're going shopping, don't keep reusing plastic bags, and with a little bit of embroidery. A baby wipe bag, so that you can got clean wipes and dirty, and then you can put the older wipes in there. We're using cork, because cork is sustainable, the Portuguese cork, like that. A bottle bag, don't get those plastic ones. Make one, picnics. Now, this sturdy bag will carry 4 bottles back from the supermarket. So you can use it to take on your picnic, but if you go to the supermarket and rather than using the bags that they have, this is how to make one for 4. You can just store it in the boot of your car. Perfect. Stockings for gift bags instead of buying them. A grocery bag, and obviously you need your grocery bags because we're not using the plastic bags anymore. Plant pot covers, that's so lovely, isn't it? And then you can use any old pieces of fabric as well, and you put little fabric bowls inside so they don't get wet. Fabric gift wrap, now this is perfect. You think how much gift wrap gets thrown away, but if you wrap it in a piece of fabric like this, and she explains in it how to tie it so it looks beautiful. I mean, that looks better than any gift wrapping, doesn't it? Even I love that one, how to wrap 2 bottles. Gift cube. So that's all about sustainable wrapping. Gift bags, obviously very important. Repair kit, so you can make a little kit for repairing everything that you've got rather than throwing it out. If you've got a repair kit to hand, you'll use it, and it's so pretty, isn't it? I love the way it's got the little zip all around and everything that you need inside. These are genius, bowl covers instead of cling film. They're like little baby shower caps, but made from fabric. And so just a plain fabric from it, and then you use that to keep things fresh in the fridge rather than the flies or anything. They're really good for picnics as well. Apron, and then these are great. Look, tumble dryer sheets. How to make your own baby wipes. So you put those in that pouch you made. How to make your own tumble dryer sheets. How to make your own kitchen wipes so you're not throwing them away and you're reusing them. Little fold away bag. I mean, look at this. I can't believe the price for this. $9.99 for all of this. Cork lunch bag. You don't even need to take when you go and get your sandwiches. You don't need to put them in anything else. And the cork is sustainable, which is great. And a cutlery roll for your picnics. But $9.99 for all of that. There is so much inspiration, and a mask as well. So much inspiration in here of all the things that you could use. Really, really worth it. And a little pouch to put in them as well. Right, let's do some thread. Loving. Actually, we've got a smaller one of them. Just say, if you wanted the jeans thread, this is a smaller one. It is the same 100 metre, number 50. So it's just a smaller pack. It's got in it dark blue, black, grey, taupe, and then the 2 gold colours, which are really good for the top stitching. So if you just wanted the jeans thread, but you wanted a smaller pack, that's $13.99. Keep checking out for that one. Metallic thread. Who wants to add a little bit of sparkle to their stitching? Brilliant book. I'm a complete beginner, and it got me started right away from Michelle in Merseyside. Oh, thank you. That's really useful, Michelle. I'm glad it got you into it. Debbie's books are brilliant. They always make sense. They're really easy to understand. They're fab. And I just love the whole ethos behind that one, that, you know, you're reusing and you're saving money as well. Bit of metallic thread, so you know when you make something, I mean, it could be Christmassy, it could be festive, but it doesn't have to be. If you want to do a little top stitch around the edge of something, pop a little metallic thread in. And the beauty of this, $14.99, is you're getting 10 different colours. I mean, look at the colours in here. I absolutely love this petrol one. So if you are doing a bit of top stitching, or you're just hemming something, this will go through your sewing machine as well. You can try using your normal universal needle, but you can get metallic embroidery sewing machine needles, which have a slightly deeper scarf, so the thread sits in it better and is less likely to break. But look at the colours, look at that fuchsia colour and the petrol. So when you just want to add a little bit of sparkle to something, you know, I think often people think of machine embroidery threads like, oh, well, I've got to be a really serious machine embroiderer and I've got to create works of art. No, just hem your jeans with a bit of purple sparkle. Absolutely perfect. So that's that one. This is the Aurifil Platinum Jubilee Collection. Look at this. This is going to be great, isn't it? I love it. I love the picture on the front. Oh, I'm going to pour them all out. So we have got these colours have been selected especially. I'll read it out. It's 100% cotton. It's 50 weight thread, so this is your normal weight thread, 10 spools. The Platinum Jubilee collection is Aurifil's humble tribute to Queen Elizabeth II. This year we celebrate her success and achievements throughout her 70 years of service. Her fierce nature, resilience and compassion have set a strong example, inspiring a new generation of leaders. So, look, those are the platinum colours, aren't they? So if you want to have the cloth, they are all solid colours except for this one. Look, that's the variegated Platinum collection. So if you want the special, I mean, Aurifil thread is beautiful, as we all know, long staple Egyptian cotton, made in Italy, absolutely beautiful, stunning, but in the Platinum Jubilee colours. So if you have got any Platinum Jubilee events coming up that you are making things for, that set of thread is absolutely brilliant. Right, so, gosh, running out of time. It's flown by today. Well, haven't we had a brilliant day with Liberty? Amazing. Thank you all for joining me today. So coming up tomorrow, on Sunday, on Sewing Street, we've got Mr. John Scott in the house. He's got a very special guest. Very excited. I'll be watching this. 8 o'clock, he's got Miss It, Miss Out fabrics. 9 o'clock, Mandy Shaw is in. Oh, I just love her designs. I love her fabrics. She is bringing her fabrics, Say It With a Stitch fabric and patterns. I saw some of it in the studio earlier. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you love red work, you love Mandy Shaw, you're going to love that at 9 o'clock. She's a star. That will be a fab show. 10 o'clock is fabulous fabric bundles. And at 11 o'clock, Mandy will be back with exclusive quilt kits and patterns. Now, watching her and John is an absolute joy, and Mandy is a design genius you're going to love tomorrow. 12 o'clock, we've got Yarn Lane. Brilliant. It's clearance as well. So we've chosen lots of different yarns and patterns and books that we put into the clearance so that we can clear some more space. We had such a fantastic show on Monday, didn't we, that we do need more space. So that's clearance at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations to everyone who got the Liberty bundle and that beautiful quilt. Well done. I'm off on holiday for a week. So I'm off to Spain. I'm going to Spain on the train. So I won't be back for another about 10 days, I think. So thank you for joining me today, and I will see you back here very soon.